felt alive and full of strength, peaceful and kind.
"Jims, look. A real Drogheda bird," said Patsy in surprise. Maybe the birds also lived here, but seeing one made him suddenly happy. Laughing, he ran to chase it. The grass brushed his legs. He took off his old hat and held it out, thinking he could catch the bird. Jims watched him and smiled.
Patsy was about 20 yards away when gunfire suddenly hit the ground around him. Jims saw his brother's arms go up. Patsy turned and fell. His shorts were red with blood.
"Patsy, Patsy!" Jims cried.
He felt pain in every part of his body. He started to run, but then dropped to the ground to stay safe as more shots were fired.
"Patsy, are you all right?" he called. He heard a weak voice answer, "Yeah."
Jims moved forward slowly through the tall grass until he reached him. He put his head on Patsy's shoulder and began to cry.
"Stop it," said Patsy softly. "I'm not dead yet." "How bad is it?" asked Jims as he checked the wounds, shaking. "It doesn't feel like I'm going to die," said Patsy.
Other soldiers came quickly. Some were still wearing their sports gear. One ran to get a stretcher while the others dealt with the gun on the other side of the field. They were angry and brave because everyone cared for Patsy. If anything happened to him, Jims would never be the same again. The sky was still clear and blue. The little bird had gone, but other birds sang around them again. After some time, the medic said to Jims, "Patsy is lucky. Many bullets hit his legs. The ones higher up only went into bone and muscle. His stomach and bladder are safe." But
what?" asked Jims quickly, still pale and shaking.
"It's hard to be sure now," said the medic, "but some nerves are hurt. They might not heal completely. He will live, but he may lose some feeling in parts of his body."
Jims looked down, crying, but said, "At least he's alive."
He was given leave to go with Patsy to Port Moresby and stay until his brother was safe. The doctors were surprised he had survived. The bullets hurt the lower body badly, but not the stomach. Patsy's feeling below the waist was very weak, and nobody knew if it would return.
"It doesn't matter much," said Patsy from the stretcher before he flew to Sydney. "I never wanted to get married. You take care, Jims. I hate leaving you." "I'll be fine, Patsy," said Jims, smiling through his tears. He held his brother's hand tightly. "It'll be strange to finish the war without my best friend. I'll write to you and tell you what it's like. Say hello to Mum, Meggie, and Mrs. Smith for me. You're lucky, going home to Drogheda."
Fee and Mrs. Smith went to Sydney. They wanted to meet the plane from America that brought Patsy from Townsville. Fee stayed only a few days, but Mrs. Smith stayed longer in a hotel near the Prince of Wales Military Hospital in Randwick. Patsy stayed in the hospital for 3 months. His time in the war was finished. Mrs. Smith cried many times, but she was also thankful. Patsy could not have a full life in one way, but he could still walk, run, and ride. When he left the hospital, Meggie came in the big Rolls car from Gilly. She and Mrs. Smith helped Patsy lie down on the back seat with blankets and magazines. They prayed that Jims would come home soon too. The war felt truly finished only when Japan signed the papers to surrender. The news came on Sunday, September 2, 1945. The war had lasted 6 hard years. Many families had lost sons forever: Rory O'Rourke, John Hopetoun, Cormac Carmichael. Some young men came home changed. Some could not walk or could not see again. Some looked fine but felt pain inside. They had gone away happy and laughing, but they came back quiet and serious. No one had guessed the war would last so long or take so much from everyone. That same Sunday, something wonderful happened. The long drought of almost 10 years finally ended. Thick black clouds filled the sky. Then heavy rain fell, 12 inches of it. The dry land drank the water eagerly. The Cleary family, Meggie, Fee, Bob, Jack, Hughie, and Patsy, stood on the veranda watching the rain in the dark. The air smelled sweet and fresh. The animals stood still and let the water fall on them. Most of them had never seen rain like this before. The cemetery became clean and white again. The creek overflowed and roared with water. The rain fell strongly and steadily. It was a blessing. Rain meant grass, and grass meant new life. Soon green shoots appeared, pushed up from the soil, and grew taller and thicker. The fields turned silver beige and waved with the wind. The gardens near the house filled with color again. Trees looked bright and clean. For years, everything had been covered with dirt and dust. Now the old saying about Drogheda was true: it had enough water to live through 10 years of drought, but only for the house and garden. Bob, Jack, Hughie, and Patsy went to work in the paddocks to plan how to bring new livestock. Fee opened a new bottle of black ink and put away her red one. Meggie knew her days of riding were nearly over because men would soon come back to work there. There were only a few animals left, just the special ones kept safe during the dry years. Bob went east to find good sheep from places that still had water. Then Jims came home, and 8 new stockmen started working at Drogheda. Meggie stopped riding. Some time later, Meggie got a letter from Luke. It was only the second letter since she had left him.
He wrote that he would soon finish working with sugar. His back hurt, but he could still cut many tons a day. He said he was earning a lot of money and saving almost all of it. He thought he would soon have enough to buy land near Kynuna. He asked Meggie if, when that time came, she would want to come back to him.
Meggie sat on the veranda with a letter from Luke in her hand. She looked at the green lawn without really seeing it. Fee came out and asked, "How is Luke?"
"He's just the same, Mum," Meggie said. "Still talking about leaving the sugar work and starting his own place near Kynuna one day."
"Do you think he will ever really do that?" Fee asked.
"Maybe one day," Meggie answered.
"Would you go live with him then?"
"Never," Meggie said with a small laugh.
Fee pulled her chair close so she could see her daughter clearly. In the distance, the men were working, and the sound of hammers could be heard. Finally, the verandas and upstairs windows were being covered with fine wire mesh to keep flies out. Fee had always refused to do it before because she didn't want the house to look ugly, but the long dry season had made the flies unbearable. She had finally agreed to cover every building on the station, even the workers' houses. But she still didn't want electricity. There had been power for the shearing shed for years, but Fee liked the soft light from the lamps. Still, Drogheda now had 1 gas stove and some new kerosene fridges. More modern machines would come soon when things were back to normal.
Fee looked at her daughter. "Meggie, why don't you divorce Luke and marry again?" she asked. "Enoch Davies would marry you right away. He only likes you."
Meggie's eyes widened. "Mum, you're actually talking to me like I'm another woman."
Fee didn't smile. "Well, you are one now. I feel old and talk too much."
Meggie laughed happily. She didn't want to lose this warm moment. "It must be the rain, Mum. It's wonderful to see green grass again at Drogheda," she said.
"Yes, it is," Fee replied. "But you didn't answer me. Why not divorce Luke and marry again?"
"It's against church rules," Meggie said.
"Nonsense," Fee said softly. "Half of you is me, and I'm not Catholic. If you really wanted to marry, you would."
"Maybe," Meggie said slowly. "But I don't want to. I'm happy with my children and Drogheda."
Suddenly, a laugh came from the thick bushes. Meggie smiled. "That's Dane. Can you believe he rides as well as I do now?" She called, "Dane! Come out right now."
Dane crawled out with dirt on his hands and around his mouth. "Mum, did you know the soil tastes good?" "Really?" he said. He stood in front of her. He was 7, tall, slim, and beautiful like a porcelain doll.
Justine came to stand beside him. She was also tall but thin, with many freckles. Her eyes were very pale, and her hair was bright red and curly. She was not a pretty child, but everyone noticed her strong, confident way. Justine was very smart and always said what she thought. She loved her brother Dane very much and was often jealous when her mother spent time with him. When Meggie stopped working and became more of a mother again, Justine didn't like it. She thought she didn't need a mother. She preferred her grandmother Fee, who treated her seriously and didn't fuss.
"I told him not to eat dirt," Justine said.
"Well, it won't hurt him badly, Justine, but it's not good for him," Meggie said as she looked at her son.
"Dane, why did you eat it?" Dane thought for a moment. "It was there, so I ate it. If it was bad, it would taste bad. But it tasted good."
"Not always," Justine said quickly. "I give up on you, Dane. Some things taste nice but can still make you very sick."
"Tell me one," Dane said.
"Treacle," she answered proudly.
Dane had once eaten a whole tin of treacle from Mrs. Smith's pantry and had become very sick. He nodded but said, "I'm still alive, so it can't be that bad."
"That's only because you threw up. If you hadn't, you could have died."
He didn't argue. He put his arm around his sisters, and they walked slowly across the grass to their small playhouse under the pepper tree. Their uncles had built it there for them. Some adults were worried about bees, but the children had been right. The bees lived near them peacefully. The children liked the pepper tree, saying it was private and smelled nice. Its little pink fruits broke easily and left a dry, sweet smell on their hands.
"They are so different from each other, but they get along so well," said Meggie. "I never see them fight. I don't understand how Dane stays calm with someone like Justine, who is so strong-minded."
Thea was thinking of something else. "He looks exactly like his father," she said as she watched Dane disappear under the pepper tree.
Meggie suddenly felt cold. People always said that, and it always made her uneasy. Everyone thought Dane looked like Luke, and she knew why. Luke and Ralph had some similar traits. Still, she could never feel comfortable when people talked about Dane's looks.
"Do you think so, Mum?" Meggie asked, trying to sound calm. "I don't see it myself. Dane isn't like Luke in how he thinks or behaves."
Thea laughed softly. Her old eyes looked at Meggie with a hint of irony. "Do you think I don't know? I don't mean Luke or Neil. Dane looks just like Ralph de Bricassart."
Meggie froze. Her foot dropped to the floor, and she felt heavy inside. "What, Mum? That's such a strange thing to say. Father Ralph de Bricassart?"
"Do you know another man with that name? Luke or Neil didn't father that boy. Ralph de Bricassart did. I knew it the moment he was born."
"Then why didn't you say something earlier? Why wait until now to accuse me of such a thing?" Meggie said quickly.
Thea crossed her feet and smiled faintly. "I'm old now, Meggie. Things don't hurt me as much anymore. It's good to see Drogheda looking better. It gives me peace. For the first time in years, I feel like talking."
"Well, you picked quite a topic, Mum. You shouldn't say something like that, it isn't true," Meggie said, feeling confused and upset.
Thea put her hand on Meggie's knee and smiled gently. "Don't lie to me, Meggie. You can lie to anyone else, but not to me. Luke O'Neill isn't his father. I can see the truth. Dane looks like Ralph. Look at his hands, his hairline, his face, his eyebrows, his mouth, even how he moves. He is just like the priest.
Meggie relaxed slowly, feeling a surprising sense of relief. The distance in his eyes, that's what I notice most. Is it clear to others too? Does everyone know?
Of course not, Fee said firmly.
Fee looked at Meggie with cold eyes.
People only notice the outside, your eyes, your nose, your body, she said. You looked enough like Luke. I watched you and Ralph de Bricassart for years. If Ralph had shown the smallest sign, you would have gone after him, no matter what the church said about divorce. You wanted something much worse than a divorce, Meggie. You were without shame.
Her voice became hard.
But Ralph was stubborn. His dream was to be a perfect priest. You were only second in his heart. Foolish man. In the end, he gained nothing. Something was bound to happen.
From the veranda came the sound of a hammer falling and some angry words. Fee shivered.
I'll be glad when they finish that work, she muttered.
Then she looked again at Meggie.
Do you think you fooled me when you didn't want Ralph to marry you to Luke? I knew your heart wanted Ralph as your husband, not the man to perform the ceremony. When he came to Drogheda before leaving for Athens, and you weren't home, I knew he would go looking for you. He walked around here like a lost child. Fee sighed. Marrying Luke was the smartest thing you did. When Ralph knew you wanted him, he stayed away. But when you became someone else's wife, he began to want you again. He told himself his love was pure, but he needed you. No woman ever meant as much to him. Strange, Fee said softly. I never understood why he cared for you, but mothers are blind about their daughters until youth is gone. You are the same with Justine as I was with you.
Fee leaned back and rocked in her chair. Her eyes were half closed, but she watched Meggie carefully.
Whatever he loved in you, he saw it the first day you met. It never stopped. It was hard for him when you grew up, but he faced it after learning you had married Luke. Poor Ralph. He had to look for you, and he found you before Dane was born. After that, you didn't need Luke anymore.
Yes, Meggie said softly. Ralph found me. But it didn't fix anything. I knew he would never leave God. So I decided to have the only part of him I could, his child, Dane.
Fee gave a rough laugh. You sound just like me, saying that.
Frank? Asked Meggie.
Fee stood up and walked across the tiles, then turned to her daughter. So you know. How long have you known?
Since I was a child. Since Frank ran away.
Fee nodded slowly. His father was married. Much older than me, and an important politician. You would know his name if I said it. Let's call him Pakeha. It means white man in Maori. He's dead now. I have a little Maori blood, but Frank's father was half Maori, so Frank showed it more. I loved that man deeply. Maybe it was because of our shared blood. He was tall, had thick black hair and bright, laughing eyes. He was everything Paddy was not, educated, clever, charming. I loved him crazily and thought I could never love anyone else. I believed that for too long. By the time I understood, it was too late. Her voice shook. She looked out at the garden. I have many things to answer for.
So that's why you loved Frank more than the rest of us, Meggie said. He was Pakeha's son, and we were Paddy's.
Fee sat down and made a sad sound. Yes, history repeats itself. I smiled quietly when I saw Dane.
Mum, you're an amazing woman, Meggie said.
Am I? Fee leaned forward and whispered. I have a secret, Meggie. I'm not amazing, I'm unhappy. I have been unhappy since the day I met Pakeha. It was mostly my own fault. I loved him, But what happened with him should never happen to any woman. Then came Frank. I kept holding on to him and forgot the rest of you. I didn't see Paddy for who he really was, the best thing that ever happened to me. I only compared him with Parkiha. I was thankful for him and saw he was a good man, but I was blind. She sighed quietly. Well, all that is over now. What I want to say is that it was wrong, Meggie. You know that, don't you?
No, I don't think it was wrong. I think the church is wrong to ask its priests to give up so much.
It's strange how we always speak of the church as if it were a woman. You took a man who belonged to another woman, Meggie, just like I did.
Ralph didn't belong to any woman except me. The church isn't a woman, Mum. It is a thing, an organization.
Don't try to explain it to me. I already understand. I once thought the same way. My husband couldn't leave his wife. Divorce was impossible for him. He was one of the first men of his people to become famous in politics. He had to choose between me and his people. How could any man refuse the chance to look noble? Just like Ralph chose the church, didn't he? So I decided to take what little I could, at least his child to love.
But I was smarter than you, Mum. My son has a name no one can ever take away, not even Luke.
How unpleasant. You speak so sweetly, Meggie, but your heart is cold. You think you were clever. My father paid my husband so that Frank would have a name and so that he could get rid of me. You never knew that, did you?
How did you find that out?
That's my secret. You will suffer too, Meggie. Believe me. You will not escape your mistakes any more than I did. I lost Frank in the hardest way possible. I can't see him, and I miss him every day. You will lose Dane too.
Not if I can stop it. You lost Frank because he couldn't stay close to Daddy. I made sure Dane didn't have a father to control him. I will guide him myself. He will stay here on Drogheda. That's why I am teaching him to be a stockman already. He will be safe here.
Was your father safe? Was Stuart? No place is safe, Meggie. And you can't make Dane stay if he wants to go. Frank wasn't controlled by your father. He simply couldn't be. And if you think you can control Ralph's son, you are wrong. You see, if neither of us could keep Ralph, how can we hope to keep his son?
The only way I could lose Dane is if you tell someone, Mum. And don't ever do that.
Don't worry. I'm not worth the trouble. Your secret is safe with me. I'm only watching, nothing more.
Oh, Mum. What made you like this? Why are you so cold and unable to give love?
Things that happened long before you were born.
No, I don't want to hear that again. After all you told me tonight, I won't let you use that excuse anymore. It's nonsense. You've spent your whole life in sadness.
I used to think daughters weren't as important as sons, but I was wrong. I enjoy talking to you in a way I never could with my boys. A daughter is equal to her mother. Sons are not. They are weak, we raise them only to be knocked down later.
You're cruel. Tell me, where do we go wrong?
In being born.
After that, men began coming home from the war. They took off their uniforms and went back to ordinary clothes. The Labour government looked at the huge farms in the West. It did not seem right that one family owned so much land when many returning soldiers needed farms of their own. Australia was large, but only a few people held very large properties. The government decided to divide the biggest farms and give part of the land to soldiers. Bugula went from 150,000 acres to 70,000. 2 soldiers got 40,000 acres each. Another big farm, Rudnahunish, lost 60,000 acres, also given to 2 soldiers. The owners received payment, but it was less than what the land was truly worth. The farmers were upset, but nothing could change the decision. The government said no one needed land that big because smaller farms were already successful. The hardest part was knowing that this time the soldiers would keep their land and not give up. After the First World War, many big stations tried to start again, but the work was not good. The new farmers had little skill and no training. Slowly, the old landowners bought their land back from tired soldiers for very cheap prices. This time the government promised to teach and train the new settlers and pay for it. Most of the landowners supported the Country Party. They did not like the Labour government because they thought Labour was only for factory workers and unions. They were very unhappy to learn that the Cleary family, who always voted for Labour, would not lose any land from the big property called Drogheda. The Catholic Church owned Drogheda, so no land could be taken from it. The landowners complained loudly to Canberra, but the government did nothing. They liked to think they had power, but in truth, the real power was in Canberra. The state governments could do little. So Drogheda went on, huge and strong, with its 250,000 acres. The rain came and went, sometimes enough, sometimes too much, sometimes too little, but never another terrible dry year like before. The number of sheep grew again, and the wool became better than before the drought. People were very interested in sheep breeding. They talked of Haddon Rig near Warren and tried to win prizes for the best sheep at the Royal Easter Show in Sydney. The price of wool started to rise, then went very high. Europe, America, and Japan wanted more and more fine Australian wool. Other countries made rough wool for carpets and heavy clothes, but only Australian merino wool was soft and smooth enough to make gentle, light fabric. The best wool came from the black soil plains in New South Wales and Queensland. After all the hard years, it felt like a fair reward. Drogheda began to make huge profits, millions of pounds every year. Fee was very happy at her desk, and Bob hired 2 more workers. Only the rabbits caused problems, as they always had. Life on the farm became very pleasant again. The new wire screens kept flies out of every room, and once everyone got used to the look of them, they wondered how they had ever lived without them. Now they could eat outside on the veranda, under the cool shade of the wisteria vine. Small green frogs liked the wire too. They climbed on it and looked at people quietly. Sometimes one jumped and caught a big moth. Then it sat still with part of the moth hanging from its mouth. Dane and Justine liked to watch and see how long the frog needed to eat the moth. The moth often moved for a long time until it was gone.
That's a strange way to go, half alive and half already food.
Dane and Justine loved reading, like everyone at Drogheda. They spoke very well and learned things quickly. They were happy and busy. They had fine ponies that grew with them. They did their lessons at Mrs. Smith's kitchen table. They played in their little tree house and had many pets, cats, dogs, even a goanna that walked nicely on a leash and came when called. Their favorite pet was a small pink pig named Igglepiggle. It was smart like a dog. Because they lived far from the city, they stayed healthy and hardly ever got sick. Meggie worried about diseases like polio and diphtheria, so she made sure they got all their vaccines. It was a wonderful life with many things to do and learn. When Dane was 10 and Justine 11, they went to boarding schools in Sydney, Dane to Riverview, Justine to Kinkapple. When Meggie said goodbye, she watched them through the plane window, their little pale faces looking out bravely and waving handkerchiefs. They had never been away from home before. She really wanted to go with them and make sure they were fine herself, but everyone told her not to. So, she agreed to stay. From Fee to Jims and Patsy, all said that the children would do better on their own.
Don't baby them, Fee said firmly.
But as the DC-3 plane took off, Meggie felt 2 kinds of feelings. Her heart hurt because Dane was leaving, but she felt lighter about Justine going. She loved Dane completely. He was happy and kind, and he gave love easily. Justine, however, was both good and difficult. People had to love her because she was strong, honest, and independent. But she did not show love like Dane. She never made her mother feel needed or close. She was not playful and often made sharp comments, especially to Meggie. Meggie thought Justine was sometimes like Luke, which was tiring, but at least she was not mean with money. For that, Meggie was thankful. Because the airline was doing well, the children could come home to Drogheda for all their school breaks. After some time, both of them liked their schools. Dane missed Drogheda every time he left, but Justine loved living in Sydney. When she was home, she wanted to go back to the city. The Jesuit teachers at Riverview were very pleased with Dane. He was a wonderful student and good at sports. The nuns at Kinkapple did not feel the same about Justine. She had sharp eyes and a quick tongue, so it was hard for her to be liked. She was one class above Dane, and she was maybe even better at studying, though only in lessons. On August 4, 1952, the Sydney Morning Herald had a very interesting story. There was one big photo on the front page. It showed Ralph de Bricassart. The article said that Archbishop Ralph de Bricassart, who worked with the Secretary of State in Rome, had been made cardinal by Pope Pius XII. It told his life story. Ralph de Bricassart had worked many years for the church in Australia. He first came there in July 1919 as a new priest. He was born on September 23, 1893, in Ireland. His family could trace their name back to Baron Ranulph de Bricassart, who came to England with William the Conqueror. Ralph joined the church when he was 17 and later went to Australia. He first worked for Bishop Michael Clabby in Winnamurra. In June 1920, he moved to Gillinbone in northern New South Wales. There he became Monsignor and stayed until 1928. Then he worked for Archbishop Cluny Dark and later for Cardinal di Continiver-Chise. During that time, he became a bishop. When Cardinal di Continiver-Chise went to Rome, Ralph became archbishop himself and returned to Australia as a papal legate. He stayed in that position until 1938, when he was transferred to Rome. Since then, he had moved quickly to high positions in the Vatican. Now, at 58, people said that he helped make decisions about church policy. The newspaper also spoke with some people from Gillinbone who remembered him kindly. Mr. Harry Goff, the town's mayor, said Father de Bricassart started the Holy Cross Bush Bibliophilic Society, which was a great help to people. First Mrs. Mary Carson gave it money, and after her death, Ralph continued to support it. He had never forgotten them.
Mrs. Fiona Cleary from Drogheda said, Father de Bricassart was the best-looking man I have ever seen. Drogheda, she added, was one of the largest and richest stations in New South Wales.
During his time in Gilly, he was a strong source of comfort to his people. He helped many of us on Drogheda, which now belongs to the Catholic Church. When floods came, he helped move our animals. When fires broke out, he came to help us, even if it was only to say prayers for those who had died. He was a very special man. He had more charm than anyone I have ever met. People knew he was meant for important things. We still remember him, even though he left over 20 years ago. Yes, it is true that many people in Gilly still miss him very much. During the war, Archbishop de Bricassart worked closely and faithfully with the Pope. It is said that he helped persuade the German military leader, Field Marshal Albert Kesselring, not to fight in Rome, so the city stayed safe. Florence asked for the same protection but did not get it, and many of its beautiful works were lost and later repaired after the war. When the war ended, Cardinal de Bricassart helped many people without homes move to new countries. He gave strong support to the immigration program in Australia. Even though he was born in Ireland and may never work in Australia as Cardinal de Bricassart, many Australians feel proud to call him one of their own.
We must congratulate him, as I told the newspaper reporter. They didn't print that, did they? But I see they printed your words almost exactly. You have such a sharp tongue. Now I know where Justine gets it from. I wonder how many people will understand what you really meant.
He will, if he reads it, said Fee.
Meggie sighed. Do you think he remembers us?
Of course he does. He still takes care of Drogheda himself. How could he forget us?
You're right, said Meggie. I forgot how well Drogheda has been doing. The wool sells for a high price now. This year it brought in over £4 million. That's a huge amount of money.
Don't sound bitter, Meggie, said Fee kindly. Even when she teased her daughter, there was warmth in her voice. We have done very well. We get good money each year. Did you forget that he paid Bob $100,000 as a bonus, and gave the rest of us $50,000 each? Even if he asked us to leave Drogheda tomorrow, we could buy another big farm. And think of how much he has given your children, many thousands. Be fair to him.
But my children don't know that, and they must not find out, said Meggie. Dane and Justine will grow up believing they have to make their own way in life, not depend on money from Cardinal de Bricassart. His second name is Raoul. It sounds so fancy, doesn't it?
Fee stood up and threw the front page of the newspaper into the fire. The name Ralph Raoul, Cardinal de Bricassart, burned and turned to ashes.
What will you do if he comes back? Meggie asked Fee.
Meggie smiled slightly. That will never happen.
He might, said Fee mysteriously.
And he did come back, in December. He came quietly, without telling anyone, driving his own Aston Martin car all the way from Sydney. The newspapers did not know he was in Australia, so no one on Drogheda expected him. When his car stopped near the house, no one heard it and no one came outside. He felt tired from the long drive, but the air filled him with memories, the smell of the dry grass, the sheep, and the wild plants. He saw kangaroos, emus, pink and grey birds, lizards, busy insects, and rows of ants crossing the road. Fat sheep stood everywhere under the hot sun. He loved the land, because it never seemed to change. He noticed that some things were different, though. The house had fly screens now, but Fee had kept the front veranda open. She was right, it would have spoiled the beauty of the old building. The tall white ghost gum trees looked very old. They must have been planted about 80 years ago. The bougainvillea flowers hanging from their branches were bright copper and purple. It was summer, 2 weeks before Christmas, and the roses on Drogheda were in full bloom. They grew in many colors: pink, white, yellow, deep red, and bright scarlet like a cardinal's robe. In the garden the green wisteria and soft pink and white roses grew thick and full. They hung down from the veranda roof and climbed up the walls, hiding the black shutters of the house. Their long stems reached toward the sky. The tanks in the yard could not be seen anymore because the plants covered them. The roses had a lovely pale grey-pink color like ashes of roses. It seemed clear that Meggie had planted them. Cardinal Ralph heard a laugh that sounded like Meggie's and stopped suddenly. His heart jumped and he turned toward the sound. The laugh came again, happy and bright, just like Meggie's laugh when she was a child. He moved toward it, pushing through the roses near a big pepper tree. But Meggie was not there. Instead, he saw a boy sitting on the grass playing with a small pink pig. The pig ran around and came back again, making silly noises while the boy laughed. The laugh was exactly like Meggie's. Without thinking, Cardinal Ralph stepped through the roses even though the thorns scratched him. The boy looked up surprised and the pig ran away. The boy was about 12 or 14, barefoot and wearing old khaki shorts. His skin was golden brown, his hair light and curly, and his eyes were a clear blue. He looked strong but gentle, like an angel in a story.
"Hello," said the boy with a smile.
"Hello," answered Cardinal Ralph, smiling back. "Who are you?"
"I'm Dane O'Neill," said the boy. "And you?"
"My name is Ralph de Bricassart," replied the man. Ralph understood now. The boy was Meggie's son. She must have stayed with Luke O'Neill and had this beautiful child. Ralph thought about his own past, how young he had been when he joined the church. If he had waited, maybe he could have had a son like this. But that was foolish thinking. If he had not become a priest, he would never have come to Drogheda or met Meggie at all.
Can I help you? Asked Dane politely, standing up with smooth movements that reminded Ralph of Meggie.
Is your father here, Dane? Ralph asked.
My father. Dane frowned. No, he's never been here.
I see. Is your mother here?
She's in Gilly, but she'll come back soon. My grandmother is in the house. Would you like to see her? I can take you. Dane's blue eyes looked carefully at him. Ralph de Bricassart. I've heard that name. Oh? You're Cardinal de Bricassart. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude.
Even in simple clothes and boots, Ralph still wore his ruby ring, which showed who he was. Dane knelt and kissed the ring with respect. It's all right, Dane, said Ralph kindly. I'm not here as a cardinal. I'm here as a friend of your mother and grandmother.
Dane smiled nervously. I should have known your name right away. People say it often here. It only sounded different when you said it. My mother will be happy to see you.
Suddenly a deep young voice called, Dane, Dane, where are you? The pepper tree's branches moved and a girl around 15 came out. Ralph could tell from her eyes that she was Meggie's daughter. She had many freckles and a small sharp face.
Oh, hello, she said. I didn't know we had a visitor. I'm Justine O'Neill.
Justy, this is Cardinal de Bricassart, said Dane in a quick whisper. Kiss his ring.
Justine looked annoyed. You care too much about religion, Dane, she said aloud. Kissing a ring is not clean and I won't do it. How do we know he's really a cardinal? He looks more like one of the old farmers from town.
He is, said Dane firmly. Please, Justy, don't be rude.
All right, said Justine. I'll behave, but only for you. Still, I won't kiss his ring. It's unhygienic. I don't know who kissed it last.
Ralph smiled and said softly, You don't have to kiss my ring, Justine. I'm here on holiday. I'm not working as a cardinal right now.
That's good, said Meggie Cleary's daughter calmly. I don't believe in God. After 4 years at school, I think religion is just nonsense.
That's your choice, said Cardinal Ralph, trying to look serious and polite. Can I find your grandmother?
Of course. Do you need help? Asked Justine.
No, thank you. I know where to go.
All right. She turned to her brother, who was still staring at the visitor. Come on, Dane, help me. Let's go.
But even when Justine pulled his arm, Dane stayed and watched Cardinal Ralph walk away behind the roses.
You're so silly, Dane. Why are you staring at him?
He's a cardinal, said Dane. Can you believe it? A real cardinal here on Drogheda.
Cardinals are important churchmen, said Justine. Yes, it is strange. But I don't like him.
Fee, of course, was at her desk. Ralph stepped through the window into the drawing room, opening the screen first. She heard him but kept working, bending over her papers. Her lovely golden hair was now silver. He remembered she must be 72. Hello, Fee, he said.
Hello, Ralph, she said, as if she saw him every day. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. I didn't know you were back in Australia. No one does. I'm here for a few weeks' holiday. Are you staying with us? Of course, he said, looking around the room. His eyes stopped on Mary Carson's portrait. Fee, your taste is wonderful. This room looks as fine as those in the Vatican. Those black shapes with roses are beautiful.
Thank you. We try to make things look nice. I prefer the dining room now. I changed it since you were last here. It's pink, white, and green. It sounds strange, but it looks good. Still, I don't know why I bother. It's really your house.
It's not mine while any Cleary is alive, he said quietly.
That's good to hear. You've come a long way since your Gilly days, Haven't you? Did you read the newspaper about your promotion?
He moved uncomfortably. I did. You speak sharply now, Fee.
Yes, and I enjoy it. I was quiet for so many years. I never knew how good it felt to speak my mind. She smiled. Meggie is in Gilly, but she'll be back soon.
Nana, can we ride down to the Boar Head?
You know the rules. You can't ride unless your mother says yes. I'm sorry, but those are her orders. Now, be polite and come meet our visitor.
I already met them, said Ralph.
Oh, said Fee.
I thought you'd be at boarding school, Ralph said to Dane kindly.
Not in December, Your Eminence. We have 2 months of summer holiday.
Ralph had forgotten that children in Australia have their long break in December and January.
Will you stay long, Your Eminence? Dane asked with interest.
The Cardinal will stay as long as he can, said Fee. But I think he will want us to stop calling him Your Eminence all the time. What shall it be, Uncle Ralph?
Uncle, said Justine. You know we don't say uncle in this family, Nana. Our uncles are just Bob, Jack, Hughie, Jims, and Patsy. So he's just Ralph.
Don't be rude, Justine. Where are your manners? Said Fee firmly.
No, it's fine, Fee, said the Cardinal quickly. I'd like everyone to call me Ralph. He wondered why Justine didn't like him.
I couldn't do that, said Dane in surprise. I can't call you only Ralph.
Cardinal Ralph walked closer, placed his hands gently on Dane's shoulders, and smiled warmly. His blue eyes looked bright in the shadows. Of course you can, Dane. It's not wrong.
Come on, Dane, let's go back to the cubby house, said Justine.
Cardinal Ralph and his son turned to Fee and looked at her together.
Heaven help us, said Fee. Go outside and play, Dane. She clapped her hands. Run along now.
The boy ran as fast as he could. Fee moved closer to her books. Cardinal Ralph felt sorry for her and said he would go to the cook house. The place looked almost the same as before. The lamps were still on, and the air smelled of Polish and roses. He talked with Mrs. Smith and the maids for a long time. They were much older now, but age seemed good for them. They looked happy, truly happy. Fee was not happy, and that made Ralph want to see Meggie. He wanted to know if she was happy. When he left the cook house, Meggie had not come back yet, so he walked to the creek to pass the time. The cemetery was peaceful. 6 bronze plaques were still on the wall of the mausoleum, just like before. He thought he should be buried there too and must remember to tell people when he went back to Rome. Near the mausoleum he saw 2 new graves, Old Tom, the garden worker, and the wife of one of the stockmen who had worked there since 1946. Mrs. Smith said Tom stayed with them because his wife was buried there. The Chinese cook's old umbrella had lost its color from the strong sun. It used to be bright red but was now almost pale pink. Ralph thought about Meggie. She had gone back to Luke and had a son. The wind moved the leaves on the willow trees by the creek and made the little bells on the umbrella ring softly. Words on an old grave marker were nearly gone. It felt right, it was how graveyards should be, slowly fading back into the earth. Ralph wanted to rest there one day, not far away in a dark church, but here among people who had really lived. He turned and saw the marble angel shining in the light. He raised his hand in greeting, then looked toward the big house. Meggie was coming. She was slim and golden, wearing trousers and a white shirt like his, with a grey hat pushed to the back of her head and brown boots on her feet. She looked strong and young, almost like a boy, like her son, the one who should have been his. When she came close, he saw only her eyes, the same soft grey eyes that still touched his heart. She put her arms around him, and he felt as if he had never been away from her. He kissed her, and it felt real, not like a dream. He held her close, saying her name softly.
It doesn't change, does it, she whispered.
No, nothing changes, he said.
This is Drogheda, she told him. Here, you belong to me, not to God.
I know. But I came anyway. He pulled her down to sit with him on the grass. Why did you go back to Luke? He asked.
She touched his hair gently. He made me, she said calmly. Only once. But I had Dane, so I don't regret it. Dane is worth everything I had to face.
I'm sorry, Ralph said. I shouldn't have asked. I was the one who gave you to Luke.
Yes, she said quietly. You did.
He's a wonderful boy. Does he look like Luke?
Meggie smiled and played with the grass. Her hand rested on his chest. Not really. Neither of my children looks much like Luke or me.
I love them because they are yours, he said.
She laughed softly. You are still the same, Ralph. Getting older suits you. I hoped I would see you again. 30 years, it feels more like 30 days.
30 years, he said in surprise.
I'm 41 now, so yes, it's been that long. She stood up. I came to call you inside. Mrs. Smith has made a wonderful tea for you, and when it gets cooler there will be roast pork for dinner.
He started walking beside her. Your son laughs just like you, Meggie. His laugh was the first sound I heard when I came to Drogheda. I thought it was you.
So he was the first person you saw? She asked.
Yes, I think so.
What did you think of him? She said eagerly.
I liked him very much. How could I not? He's your son. I felt very close to him, even more than to your daughter. I don't think she likes me. Justine may be my daughter, but she can be very difficult. I started using bad words when I got older, mostly because of her. You a little, Luke a little, and the war too. It all adds up. You have changed a lot, Meggie.
Have I? She smiled softly. I don't think so. Maybe this wild land in the northwest has changed me. It takes things away slowly. Justine says I'm like an onion losing its layers, not like poetry. I'm still the same Meggie, Ralph, but more open now.
Perhaps that's true.
But you have changed too, Ralph.
How do you mean, Meggie?
You seem less sure now. Things that once looked high and strong aren't so perfect anymore.
They aren't? He said quietly. I used to think you were ordinary. I was wrong. You are the one woman, Meggie. The only one.
What happened to you?
I don't know. Maybe I found that even the church has weak spots. Maybe I gave away too much and got nothing back. I've turned into someone tired and full of old ideas. The world inside the Vatican is cold and hard.
I was real, but you never truly saw me.
I couldn't do anything else. I knew what was right, but still, I couldn't go that way. If I had stayed with you, maybe I would have been better, though less important. But I couldn't, Meggie. I wish I could make you understand.
She gently touched his arm. I do understand, Ralph. We all have something inside us that cannot be changed, even when it hurts us deeply. We are what we are. Like the story of a bird that must sing even though it has pain in its chest. It sings because it must. We often know our mistakes before we make them, but knowing doesn't help us stop. Everyone sings his own song, thinking it's the best. We make our own pain and accept it. All we can do is live with it and tell ourselves it was worth it.
I don't understand the pain, he said sadly, looking at her hand on his arm. Why must there be pain, Meggie?
Ask God, Ralph, said Meggie. He knows about pain. He made us all, so he made pain too.
Bob, Jack, Huey, Jims, and Patsy were home for dinner. It was Saturday night. Father Watty was supposed to come the next day for Mass, but Bob called him and said no one would be there. He wanted to keep Cardinal Ralph's visit private. The 5 Cleary brothers were older now and looked more like their father, Paddy. They spoke slowly and were strong, steady men of the land. They cared deeply about Dane and watched him with love. Their eyes followed him even when he left to go to bed. They looked forward to the day Dane could help them run Drogheda. Cardinal Ralph also learned why Justine disliked him. Dane liked spending time with him and enjoyed listening to him, and Justine was simply jealous. After the children went upstairs, Ralph looked at the others, Meggie, Fee, and the brothers. Fee, please stop working for a moment, he said. Come and sit with us. I want to talk.
Fee still looked graceful though older now, her body changed a little by age. She sat quietly in a big chair across from Ralph, with Meggie beside her and the brothers nearby.
It's about Frank, Ralph said. The name hung in the air.
What about Frank? Fee asked calmly.
Meggie put down her knitting and looked at her mother, then at Ralph. Tell us, Ralph, she said quickly. She could not stand her mother's calmness any longer.
Frank has been in prison for almost 30 years, said the cardinal. I know you were told a little about him, but I asked my people not to tell you too much. I didn't want to cause more sorrow. There was nothing anyone could do. Frank might have been released earlier, but he became known for being angry and unstable when he was young in Goulburn prison. Even during the war, when some prisoners were allowed to join the army, Frank was not accepted. Fee looked up from her hands.
It's his temper, she said calmly.
The cardinal seemed unsure how to begin. While he searched for words, the family waited, feeling both worry and hope. But they were not thinking only of Frank's future. At last, said Cardinal Ralph, still not looking at Meggie, you must wonder why I came back to Australia after so many years. I know I have not always cared enough about your lives. Since I first met you, I have mostly thought about myself. When the Holy Father made me a cardinal, I asked myself what I could do for the Cleary family to show that I do care. He took a deep breath and looked at Fee. I came back to help Frank. Do you remember, Fee, the day I spoke to you after Patty and Stu died? That was 20 years ago, and I can't forget how sad your eyes were that day.
Yes, Bob said quickly, staring at his mother. Yes, that's true.
Frank will be released from prison, said the cardinal. That is what I could do for you. Fee did not show much feeling. At first, there was only a small change in her face. She was older now, and maybe her sadness would never completely go away. But in her son's eyes, the cardinal saw something bright growing, and he felt he finally had purpose again.
Thank you, said Fee quietly.
Will you welcome him back to Drogheda? The cardinal asked the Cleary men.
This is his home. He should be here, Bob answered simply. Everyone nodded except Fee, who seemed lost in her own thoughts.
He isn't the same Frank, the cardinal said softly. I saw him at Goulburn prison to tell him the news before I came here. I wanted to make sure he knew his family had never forgotten him. He didn't take it badly. He was thankful and very happy to come home again, especially to see you, Fee.
When will he be free? Bob asked. He looked both happy and worried for his mother.
In a week or two. He will take the night train. I wanted him to fly, but he said he prefers the train.
Patsy and I will go meet him, Jim said excitedly, then stopped. Oh. We don't know what he looks like now.
No, Fee said. I will go alone. I can drive to Gilly myself.
Mum's right, said Meggie quickly before her brothers could argue. Let her meet him first. It should be her.
Well, I have work to do, Fee said in a rough voice and stood up, walking to her desk.
The brothers stood at once.
Time for bed, Bob said with a big yawn. He smiled shyly at the cardinal. It will be nice to hear you give mass again in the morning.
Meggie put her knitting away and stood too. I'll say good night, Ralph.
Good night, Meggie, he said, watching her leave. Then he looked at Fee's back. Good night, Fee.
Excuse me? Did you say something?
I said good night.
Oh. Good night, Ralph.
He didn't want to go upstairs right after Meggie. I think I'll take a short walk before bed. Do you know something, Fee?
No, she said without interest.
You can't fool me.
Fee laughed quietly, the sound strange in the room. Can't I? Well, maybe you're wrong.
Late, and the stars. The southern stars moved slowly in the sky. He knew he would never feel close to them again. They were still shining, but too far away to give him warmth or comfort. He thought of God, who seemed like a quiet shadow among them. He looked up for a long time, listened to the wind in the trees, and smiled quietly. He did not want to see Fee, so he chose the stairs at the far end of the house. A lamp burned above her desk, and he could see her bent over her work. Poor Fee! She must find it hard to go to bed at night. Maybe things would feel easier when Frank came home. Maybe. At the top of the stairs, everything was silent. A small lamp stood on a table in the narrow hall, making a soft light for anyone awake at night. The curtains moved as the wind came through the window. He walked past it, his steps quiet on the thick carpet. Meggie's door was open. More light came from her room. He stepped inside, closed the door, and locked it. She was wearing a loose gown and sitting near the window, looking out into the dark paddock. When she saw him, she turned her head and watched him sit on the bed. Slowly she got up and came to him.
"Let me help you take off your boots," she said. "That's why I never wear tall ones. I can't take them off without help."
"Did you choose that color on purpose?" he asked.
"Do you mean the rose-grey gown?" she said with a smile. "It's my favorite color. It goes well with my hair."
He rested one foot while she pulled off the boot, then the other. "Meggie, were you sure I would come?" he asked quietly.
"I told you before," she said. "Here on Drogheda, you belong to me. If you hadn't come, I would have gone to you."
She pulled off his shirt, then let her hand stay softly on his back for a moment. After that she turned off the light and moved around the room, taking off her gown. He put his clothes over a chair. Soon it was dark and quiet. He thought, tomorrow he would say Mass. But that was tomorrow. Tonight there was only Meggie, and the feeling between them.
Later, Dane looked at him with surprise. "I thought you would wear a red robe," he said.
"Sometimes I do, Dane, but only inside the palace. Outside, I wear this black one with a red band."
"Do you really have a palace?" Dane asked.
"Yes," he answered.
"Is it full of big lights?"
"Yes. But Drogheda has many lights too."
"Oh, Drogheda," Dane said with a small frown. "I think our lights are much smaller. I wish I could see your palace, and you wearing a red robe."
The cardinal smiled. "Maybe one day you will, Dane," he said gently. The boy always had a strange look in his eyes, as if he was far away. During the Mass, when he turned, Cardinal Ralph noticed it again. He could not understand it, but the feeling was familiar. People never really see themselves as they are in a mirror. Luddy and Mueller were coming for Christmas, just as they did every year. The big house was full of happy people, waiting for the best Christmas in a long time. Minnie and Kat sang while they worked, even if their singing was not very good. Mrs. Smith smiled all the time. Meggie gave Dane to Cardinal Ralph without saying anything, and Fee looked more relaxed and cheerful. Every evening, the men found reasons to come home early. After a late dinner, everyone talked in the drawing room. Mrs. Smith made small snacks before bedtime, cheese on toast, hot crumpets with butter, and raisin scones. Cardinal Ralph said he would get too fat from all that food, but after 3 days at Drogheda, breathing the air and being with the people, he looked healthier than when he arrived. The 4th day was very hot. Cardinal Ralph went with Dane to bring in the sheep. Justine sat alone in the pepper tree, upset. Meggie lay quietly on a soft seat on the veranda. She felt very tired and peaceful. Being close to Ralph made her feel alive, but when she was with Dane, a different part of her came alive. Only when both Ralph and Dane were near did she feel truly complete. Dane was her son, Ralph was her man. Still, something made her sad. Ralph did not see the truth. She kept her secret and did not tell him. If he could not understand, why should she explain? He had once thought she went back to Luke because she wanted to, and that hurt her deeply. He did not deserve to know. Sometimes Fee looked at her with knowing eyes, and Meggie looked back calmly. Fee understood. She knew about the anger, the sadness, and the wish to get back those lost years. Ralph had always chased dreams, and Meggie wanted him to miss the most important dream of all, his own son. Let him live without knowing. The phone rang loudly. Meggie waited, thinking her mother might answer, but when she realized Fee was busy, she went to pick it up. A man asked for Mrs. Fiona Cleary. Meggie called her mother, and Fee came to the phone. She listened for a while, and the color slowly left her face. She looked small and tired, just like after Paddy and Stu had died. She said, "Thank you," and hung up.
What is it, Mum? Meggie asked.
Frank has been set free. He's coming on the night train today, Fee said softly. She looked at her watch. It's after 2. I must go soon.
Let me come with you, said Meggie. She was so happy that she wanted her mother to feel happy too. But she knew that for Fee, this meeting would not be simple joy.
No, Meggie. I'll be fine. Stay here and wait for me. Keep dinner until I return.
Isn't it wonderful, Mum? Frank will be home for Christmas.
Yes, it is, said Fee quietly.
Almost nobody took the night train now, most people flew. After 600 miles from Sydney, the train arrived in Gilly. Only a few passengers got off. The station master knew Mrs. Cleary but did not talk to her. He only watched her walk down the steps and stand on the platform. He thought she looked very smart for her age, her clothes and hat were modern, and her shoes had high heels. Her figure was still good, and her face had few lines. She was an elegant woman, he thought. Frank saw his mother first. She did not know his face, but her heart knew him at once. He was 52 now. The years had changed him from a young man to one who looked much older. He was very thin and pale. His hair was cut short, and his clothes were loose and plain. He held a soft grey hat tightly in his hands. He looked shy and unsure, not bent or sick, but quiet and lost. It seemed he did not expect anyone to come for him, and he did not know what to do next. Fee walked quickly along the station platform.
Hello, Frank, she said.
He looked up. His eyes once had been bright, but now they were tired and soured. He looked older and worn out. But when he saw Fee, his eyes changed. They seemed hurt and helpless. She put her arms around him and held his head against her shoulder.
It's all right, she said softly. Everything will be all right.
In the car, Frank sat quietly at first. But as the car moved faster and left the town, he started to look outside.
It looks just the same, he whispered.
Yes, Fee said. Things change slowly out here.
They crossed an old wooden bridge over a small muddy river. Trees bent over the banks, and most of the riverbed was dry.
The Barwon, Frank said. I never thought I would see it again.
Dust rose behind the car as they drove over the long straight road between wide grassy fields.
Is the road new, Mum? He asked, trying to sound calm.
Yes, she said. It was built after the war.
They should have covered it with tar so the dust would stay down.
Fee laughed. Oh, we're used to dust here. It would cost too much to keep it clean in the rain. But the new road is straight and smooth. It shortened our trip a lot. We used to go through 27 gates, now only 14. And just wait until you see them, Frank. You don't need to open them anymore.
The car stopped at a steel gate. It lifted slowly, and when they passed through, it closed again by itself.
That's amazing, said Frank.
Yes, Fee smiled. We were the first in this area to use automatic gates. Only these ones though. Out in the paddocks, the gates still have to be opened by hand.
The person who made these gates must have opened many in his life, Frank said with a small grin. It was the first time he smiled. But then he grew quiet, and Fee said nothing more.
When they reached the last gate and drove into the main field near the house, Frank looked around.
I forgot how beautiful it is, he said.
It's home, Fee answered. We've cared for it.
Fee parked the car and walked with Frank to the big house. This time, he carried his own suitcase.
Would you like a room in the main house or a guest house by yourself? Fee asked.
The guest house, please, he said. His eyes showed how tired he was. It will be good to have some quiet. He said nothing more about his time away.
I think that will suit you, Fee said. The big house is full right now. The Cardinal is here, Dane and Justine are home, and Lottie and Mueller will arrive soon for Christmas. She rang for tea and lit the lamps.
Lottie and Mueller? Frank asked.
Yes, Fee said, pausing a moment. It's been a long time. They're friends of Meggie's.
Satisfied with the light, Fee sat down. We'll have dinner in 1 hour. But let's have tea first. I need to wash the dust from my throat.
Frank sat carefully on a soft seat and looked around. It looks very different from Aunt Mary's time, he said.
Yes, it does, Fee replied with a small smile.
Then Meggie came in. It was strange for Frank to see his sister as a grown woman. She hugged and kissed him, but he turned his face aside. He looked away from her and searched for his mother's eyes. Fee's look told him silently, "Don't worry, you will feel comfortable soon." A moment later, Meggie's daughter came in. She was tall and thin. She sat down with stiff movements, her hands twisting her dress as she looked from one person to another. Meggie's son came in with the Cardinal and sat quietly on the floor near his sister. He was handsome and calm. "Frank, this is wonderful," said Cardinal Ralph, shaking Frank's hand and glancing kindly toward Fee. "A cup of tea?" "Very good idea." The Cleary men came into the room together. It was not easy for them because they still had anger toward Frank. He knew it was because of how he had hurt their mother. He wanted to explain, but he did not know how. He also could not tell them about his pain and loneliness. The only person who really mattered to him was his mother, and she had never thought he needed forgiveness. The Cardinal tried to make the evening peaceful. He spoke kindly during dinner and later in the sitting room. He made sure to include Frank in the talk. "Bob, I wanted to ask you," said the Cardinal, "where are all the rabbits? I have seen many holes but no rabbits."
They are all dead, Bob said. Dead? Asked the Cardinal. Yes, Bob continued. They got a sickness called myxomatosis. Because of that and the dry years, farming in Australia almost failed around 1947. It was a very hard time.
Bob was glad to talk about this because it was not about Frank. But Frank made him unhappy when he said softly, "I knew it was bad, but not that bad." He thought the Cardinal would be pleased that he joined the talk.
Bob said sharply, "I'm not exaggerating. It was really that bad."
"What happened?" asked the Cardinal.
"The science organization here started tests a few years ago," Bob said. "They gave this new sickness to rabbits. At first, it did not spread much. But after 1 year, it moved very fast, maybe by mosquitoes or plants. Now millions have died. Sometimes you see sick rabbits with big lumps on their faces. It looks terrible. But it was amazing work. The sickness only hurts rabbits, not other animals. So now the rabbit problem is gone."
The Cardinal looked at Frank seriously. "Do you understand what that means, Frank?"
Frank shook his head and wished he could stay quiet.
"It means a kind of war with germs," said the Cardinal. "Australia made a sickness that killed trillions of rabbits. It worked perfectly. It shows people can destroy life with science, not only with bombs. It had to be done, but it is frightening."
Dane was listening carefully. "War with germs?" he asked. "I have never heard about that. What does it mean?"
"The words are new," said the Cardinal gently. "It means making a germ that hurts only one kind of life.
Dane made the sign of the cross and leaned close to the cardinal. "We should pray, shouldn't we?" he said.
The cardinal smiled down at him. Frank slowly began to find a small place in family life again. His mother, Fee, helped him most. She acted as if he had never gone away or caused pain. Quietly, she helped him live apart from his brothers. She knew that the strong, lively part of him was gone. She had seen it the moment she met him at the train station. He did not want to talk about his past life. Fee only wished to make him calm and content. She decided the best way was to accept Frank as he was. He did not work on the farm because his brothers did not want him there, and he also disliked that kind of work. He liked plants and the garden, so Fee let him spend his days there peacefully. Over time, the Cleary men got used to having Frank home again. They understood that he was no danger to them anymore. Nothing could ever change what their mother felt for him. It didn't matter if he was in jail or living on Drogheda, she would always love him. The main thing was that having him home on Drogheda made her happy. He didn't bother anyone. He was just the same as before. But for Fee, it was not a joy to have Frank home again. How could it be? Seeing him every day brought a quiet sadness, different from the pain of not seeing him at all. It was hard for her to watch the life and spirit of her beloved son broken. She knew he must have suffered terribly. One day, 6 months after Frank came home, Meggie went into the drawing room. Her mother was sitting there, looking through the big windows at Frank as he trimmed the roses near the road. When Fee turned away, Meggie felt a pain in her heart.
"Oh, Mum," she said softly.
Fee looked at her, shook her head, and smiled. "It's all right, Meggie," she said gently.
"If only I could do something," Meggie whispered.
"There is something," her mother said. "Keep living the way you do. I'm very thankful. You've become my friend."
6. 1954 to 1965 Dane.
"Well," said Justine to her mother, "I've decided what I'm going to do." "I thought you already had," Meggie replied. "You were going to study arts at Sydney University, weren't you?" "Oh, that was only to keep you calm while I made my real plans. But now everything is ready, so I can tell you."
Meggie stopped what she was doing, cutting cookie dough into tree shapes. Mrs. Smith was sick, and they were helping in the kitchen. Meggie looked at her daughter with tired eyes. She never knew how to deal with someone like Justine. If Justine said she wanted to do something wild, Meggie wasn't sure she could stop her.
"Go on then," Meggie said, going back to cutting cookies. "What is it?" "I'm going to be an actress." Meggie looked up. "A what?" "An actress," Justine said again. "Oh, dear." Meggie dropped the cookie cutter. "Justine, I don't want to hurt you, but do you think you really look the part for that kind of work?" "Oh, Mum." Justine sighed. "I don't mean a movie star. I don't want to pose or act silly. I want to perform real plays."
She was putting pieces of beef into a large barrel. "I have enough money to pay for training, right?"
"Yes," said Meggie. "Thanks to Cardinal de Bricassart. Then it's decided. I'll study acting with Albert Jones at the Culloden Theatre. I've also written to the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art in London to ask them to put me on their waiting list." "Are you sure, Justy?" Meggie asked. "Completely sure. I've wanted this for a long time." Justine pushed the last piece of meat under the liquid and put on the lid. "There. I hope I never see another piece of corned beef ever again." Meggie handed her a tray of cookies. "Put these in the oven at 400 degrees. I must say, this surprises me. Usually girls who want to be actresses pretend and play all the time, but you've only ever played yourself." "Oh, Mum, you're mixing up movie stars with actresses again. You really don't understand." "Well, aren't movie stars actresses too? Only the simple kind. Real actresses work on stage first. Even Laurence Olivier does films sometimes.
On Justine's dressing table was a signed photo of Laurence Olivier. Meggie had thought it was just a childish crush, though she had felt pleased that Justine had good taste. Her friends liked pictures of other actors instead.
I still don't understand, said Meggie, shaking her head. An actress. Justine smiled a little. Where else can I shout and cry and make noise but on a stage? I can't do it here or at school. I like shouting sometimes. But you're good at drawing, Justy. Why not be an artist? Meggie asked. Justine turned from the big stove and checked the gas gauge. We need a new bottle soon, but it will last for today. She looked at her mother with kind but firm eyes. You're so unrealistic, Mum. People say children forget to think about the practical side of jobs, but it seems you do too. I don't want to be poor and famous only after I die. I want to be known while I'm alive and have enough money. So I'll paint for fun and act to earn money. What do you think? You have money from Drogheda, Justy, Meggie said quickly, breaking her promise not to speak. You will never go hungry. If you prefer to paint, that's fine. You can. Justine looked interested. How much money do I have, Mum? Enough that you could live without working, if you wanted to, Meggie said. What a boring life that would be. I'd just talk on the phone and play cards like the mothers of my friends. I'll live in Sydney, not on Drogheda. Sydney is much nicer. She smiled brightly. Do I have enough money to remove my freckles with the new electrical treatment? I think so. But why would you want to? Because then people might look at my face, Justine said. I thought looks didn't matter to an actress. They don't, but I still hate my freckles, she said firmly. Are you sure you don't want to be an artist instead? Very sure, thank you. She laughed and twirled around. I'm going to be on stage, Mum. How did you get into the Culloden? Meggie asked. I went to an audition, Justine said proudly. And they picked you? Of course they did, Mum. You should trust me more. I'm very good. One day I'll be famous.
Meggie mixed green food coloring into a bowl of icing and poured it over small tree-shaped cakes. Is fame really that important to you, Justine? Of course, Justine said as she poured sugar into soft butter. The kitchen was hot from the gas stove. I'm completely sure I'll be famous one day. Don't you want to get married? Meggie asked. Justine looked shocked. No way. I don't want to spend my life cleaning noses and looking after children. I won't be someone's servant. You say terrible things sometimes. Where do you learn that kind of talk? At my fancy girls' school, of course, Justine said with a grin as she cracked eggs with one hand into a bowl. We're very refined girls. She beat the egg strongly. We even studied Latin jokes. Meggie smiled slightly. I shouldn't ask, but what did the Roman say in that one? He said, it's a very good protection, Justine explained. That's it? I thought it would be worse. You surprise me. But tell me, dear girl, why don't you like marriage? Justine laughed softly. Oh, Mum. You're funny to ask that. Meggie felt her face grow warm and looked down at the green cakes. Don't be rude, even if you're 17, she said. Isn't it strange, Justine said to the mixing bowl, that when I talk about parents, I'm suddenly rude? I only meant you're funny to ask. I actually think you did well without a husband. You raised us fine, you have money, and there were plenty of men around to help. I agree with you. Marriage isn't important. You're just like your father. Meggie said. You always say that when you're upset, Justine replied calmly. Well, I don't know him anyway, so I'll take your word for it. When are you leaving? Meggie asked. Justine laughed. Trying to send me away already? Don't worry, Mum, I know I shock you sometimes. How about taking me to the airport tomorrow? Let's go the day after instead. Tomorrow I'll take you to the bank. You should know how much money you have. And Justine? Justine looked up as Meggie's voice softened. Yes. If you're ever in trouble, please come home. You'll always have a place on Drogheda. Nothing you do could make me close the door to you.
Justine smiled kindly. Thanks, Mum. You're actually very nice underneath. Nice. Old, you mean? Meggie cried. I'm not old. I'm only 43. Justine laughed. Really? That much? Goodness.
Meggie threw a cookie and it hit Justine on the nose.
Oh, you naughty girl, she said, laughing. You are such a monster. Now I feel so old.
Her daughter smiled. Then Fee came in to check how things were in the kitchen. Meggie looked happy to see her.
Mum, do you know what Justine just told me? Meggie asked.
Fee's eyes were weak now, but her mind was still sharp. How could I know what she told you? Fee asked calmly. She looked at the green cookies and shivered a little. Because it feels like you and Justine sometimes keep secrets from me, said Meggie. And just when she finishes telling me her news, you walk in. At least they taste better than they look, said Fee, taking a small bite. Meggie, I don't tell your daughter to hide things from you. What's going on, Justine?
I told Mum I'm going to be an actress, Nana, Justine said. Oh, really? Is it true, or are you joking again? It's true. I'm starting at the Culloden.
Well, Fee said, leaning on the table. She looked at Meggie with a small smile. Children always want to make their own choices, don't they?
Meggie said nothing.
Do you not like it, Nana? Asked Justine.
Me? Not at all. It's your life, and you should do what you want. I think you'll be a good actress. You do? Meggie said with surprise. Of course, said Fee. Justine knows what she wants.
Right, said Justine, pushing her hair from her eyes.
Meggie noticed how kindly Justine looked at her grandmother, more warmly than she ever looked at her mother.
You're a good girl, Justine, said Fee, finishing the cookie. Not bad at all. But I wish you had used white icing.
You can't make green trees white, said Meggie.
Yes, you can. White could look like snow, said Fee.
Too late. They're already green like frog vomit, laughed Justine. Justine. Oops, sorry, Mum. I didn't want to make you feel sick. I'm not sick, said Meggie, annoyed. I only came to see if we could have some tea.
Fee sat down and said, Put on the kettle, Justine, please.
Meggie sat too. Do you think Justine will really do well, Mum? She asked softly.
Why not? Said Fee, watching Justine make the tea. She might change her mind, said Meggie. Is that true, Justine? Asked Fee.
No, said Justine firmly, putting cups and saucers on the table. Put the biscuits on a plate, said Meggie. And don't put the big milk can on the table. Use the small tea jug. Yes, Mum, said Justine. I just like to keep things simple. Just do it. It looks nicer.
Fee smiled. I don't think there's anything more to say. Justine should try. I believe she will do well.
I wish I could be sure, said Meggie sadly.
Are you dreaming of fame, Justine? Asked Fee.
That's part of it, said Justine, putting the old brown teapot on the table and sitting down quickly. Don't start, Mum. The silver pot stays for the living room. This teapot is fine, said Meggie with a smile.
Yes, nothing's better than a nice cup of tea, said Fee, sipping. Justine, why do you talk to your mother in such a hard way? It's not about fame. It's about you, isn't it? About me? Asked Justine. Yes. Being an actress is something you really feel you should do, right? Yes. Then you should have said that. Why make your mother upset with silly words?
Justine lifted her shoulders, finished her tea, and pushed the cup to her mother. Don't know, she said. I don't know, Fee corrected her. You'll need clear speech on stage. But this is the real reason, isn't it? I think so, said Justine quietly.
You are strong and proud, Justine, said Fee. But be careful. That same pride can cause trouble if you don't learn to control it. Don't be afraid of what others think of you.
Though I don't understand why you think your mother could be so unkind. She gently touched Justine's hand and said, Try to be nice, Justine. Work together.
I can't, she said quietly.
Well, child, if it helps you even a little, you have my good wishes.
Thanks, Nana, that means a lot, said Justine.
Then please show your thanks by finding your Uncle Frank and telling him there's tea in the kitchen.
Justine went out, and Meggie looked at Fee.
Mum, you're amazing, said Meggie.
You must admit, I never tried to control any of my children.
No, you didn't, said Meggie softly. We were grateful for that.
When Justine returned to Sydney, the first thing she did was start to remove her freckles. It was a slow process because she had many, so it would take about a year. After that, she would need to stay away from sun forever, or they would come back. The second thing she did was look for an apartment. It was not easy at that time because most people liked houses, not buildings with many flats. Finally, she found a 2-room flat in Neutral Bay, inside a big old house near the water. The house was very old and had been changed into small dark apartments. The rent was £5.10 a week, which was quite high, especially because the kitchen and bathroom were shared with other people. But Justine was happy enough. She had learned useful home skills, but she did not really care much about housework. Living at Bothwell Gardens interested her more than her training at the theatre, where she mostly watched rehearsals and learned lots of difficult lines. In Bothwell Gardens, there were 6 flats and a landlady named Mrs. Devine. Mrs. Devine was 65, from London, with sad eyes and a habit of complaining. She said bad things about Australia but still liked to make money from Australians. She always talked about how expensive gas and electricity were. She also liked a young Englishman who lived next door to Justine. He was named Peter Wilkins and worked as a traveling salesman. He often joked, I make the landlady laugh, and she lets me use my heater even in summer.
You shouldn't do that, said Justine calmly.
Come over for a cup of tea sometime, he said.
She did visit him, choosing times when Mrs. Devine wasn't watching. Peter tried to flirt with her often, but Justine was strong and always stopped him easily. She had learned strength from her years of hard work on Drogheda.
You can't stay like this forever, Justine. Times have changed, you don't have to wait until marriage.
I don't plan to wait for marriage, she said, fixing her dress. I just haven't decided who will be the right man.
You're not special, he said sharply. He was upset because she had hurt his feelings.
No, I'm not, said Justine. But your words don't bother me. Some men only care that a girl is new to love.
And some women are like that, too, muttered Peter, pointing toward another flat.
Oh, I do, said Justine.
The 2 girls who lived in the front apartment were a couple. At first, they were happy when Justine moved in. But soon they learned she was not interested in that kind of relationship. She did not understand what they meant at first, but when they explained, she just smiled and did not care much. After some time, they became good friends. She listened to their problems and helped them when things went wrong. She even helped Billy when she was in trouble with the police and took Bobby to the hospital after a big fight. Justine never chose sides when other friends joined their group. To her, their lives seemed very uncertain. Men could be difficult too, but at least they were different. With her friends from the Culloden, Bothwell Gardens, and school, Justine had many people around her. She was kind and always helped others. She did not tell them much about her own problems. She talked about those only with Dane. Her friends were amazed by how calm and strong she was. It seemed she had trained herself to stay peaceful whatever happened. Everyone wondered when she would find love and feel truly happy, but she did not rush. Arthur Lestrange was a famous actor and had worked for Albert Jones for a long time. He was about 40, strong and handsome, and the audience always liked him. At first, he did not pay attention to Justine. She was quiet and worked hard. But after a year, her skin treatment was finished, and she looked different. Without freckles and with eye makeup, she looked pretty in a simple way. She was not as beautiful as her mother or some other women, and she was quite slim. Her bright red hair was what people noticed most. On stage, she could change easily and make people believe she was beautiful or ugly, depending on the role. Arthur finally noticed her during one of her lessons. She was reading a part from Lord Jim with different voices. She was amazing. Albert Jones was very excited, and Arthur could see why. She was not only good at copying voices, she gave feelings to every word. Her voice was strong and deep, perfect for acting. Later, he saw her reading while drinking tea and went to sit next to her.
What are you reading?
She looked up and smiled. Proust.
Don't you find him boring?
Boring? No. He tells many stories about people. He's really a talker.
Arthur felt she thought she was smarter than him, but he didn't mind. She was young, after all.
I heard you reading Conrad. Very good.
Thank you.
Maybe we could have coffee sometime and talk about your plans.
If you want, she said, and went back to reading.
Arthur was happy he said coffee instead of dinner. His wife did not like him spending money, and dinner would mean something more serious. He invited her to a small cafe he liked, a dark place where he knew his wife would not look for him. Justine had learned to smoke so that she would not always seem too proper. She took out her new pack and opened it carefully. Arthur watched her and smiled.
Why take so much trouble? You could just tear it open.
That would look messy, she said.
He touched the pack, thinking, if I were a student of Freud.
If you were Freud, what? She asked, then turned to the waitress. Cappuccino, please.
Arthur was a little annoyed that she ordered for herself, but he stayed calm.
Vienna for me, please. Now, about Freud. I wonder what he would think of this.
She took back the pack, opened it, took out a cigarette, and lit it before he could help her. Well, she asked.
The air in the room was thick with smoke and laughter. Several men looked their way as she laughed.
Arthur, are you asking if I'm still innocent? She said with a teasing smile.
Arthur sighed. Justine, you really need to learn how to answer questions more carefully.
She leaned forward on the table. What else should I learn?
Well, what do you want to know? He asked.
I already know a lot, she said proudly.
In everything?
You speak very strongly, Arthur. I like how you said that.
There are things you can only learn by doing them, he said softly, moving a small curl away from her face.
Really? I think watching others is enough, she replied.
What about love? He asked gently. How can you pretend to be Juliet if you don't understand love?
That's a good question, she said. I agree.
Have you ever loved anyone?
No.
Do you know what love means?
Not at all.
Then maybe Freud was right, he said with a smile.
She took a cigarette from the box and looked at it, amused. Maybe he was.
Arthur quickly took the plastic wrap from the box, crushed it in his hand, and dropped it into the ashtray. I'd like to teach you what it means to be a woman, he said quietly.
She watched the plastic move in the ashtray, then burned it with a match. Why not? She whispered. Yes, why not?
Arthur placed his hand on his chest. Should it be gentle and sweet, with flowers and moonlight? Or quick and sharp, like a spark?
She laughed. Oh, Arthur, I'd prefer something short and simple. No roses, please, I don't need too much romance.
He looked at her sadly. Justine, everyone feels passion one day. Even you will want it someday.
She shook her head. We'll see. Come on, let's get it done before I change my mind.
Now? Tonight?
Why not? I can pay for a hotel room.
They walked together through the quiet streets, her arm resting softly on his. There weren't many people around, some sailors, a few young women chatting. No one looked at them, which made Arthur happy. He stopped at a shop and came out smiling.
Now we're ready, he said.
What did you buy? She asked.
He laughed. Not what you think. Something safer.
She grinned. After years at boarding school, Arthur, we talked about everything.
Later, they stood in a large hotel room overlooking Sydney Harbour. The furniture was old but beautiful.
It's a lovely view, she said, pulling back the curtains. What now?
You take off your clothes, he said gently.
Anything else? She teased.
He sighed. All of them, Justine. It feels better that way.
She undressed quickly and got onto the bed. Is this right? She asked.
Arthur looked at her and smiled. You're really a redhead.
What did you expect? She said playfully.
Don't joke, darling, he said softly, moving closer. He kissed her face and neck and held her warmly. There. Isn't that nice? He whispered.
Yes, she said quietly. It feels nice.
Silence filled the room. Only soft voices and kisses could be heard. There was a big old dressing table at the end of the bed. Its mirror was turned so it showed what was happening on the bed.
Turn off the light, Arthur, Justine said.
No, my dear, Arthur answered. Love should not hide in the dark.
Arthur moved closer to Justine. He touched her gently and then lay between her legs. It was a little uncomfortable for her, but not too painful. She looked past Arthur's shoulder into the mirror. The picture looked strange. Their legs seemed short, and the mirror mostly showed Arthur's back. When he moved, his body looked funny in the glass. Justine looked again and suddenly started to laugh. She put her hand to her mouth and could not stop the sound.
Arthur tried to calm her. It's all right, my love, he whispered softly. It shouldn't hurt anymore.
Her chest moved quickly as she tried to breathe. He held her close, whispering kind words. Then her head went back, and she started laughing loudly. The more confused Arthur became, the harder she laughed. Tears ran down her face while she pointed at the end of the bed. Her body shook with laughter, not in the way Arthur had expected. Justine had always been much closer to her brother Dane than to their mother. Their love for their mother was strong, but it was a different kind of love than what they felt for each other. They had been close from when they were very young. When their mother left Drogheda, they already shared deep trust and comfort. Sitting together at Mrs. Smith's kitchen table, learning their lessons, they became each other's best friends forever. Although they were very different people, they liked many of the same things. When they didn't share the same tastes, they still respected each other. They understood each other well. Justine often judged other people but did not see her own mistakes. Dane was gentle and forgiving with others but very hard on himself. She thought she was strong, he felt weak. Still, together they had a perfect friendship. She talked more, so Dane knew all about her thoughts and feelings, while she knew less about his. She often said whatever she wanted, and Dane quietly listened, always kind and patient. He never told her that he sometimes felt sorry for her.
One sunny day, Justine wore a big straw hat to keep her face in the shade. Guess what I did last night? She asked.
You acted in your first big play, Dane said.
No, silly. I would have told you if that happened. Try again.
You got hit by mistake in one of Bobby's fights.
No, not that, she said, smiling.
Dane sighed. I give up. Tell me.
They were sitting on the grass near St. Mary's Cathedral. Dane had called to tell Justine he was coming to the city for a special church service, and they had planned to meet before it. Dane was finishing his last year at school. He was the captain of almost everything: cricket, rugby, handball, and tennis, and the best student in his class. He was 17, tall and fair, with no pimples or clumsy ways. He looked more like a young man than a schoolboy, except for his uniform. It was warm and sunny. Dane took off his school hat and rested on the grass. Justine sat close beside him. He opened one eye and looked at her lazily.
So, what did you do last night, Jess?
I think I had my first time, she said quietly.
Dane opened both eyes wide. You're joking.
Pooh. High time, I say. How can I hope to be a good actress if I don't have a clue what goes on between men and women? You ought to save yourself for the man you marry.
Justine looked upset. Oh, Dane, you sound so old-fashioned. What if I don't meet the man I marry until I'm 40? Do you want me to wait all that time? Are you going to wait too? I don't think I'll ever get married, he said.
Well, neither will I. So why keep waiting? I want to understand life, not wonder forever.
Dane smiled and lay down on his stomach. He looked at her carefully, his face gentle. Was it okay for you? I mean, did you feel bad about it?
She thought for a moment. No, it wasn't bad, she said slowly. But I don't understand why people say it's so wonderful. It was fine, but not amazing. I didn't choose carelessly, though. He was kind and knew what he was doing.
Dane sighed. You are strange, Justine. I'd rather you said you liked someone so much you couldn't help yourself. It's better when it happens because you care about a person, not just because of the act. That's why you didn't feel very happy.
Her smile vanished. Oh, Dane, now you make me feel terrible. Are you saying I did something wrong?
You know I never try to hurt you, he said softly. But sometimes you act without thinking. He spoke in a slow, deep voice. I am the voice of your conscience, Justine O'Neill.
You're impossible, she said. She rolled over on the grass beside him so he couldn't see her face. You know why I did it, don't you?
Oh, Justy, he said sadly, but she didn't let him finish.
I'm never going to love anyone, she said fiercely. If you love people, they hurt you. If you need them, they still hurt you. That's the truth.
It always made Dane sad that she felt alone in love, and even sadder because he knew he was part of the reason. She loved him very much, without anger or jealousy, even when she felt left out. He understood that in their family she was always outside the circle while he was in the center. He had prayed for things to change, but they never did. He wanted to make it right with her someday. She acted brave and told herself she was fine, but he could see the pain behind it. He knew she was full of kindness and strength, while he felt less worthy. He thought their mother loved him more because he looked strong and spoke easily with people. And maybe because he was a boy. He had always trusted Justine, shared many things with her no one else knew. He thought about how much she cared for their mother, even if she didn't say it. I will make up for it someday, he thought. She gave me everything, and I owe her for that. Then he looked at his watch and stood up quickly. He remembered he had a promise to keep.
I have to go, Jess, he said.
You and your church, she called. Will you ever stop caring about it?
Never, he answered with a smile.
When will I see you?
Tomorrow at 11, here. It's Saturday.
Okay. Take care, good boy.
He started to walk away, his hat back on his head. He turned and smiled at her.
Am I ever not good?
She laughed. No, you're too good to be true. I'm the one who always gets into trouble. See you tomorrow.
There were big red leather doors inside St. Mary's. Dane pushed one open and went in. He had left Justine a little earlier than he needed to, because he liked to arrive at church before it became busy and noisy. When he was alone, he felt peaceful. A church helper was lighting candles on the high altar. Dane bent his head, made the sign of the cross, and quietly sat in a pew. He rested his forehead on his hands and let his thoughts drift. He did not say words of prayer, but he felt part of the calm and holy air around him. It made him feel light and free, as if he was only a small glowing flame in the darkness. In the quiet, he forgot himself and felt no pain. He closed his eyes. From the organ gallery came the sound of feet, a soft breath, and then a few musical notes. The St. Mary's Cathedral Boys' School Choir had come early to practice before the midday benediction. It was only a short service, but one of Dane's teachers from Riverview would lead it, and Dane wanted to be there. The organ played softly, and one clear young voice began to sing. It sounded pure and gentle. The few people in the large church closed their eyes, touched by the beauty.
Lord, I feel alone. I hope life's pain will pass soon. People do not understand that sometimes life hurts even when you are gifted. But you know, and your comfort helps me. I will do whatever you ask, because I love you. If I may ask anything, let me forget everything but you. You're very quiet, Mum, Dane said. What are you thinking about? Drogheda?
No, Meggie answered sleepily. I'm thinking that I'm getting old. I found some grey hairs this morning, and my bones ache.
You'll never be old, Mum, he said gently.
I wish that were true, love, but it isn't, she replied. I'm starting to need my scarf around my head, and that is a sure sign of age.
They lay on towels in the warm winter sun on the grass at Drogheda, near the pool where the hot water roared and splashed. The smell of sulphur drifted lightly in the air. Swimming there in winter was one of Meggie's favorite things. The heat made her body feel young again. She turned onto her back, resting her head in the shadow of the old log where she and Father Ralph had sat many years ago. It was hard to remember how it had felt when he had kissed her then, the memory was almost gone. Meggie heard Dane stand up and opened her eyes. He was always her baby, her sweet little boy. Even though he had grown up, she still saw him as that happy child. But now, looking at him in his short swimsuit against the bright sky, she suddenly understood he was not a child anymore. He was a man. A mix of pride, sadness, anger, and love filled her. It was strange and painful to realize this. She looked at him and thought, he is like Ralph, and a little like me. She felt shy and tried not to think that her son was now a man. Did he see her as a woman now, or still just as Mum? How quickly he had grown.
Dane, do you know much about women?
You mean about love and things like that?
Yes, she replied. Not only what you learn from books. Have you ever tried it in real life?
Dane shook his head and sat down beside her.
It's strange you ask, Mum. I've wanted to talk to you about this for a long time, but I didn't know how.
You're 18, Meggie said softly. Isn't it too soon to think about love and marriage?
That's the thing, he said. I'm not thinking about that at all.
A cool wind moved over them, and Meggie pulled her robe around her shoulders.
You mean you don't want that kind of life? She asked.
That's right, Dane said. I don't want it. I've thought about it, yes. I wanted a wife and family, but I can't. There's no space in my heart for both them and God. I love God too much. I've felt this for as long as I can remember, and my love for Him grows stronger as I get older. It's hard to explain, but it's wonderful.
Meggie looked into his calm blue eyes. They reminded her of Ralph's, but brighter and filled with something deeper. Her son was different, more spiritual, more devoted. She held her robe tightly around her, feeling cold and worried.
So I asked myself, Dane continued, how could I show God how much I love him? I didn't want the answer, because I also wanted a life as a man. But now I know what I must give him. I must give up the one thing that could take his place in my heart. I must choose. God will let me have many things, but not that. I need to show him that I understand why he made me as I am, and that my life as a man is not the most important thing.
No, Dane, you can't. Meggie cried, grabbing his arm. She felt his strong skin and muscles, just like Ralph's. Her heart ached at the thought that no woman would hold him that way.
I'm going to be a priest, Mum, he said quietly. I will give everything I have to God and serve him all my life. I will live in poverty, love others, and obey him completely. He asks for everything, and I'm ready to give it.
Meggie stared at him, her heart full of love and fear. As if he had hurt her deeply, so much that she could not breathe. He never thought she would suffer like this. He had dreamed she would be proud and happy to give her son to God. People said she would be full of joy, but now she was looking at him as if this was the worst thing that could happen.
It's all I've ever wanted, he said sadly, looking into her hurt eyes. Oh, Mum, please understand. I only want to be a priest. Nothing else feels right for me.
Her hand fell from his arm. He looked down and saw the faint marks where her fingers had held him. Then she lifted her head and started laughing loudly and bitterly. Her laughter lasted a long time. When she could speak, she wiped her eyes with a shaking hand.
It's unbelievable, she said brokenly. What a cruel twist. I never saw what it meant before. To the church you belong, and to the church you must go. Oh, how strange it is. God always takes away what women love most.
Please, Mum, don't say that, he cried. He did not understand her words, only her sadness. Tears ran down his face. In that moment, he began to feel what giving himself to God really meant. He could not stop crying, but he knew he could not change his choice. The giving had to be complete.
She watched his tears and felt sorry for him. It was not right to make him suffer because of her pain. He was her son, her light, she would not punish him for her own feelings.
Dane, don't cry, she whispered softly. She touched the red marks on his arm. I didn't mean to hurt you. You surprised me, that's all. Of course I'm happy for you. How could I not be? You just shocked me. She gave a small, nervous laugh. You really dropped the news like a heavy stone.
He looked at her carefully. Why had he thought he destroyed her? Now her eyes looked warm again, full of love and life. He hugged her tightly.
You're sure it's all right, Mum?
All right. A good Catholic mother could never be unhappy her son wants to be a priest, she said quickly, standing up. It's getting cold. Let's go back.
They had come in a jeep, not horses. Dane took the driver's seat, and Meggie sat next to him.
Do you know where you're going? She asked, wiping her tears.
I think to St. Patrick's College first, he said. Later I might join an order. I like the Jesuits, but I'm not sure yet.
Meggie looked out at the dry grass moving in the wind. I have a better idea, Dane.
Oh, he said, keeping his eyes on the rough track.
I will send you to Rome, to Cardinal de Bricassart. Do you remember him?
Remember him? How could I forget? He's the perfect priest. If I could be like him, I would be happy.
Perfect. Meggie said quickly. We'll see. But he'll take care of you for me. You can study in Rome.
Really, Mum? Do we have enough money? It would cost much less if I stayed here in Australia.
Thanks to the same Cardinal de Bricassart, we have all we need, she said.
At the kitchen door, she pushed him gently inside.
Go tell the girls and Mrs. Smith, she said. They'll be very happy for you.
Then she walked slowly up to the house, into the drawing room where Fee sat talking to Anne Mueller. They were having afternoon tea. When Meggie entered, both looked up and saw something serious in her face. For many years the Muellers had visited Drogheda every season. But last autumn, Luddy Mueller had died suddenly. After that, Meggie wrote to Anne, asking her to come live at Drogheda for good. There was plenty of space, a small guest house for her privacy, and enough money for comfort. Anne could pay rent if she wished, but Meggie didn't mind. There was more than enough for everyone. Meggie thought it was a chance to give something back after her lonely years in Queensland. Anne, on the other hand, saw it as something that could save her. Himmelhock was very quiet without Luddy. She had hired someone to manage the place but didn't sell it. When Anne died, it would belong to Justine.
What is it, men? Anne asked.
Meggie sat down slowly. I feel like something heavy has hit me, she said sadly.
What do you mean?
You were right, Meggie said. You told me I would lose him. I didn't believe you. I thought I could fight against God. But no woman can do that. God always wins.
Fee poured her a cup of tea. Drink some tea, she said gently. Tell me, how did you lose him?
He is going to be a priest, Meggie said. She started laughing and crying at the same time.
Anne moved carefully to Meggie's chair and touched her hair softly. Oh, my dear, don't cry. It's not so terrible, she said kindly.
Do you know about Dane? Fee asked Anne.
Yes, I've always known, Anne answered.
Meggie stopped crying and spoke more calmly. It's not so terrible. It's the start of the end. This is my punishment. I took Ralph away from God, and now I must pay with my son. You told me it was wrong, Mum, but I didn't believe you. You were right.
Will he go to St. Pat's? Fee asked.
Meggie smiled sadly. No, Mum. I'll send him to Ralph. He is part of Ralph, and Ralph should spend time with him. Dane is more important than Ralph, and I know he wants to go to Rome.
Did you ever tell Ralph about Dane? Anne asked softly.
No. And I will never tell him.
They look so alike that he might guess.
Ralph? No, he'll never guess. I will send him my son, but not his son.
Be careful, Meggie, Anne said quietly. The gods might not be finished with you yet.
What more can happen to me? Meggie said sadly.
When Justine heard that Dane wanted to be a priest, she was very angry. She had felt for years that it might happen someday. They had gone to school together in Sydney, and Dane often talked to her about things he did not tell his mother. Justine knew that religion was very important to him. He loved not only God but also the beauty of the Catholic Church, its music, colors, and prayers. She thought that if he had been born into another church, he would have become Catholic anyway, because his heart wanted something deep and special. She also found it strange that Dane was so handsome but didn't like his own looks. He hated when people talked about his face and wished he were plain. She partly understood him and even liked that he didn't care about beauty, since her job as an actress was all about looks. But she couldn't understand why he disliked himself so strongly. He was not interested in love or passion, maybe because he tried very hard to control his feelings. He played sports every day so that he would be very tired at night. Justine knew he liked girls, he preferred tall and dark ones, but he didn't pay much attention to how things felt, smelled, or looked. Only when someone truly caught his heart did he notice such things. One night after a play, backstage, he told her that his plan to go to Rome had been accepted. He was very happy and wanted to share it, even though he knew she wouldn't like hearing it. Religion was the one topic that always made her upset, but that night he couldn't hide his joy.
You're silly, she said angrily.
It's what I want, he replied calmly.
Idiot.
Calling me names won't change anything, Jess.
I know, she said. It just helps me feel a little better.
You should feel better on stage, he said kindly. You were really good tonight, Jess. After hearing this, I'll feel better, she said firmly. Are you going to St. Pat's? No. I'm going to Rome to see Cardinal de Bricassart. Mum arranged it.
Dane, no. It's so far away.
Why don't you come, too? At least go to England. You're clever and you have experience. You could find a good job easily.
She sat at the mirror, cleaning off her stage makeup. She still wore Electra's costume. The dark lines around her eyes made her look strange. She nodded slowly.
Yes, I think I could, she said softly. It's time for me to go. Australia feels too small now. All right, my friend. England it is.
Great. I get holidays from the seminary, just like at university. We can meet then, travel together in Europe, and go home to Drogheda. I've been thinking about it, Jess. It will be perfect if you're not too far away.
She smiled warmly. Yes, it will. Life wouldn't be the same if I couldn't talk to you.
That's what I hoped you'd say. He laughed a little. But really, Jess, I worry about you. I like to know you're near, where I can see you sometimes. Someone has to remind you to behave. He slid down onto the floor between a soldier's helmet and a strange mask, curling up so no one would trip over him. Justine was in the shared dressing room, not one of the special ones. Many actors walked past all the time.
That old Cardinal de Bricassart, she said sharply. I hated him the first time I saw him.
Dane laughed. No, you didn't.
I did. I really did.
Actually, Aunt told me something once. I'll bet you don't know it.
What don't I know? She asked carefully.
She said when you were a baby, he fed you milk and rocked you to sleep. You didn't like being held, but you liked it when he held you.
That's not true.
Yes, it is, Dane said, smiling. But why do you dislike him now?
I just do. He looks like a thin, old bird, and he makes me feel sick.
I've always liked him. Father Watty says he's a perfect priest. I think so too.
Well, I don't care what you think.
Justine.
She laughed. That shocked you, didn't it? You didn't think I knew those kinds of words.
His eyes sparkled. Do you even know what that word means? Come on, tell me.
She laughed more. You might become a priest soon, so if you don't know already, don't try to find out.
He became serious. Don't worry, I won't.
Just then, a woman stopped near Dane. He looked up, turned red, and said quietly, "Oh, hello, Martha."
Hello yourself, she said.
Martha was a beautiful woman, not the best actress, but always nice to look at on stage. Dane had talked about her before. She was tall, with dark hair and eyes, pale skin, and a lovely figure. She sat on the edge of Justine's table, swinging one leg and smiling at Dane. She clearly liked him. She thought he was very handsome. How did Plain just have such a good-looking brother? He was only 18, but she didn't seem to care.
Would you like to come to my place for coffee and maybe something else? She asked. Then she added quickly, you both can come, if you want.
Justine shook her head. She smiled as if she had a clever idea. No thanks, Martha. I can't. Dane will have to go alone.
Dane shook his head too, but he looked a little sorry. Thanks anyway, Martha, but I can't. He looked at his watch. Oh no. My parking meter is almost up. Jess, how much longer will you be?
About 10 minutes.
I'll wait for you outside, okay?
Scared, are you? She teased.
Martha watched him walk out. He's so handsome. Why won't he look at me?
Justine smiled and wiped her face clean. Her freckles showed again. Maybe London would be good for her, no sun there.
Oh, don't worry, he looks. He wants to, maybe. But will he? Not Dane.
Why not? What's wrong with him? Don't tell me he's one of those. Why is it that every handsome man I meet turns out like that? Dane never seemed that way to me.
Watch your words. He's not like that at all. If he ever looked at Sweet William, that noisy boy, I would be really angry.
Well, if he's not like that and he likes me, why doesn't he do something? Doesn't he understand my hints? Maybe he thinks I'm too old.
Sweetie, even at 100 you won't be too old for most men. Don't worry. Dane just doesn't want any romantic life. The silly man wants to be a priest.
Martha's mouth dropped open. She shook her black hair behind her. No way.
It's true.
You mean he's going to waste all that? He's so handsome.
Yes, he's giving himself to God.
Then God must really like men, said Martha.
You might be right, said Justine. He's not much interested in women. We're second class to him. The best places are for men.
Oh?
Justine took off Electra's robe, put on a thin cotton dress, and when she remembered it was cold outside, she added a cardigan. She touched Martha's head softly. Don't worry, sweetie. You're lucky God didn't give you too much to think about. Life is easier that way. You'll never try to fight against men.
I don't know. I'd like to fight God for your brother.
Forget it. You can't win against the system. You'd have better luck trying to charm Sweet Willie.
A car from the church met Dane at the airport. It drove him quickly through sunny, old streets full of smiling people. He looked out the window, very excited to see the things he had only seen in pictures, Roman columns, fancy palaces, and the beautiful church of St. Peter's. Waiting for him, dressed in all red, was Ralph Cardinal de Bricassart. The cardinal held out his hand with a shining ring. Dane knelt and kissed it. Stand up, Dane. Let me see you. Dane stood and smiled. The cardinal was almost the same height. They looked right into each other's eyes. Dane felt that the cardinal had a strong spiritual power, like a pope, but his eyes looked sad. Dane thought he must have suffered a lot but still became a great priest. The cardinal looked at Dane with love, thinking he loved him because he was Meggie's son. Dane was tall, handsome, and graceful, just as he would have liked a son of his own to be. He had never seen anyone move so well. But more than being good-looking, Dane had a good heart. He seemed strong and calm, almost like an angel. The cardinal wondered if he had been like that at 18. No, he hadn't. Maybe Dane was different because he chose this life himself. Sit down, Dane. Did you start learning Italian?
Yes, I can speak it now, though it's simple. I read it very well. It's my fourth language, so it was easy. I learn languages quickly. In a few weeks, I'll speak like the locals.
Good. I'm good with languages too, said the cardinal.
They are useful, said Dane politely. The cardinal in his red clothes looked very grand and made Dane a little nervous. It was hard to remember the kind man he had once seen on a horse at Drogheda.
The cardinal thought about Meggie's letter. She had written, I give him to you, Ralph. Take care of him. Make sure he truly wants this life. If he ever stops wanting it, send him back to me. Dane, are you sure this is what you want? Asked the cardinal.
Yes, I'm sure, Dane said.
Why? Asked the cardinal. Dane's eyes looked calm but distant, in a way that felt familiar yet belonged to a time long past. Because I love our Lord, I wish to serve him as a priest for all my life.
Do you know what it means to serve him, Dane? Yes?
It means that no other love can come before him. You belong to him alone and must turn away from all others.
Yes?
You must do what he wants in everything. You must forget your pride and think less of yourself.
Yes?
It also means you must be ready to face danger or hardship for his sake. You must not hold on to anything that could lessen your love for him.
Yes?
Are you strong enough, Dane?
I am only a man, Your Eminence. I know it will be hard, but I hope God will help me to be strong.
Do you truly want this? Nothing else will satisfy you.
Nothing.
And if you change your mind one day, what then?
I would ask to leave, Dane said with surprise. If I changed my mind, it would mean I chose the wrong path, not that I love him less. Then I would ask to go, because it would not be how he wants me to serve him.
But once you take your final vows, you understand there is no way back?
I understand, Dane said calmly. Any choice I make will come before that time.
Cardinal Ralph leaned back, feeling tired. Had he ever been that sure himself? Why did you come to me, Dane? Why Rome? Why not stay in Australia?
My mother thought Rome was best, but I always dreamed of it. I never thought we had enough money.
Your mother is very wise. Did she tell you?
Tell me what, Your Eminence.
That you have a yearly income of £5,000 and much more money saved in your name? Dane froze.
No. She never told me.
She was wise to wait. But the money is yours, and Rome can be your place if you wish. Do you want Rome?
Yes?
Why do you want me, Dane?
Because I think you are the best example of a true priest, Your Eminence.
Cardinal Ralph's face became tense. No, Dane. You must not see me that way. I am not a perfect priest. I broke my vows. I learned through pain that I am first a human being, and only then a priest.
Your Eminence, please don't say that, Dane said softly. You are still my idea of a good priest. Maybe you don't understand what I mean. I don't think a perfect priest is someone without human weakness. I think it means someone who has suffered, learned, and grown. I hope I'm not speaking wrongly. If I have offended you, forgive me. It's hard to say what I feel. I only mean that a priest becomes perfect through many years of struggle and keeping faith in God.
The phone rang. Cardinal Ralph answered in Italian. Yes, thank you, we will come right away. He stood up. It's time for afternoon tea. We will have it with an old friend of mine, one of the most important men in the church, next to the Holy Father. I told him about you, and he wants to meet you.
Thank you, Your Eminence.
They walked through long halls and beautiful gardens, different from the ones in Drogheda. Tall trees stood beside clean lawns and stone paths. Arches and bridges rose above them. Dane looked around with wonder. This old place filled him with peace. After about 15 minutes of walking, they reached a large palace. Inside was a wide marble staircase covered with lovely tapestries. Cardinal Vittorio Scarbanza, di Continivercis, was 66 years old. His body was weak from illness, but his mind was still sharp. A grey cat named Natasha sat purring on his lap. He smiled warmly and waved for them to come closer. His eyes moved from Ralph's face to Dane's, then grew wide with surprise. The young man looked almost like Ralph himself. Cardinal Vittorio pressed his hand to his chest, as if to calm his heart, and stared silently at Dane. Vittorio, are you all right? Ralph asked gently, taking his thin wrist to feel his pulse. A little passing pain, no more. Sit down, sit down.
First, I want you to meet Dane O'Neill. He is the son of a very good friend of mine. Dane, this is His Eminence Cardinal di Continivercis.
Dane knelt and kissed the ring. The cardinal looked at Ralph carefully, watching his face. Then he relaxed a little. He understood that Ralph did not know everything. When people saw Dane and Ralph together, they might think they were family. Poor Ralph did not see how much Dane looked like him. He did not notice his own walk or his smile. God was kind to make people blind to such things.
Sit down, please. The tea is coming, said the cardinal. So, young man, you want to be a priest and Cardinal de Bricassart is helping you?
Yes, Your Eminence.
You made a good choice. Ralph will take good care of you. But you look a little shy. Is everything too new for you?
I feel very honored, Your Eminence. I didn't know how important cardinals are. I never dreamed you would meet me at the airport or have tea with me.
Yes, it is not usual, said the cardinal. Ah, here comes the tea. He smiled and raised a finger. No, I will pour the tea. How do you like it, Dane?
The same as Ralph, Dane said, turning bright red. I'm sorry, Your Eminence, I didn't mean to say that.
It's fine, Dane, said Ralph. The cardinal understands. We first met as friends, not in this formal way. I think we can still call each other by our first names in private, right, Vittorio?
I don't mind, said the cardinal kindly. I like first names. But I want to talk about your friendship with Ralph. When you go to the seminary, people might wonder about your close connection to him. It is easier if we tell a small lie, just for comfort. We will say that Ralph is your uncle. That will stop people from asking too many questions.
Dane looked surprised, and Ralph looked tired.
Don't be upset, my son, said the cardinal gently. Great men also make small lies to make life easier. You should learn that. But looking at you, I think you won't use such tricks. Still, remember, we church men must sometimes act like diplomats. I only want the best for you. People can be jealous. They will treat you better if they think Ralph is your uncle. You will face less trouble that way.
Dane bowed his head and then looked at the cat near the cardinal. He reached out his hand. May I touch her? I love cats, Your Eminence.
The cardinal smiled warmly. Yes, you may. She is heavy now, and she eats too much. Go to Dane, Natasha. He is young and kind.
Justine could not move to Rome as quickly as Dane. She stayed in her job at the Colonna a little longer. When she was ready to leave, her room was full of clothes, papers, and boxes. How did I collect so much stuff? She asked.
Meggie looked up while cleaning, holding a small box of steel wool pads. What were these doing under your bed? Oh, thank goodness. So that's where they were. I thought Mrs. D.'s little dog ate them. He was sick, and I was afraid to say anything. He eats everything, she added with a smile. Not that I would be sad if he went away for good. Oh, Jus, you are so funny. She threw the box onto the bed, already covered with piles of things.
You're no credit to Drogheda, are you? After all the care we took pushing neatness and tidiness into your head, too.
I could have told you it was a lost cause. Do you want to take the soap pads back to Drogheda? I know I'm sailing and my luggage is unlimited, but I dare say there are tons of soap pads in London. Meggie put the box into a big carton marked Mrs. D. I think we should give them to Mrs. Devine. She needs to make this flat clean for the next person. A pile of dirty dishes stood on the table, covered in old mold. Do you wash your dishes? She asked. Justine laughed. Dane says I don't wash them, I shave them. You would need to cut their hair first. Why don't you wash them when you finish eating? Because I eat late at night. I don't want people to hear me walking to the kitchen. Give me a box, said her mother. I'll take care of them now. Meggie had expected this and didn't mind helping. Usually, Justine never accepted help, but this time Meggie could do things for her and feel useful. Soon the job was done, and the two women left in the station wagon Meggie had brought from Gilly. They were going to the Hotel Australia, where Meggie had a suite. I wish you Drogheda people would buy a house at Palm Beach or Avalon, Justine said as she put her case in the second bedroom. This place is awful, right in Martin Place. Imagine living near the beach. You would come from Gilly much more often. Why should I come to Sydney? Said Meggie. I've been here 2 times in 7 years, to see Dane leave, and now to see you go. If we had a house, no one would use it. Nonsense. Why? Because Drogheda drives me crazy. There's so much more in the world than that place. Meggie sighed. One day, Justine, you will want to go back to Drogheda. Does Dane feel the same way? Meggie didn't answer. She picked up her bag. We'll be late. Madame Rocher said 2 o'clock. If you want your dresses before you sail, We must hurry. I know my place, Justine said with a smile. Justine, why didn't you introduce me to your friends? I saw no one at Bothwell Gardens except Mrs. Devine, said Meggie as they sat in Germaine Roche's salon, watching the slow models walk around. Oh, my friends are shy. I like that orange dress. Do you? Not with your hair. Choose the grey one. Please. Orange is perfect with my hair. Grey makes me look old and dirty. You must accept new styles, Mum. Redheads don't need white, grey, black, green, or that old colour you love, ashes of roses. It's very old-fashioned. You named the colour right, said Meggie, smiling. You're terrible, she added kindly. Justine didn't care, she had heard it before. I'll take the orange, the red, the purple print, the green, and the dark red suit.
Meggie didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. How could anyone handle a daughter like Justine? 3 days later, the ship Himalaya left Darling Harbour. It was an old but beautiful ship. Travel took weeks in those days, but the ships were strong and steady. Modern ships were faster, but they made people feel sick.
What fun, Justine said. A whole football team is in first class. Some of them look great. Now aren't you glad I said to travel first class? I suppose so. Justine, you always bring out the worst in me, Meggie said sharply. She felt upset because her daughter didn't seem sad to go. You're stubborn and difficult. You make me so tired. Justine looked away, pretending to listen to the bell calling people ashore. She held back her feelings, smiled brightly, and turned to her mother. I know I make you tired, she said kindly. But it's fine. We are who we are. As you always say, I'm like my dad.
They hugged quickly and awkwardly before Meggie moved with relief into the busy crowd near the ship and disappeared. Justine walked up to the sunny deck and stood at the railing with colourful paper streamers in her hands. Far below, she saw her mother in a pale pink grey dress and hat waiting in the right place, shading her eyes from the sun. From this distance, Justine noticed that her mother was starting to look older, closer to 50. They waved at each other, and Justine threw the first streamer down. Meggie caught it easily. Soon, red, blue, yellow, pink, green, and orange streamers danced in the wind, connecting ship and shore. A band was there to say goodbye to a football team, their flags flying, their kilts moving in the breeze as they played a cheerful song. People leaned over the ship's railing, holding tightly to the ends of the paper streamers. On the dock, many others looked up at the travelers, their faces full of emotion. Most of them were young, leaving to see life in another country. Everyone knew that some would come back, and some might never return. The sky was bright blue with white clouds, and a strong Sydney wind blew. The warm sun touched the faces and shoulders of those leaning down. A wide band of coloured ribbons connected the boat and the dock. Then the ship started to move away. Voices rose, people cried, and the streamers broke one by one. They fell softly onto the water and floated away with orange peels and jellyfish. Justine stayed at the railing until the dock looked small in the distance. Tugboats turned the ship and pulled it under the Great Sydney Harbour Bridge, out toward the open sea. It felt very different from short trips to Manly. The ship passed bays and houses, then went beyond the rocky cliffs and waves into the ocean. 12,000 miles separated them from home. Justine knew that wherever they went, they would always belong to both lands, living two different kinds of life. When Justine reached London, she found that money made the city exciting. She didn't live in a cheap room like many Australians who stayed near Earl's Court. She didn't work long hours for very little pay or shiver in cold rooms. Instead, she lived in a warm apartment in Kensington and worked with Clyde Daltonham Roberts in the Elizabethan group. That summer, she took a train to Rome. Later she would smile, remembering that she hardly noticed the beautiful trip across France and Italy because her mind was full of thoughts. She tried to remember everything she wanted to tell Dane. There were too many things to say, surely she would forget something important. When the train arrived, she saw a tall blonde man on the platform and wondered if he was Dane. He looked the same, but still somehow different. Her happy cry stopped before she spoke. She stayed in her seat, watching him look calmly at the passing windows. She knew now that he didn't need her stories about life anymore. He had his own world. He was no longer her little brother. She thought sadly, "Oh, Dane, what is it like to live every hour of every day so fully?"
Ha! You thought I made you come here for nothing.
Prawn, he said kindly, taking her big suitcase and putting his arm around hers. I'm glad to see you. He helped her into his red car. Dane always loved fast cars and had owned one ever since he could drive.
It's good to see you too, she said. I hope you found me a nice pub. I meant what I wrote, I don't want to stay in a Vatican room full of priests. She laughed.
They wouldn't take you anyway, he teased. Not with that wild red hair.
I found you a small hotel near my place, he said.
The people there speak English, so don't worry if I'm not with you. In Rome, you can get by with English easily, someone always speaks it. Sometimes I wish I could learn languages like you, she replied. But I'll be fine. I'm good at showing things with gestures.
I have 2 months, Justine. Isn't that great? We can see France and Spain, and still spend a month at Drogheda. I miss that place.
Do you? She asked, turning to look at him.
His hands moved calmly on the wheel as the car slipped through busy Roman streets.
I don't miss it at all. London is much more exciting.
You can't fool me, he smiled. I know what Drogheda and Mum mean to you.
Justine pressed her hands together but said nothing.
Would you mind having tea with some friends this afternoon? He asked as they stopped the car. I said yes for you already. They're excited to meet you, and I'm busy until tomorrow.
Of course not. If we were in London, I'd be introducing you to all my friends. It's only fair. But if your friends are from the seminary, it's not fair. I can't flirt with any of them.
She went to the window and looked down at a small square. It was old and quiet, with 2 tired trees and a plain church on one side. The paint was falling off its walls.
Dane, she said softly.
Yes?
I understand what you're doing. I really do.
I know you do, he answered. His smile faded. I wish Mum understood.
Mum's different, Justine said. She thinks you left her, but you didn't. She'll see that one day.
I hope so, he said, laughing a little. By the way, it's not the seminary men you'll meet today. I wouldn't make it hard for them, or for you. It's Cardinal de Bricassart. I know you don't like him, but promise to be polite.
Her eyes sparkled. I promise. I'll kiss every ring they give me.
You still remember that? I was angry with you when you refused last time.
Well, I've kissed worse things since then. In acting class, there's a boy with bad breath and sore throat. I had to kiss him 29 times. After that, kissing a ring isn't hard at all. She checked her hair in the mirror. Do I have time to change?
Don't worry, you look perfect.
Who else will be there? She asked.
The evening sun gave little warmth. The trees looked pale and cracked. Justine shivered.
Cardinal di Continivercis will be there too, he said.
She had heard that name before and looked surprised. Wow, you know famous people.
Yes, he said. I try to live up to it.
Do people treat you differently because of that? She asked.
No, not really, he replied. I don't think about it, so no one else does either.
When she entered the large room with Dane, Justine suddenly felt that women didn't belong there. Everything seemed made for men. She wore her green linen suit from the train, still wrinkled, and wished she had changed. Cardinal de Bricassart stood up smiling. He was handsome though old. My dear Justine, he said, holding out his hand with a playful look. You don't look at all like your mother.
Justine bent down, kissed the ring politely, and smiled. No, I don't. Her beauty would help me if I were an actress, but on stage I manage well enough. It's not about your face, it's about making people believe in what you show them.
A small laugh came from another chair.
She moved forward and greeted the other cardinal, kissing his ring too. His dark eyes were warm, and she felt kindness in them. She liked him instantly. "Sit down, my dear," said Cardinal Vittorio, pointing at a seat near him.
Hello, Kitty, said Justine, touching the blue-grey cat on his red robe. She's lovely.
Yes, she is, he said.
What's her name?
Natasha. The door opened, but it wasn't tea being served. A man came in dressed normally. Justine sighed with relief. One more red robe and she would have screamed. But he was not an ordinary man, even if he was not a priest. Justine thought that perhaps the Vatican had a rule that ordinary men were not allowed. He was not short, but his body was so strong that he looked heavy. His shoulders were wide, and his chest was large. His head was big, his arms long. He looked a little like an ape, but he also looked very smart. He moved in a sure, strong way, as if he could take anything he wanted easily. He was dark, and his thick hair was the color of steel wool, short and wavy. "Rainer, you come at the right time," said Cardinal Vittorio. He showed the empty chair beside him. Then he turned to Justine and said kindly, "My dear, I want you to meet my good friend, Her Rainer Morling Hartheim. Rainer, this is Justine, Dane's sister." Rainer bowed politely, clicked his heels together, gave her a short smile that was not warm, then sat down. He chose a place a little to the side, where Justine could not see him well. She felt better when she saw Dane sitting comfortably on the floor beside Cardinal Ralph's chair, where she could see him clearly. When she could see someone she loved, she felt safe. But the red-robed men and the dark man near her made her feel nervous again. She did not like that they made her feel outside their group. So she bent down and touched the cat again, and she knew Cardinal Vittorio noticed and was amused by her feelings.
Is your cat spayed? Asked Justine.
Of course, said the cardinal.
Of course. But I don't know why you needed to bother, said Justine. Living here would make anyone lose interest in having kittens.
Ah, but no, my dear, the cardinal said, smiling. It is we men who have lost that part of ourselves.
I don't agree, Your Eminence, said Justine.
So you don't like our world? He asked.
Well, she said, I just feel like I don't belong here. It's nice to visit, but I wouldn't want to stay.
I understand, said the cardinal. I doubt you even enjoy visiting. But you will get used to us. You must come often, please.
Justine smiled. I don't like acting polite all the time, she said softly. It makes me behave badly. I can feel Dane's worry from here without even looking at him.
I wondered how long that would take, said Dane playfully. If you look under Justine's calm face, you find a rebel. That's why she's such a great sister. I'm not a rebel myself, but I admire them.
Herr Hartheim moved his chair a little so he could see Justine better when she sat up and stopped playing with the cat. The beautiful animal seemed tired of her hand and slowly slid from the cardinal's lap to Herr Hartheim's. It curled up under his strong hands and purred so loudly that everyone laughed.
Excuse me for existing, said Justine, smiling at the joke.
The cat's motor still works well, said Herr Hartheim, and his smile changed his face in an interesting way.
His English was excellent, with only a slight sound like an American accent. Soon the tea came, and everyone grew calm again. Herr Hartheim poured the tea himself and gave Justine her cup with a warmer smile than before.
In Britain, he said to her, afternoon tea is very important. People talk about many things over teacups. Maybe because tea can be served any time between 2 and 5:30, and talking always makes people thirsty.
The next half hour showed that Dane's words were true, even though Justine didn't take part in the talk. The men discussed the Pope's poor health, then spoke about the Cold War and the bad economy. They listened and replied with great attention, and Justine found it interesting. She started to notice what they all had in common, even Dane, who felt strange and mysterious to her. He spoke often, and the older men listened to him with respect, almost as if he amazed them. His ideas were not simple but were clear and different. Justine wondered if they admired him because he seemed holy. Maybe they wished they were like him. The three older men were very different from each other, but they were all close in spirit, and Dane stood apart. It was hard for her to see Dane as they did. He had always seemed like an older brother, wise and calm, but now she realized he had moved beyond her world. Herr Rainer Morling Hartheim asked Dane to go straight to his prayers while he took Justine to her hotel. Justine walked quietly beside him, feeling shy, down the marble steps. Outside, the sunset colored Rome in gold. He took her arm and led her to a black Mercedes. The driver waited beside the car.
You should not spend your first night in Rome alone, Rainer said, getting into the car with her. Dane is busy, and you need company.
You are not giving me a choice, Herr Hartheim, she said.
Call me Rainer, he replied.
You must be very important, with your fancy car and driver.
I will be even more important when I become Chancellor of West Germany.
Justine laughed. I'm surprised you're not already.
Too bold, he said, smiling. I'm too young.
Really? She looked at him closely. His skin was dark and smooth, his eyes deep but not old.
I'm heavy and grey-haired, but I've looked this way since 16. I'm only 31.
She grinned. That's still old to me. I'm 21.
You're a monster, he said playfully.
Maybe I am. My mother says so too. But I don't know what you mean by monster. Tell me your meaning.
You already have your mother's idea.
I'd never dare ask her, Justine said with a laugh.
Don't you think you make me nervous?
I doubt it, she said lightly. I think you're a monster too, and monsters don't get embarrassed.
He smiled again. A monster, someone who scares others, feels too strong, and doesn't worry much about rules or morals.
That sounds like you, she said. And I do have morals. I'm Dane's sister.
You and Dane look nothing alike.
Sadly, you're right.
His face wouldn't fit your nature.
That may be true, she said, but maybe with his face I'd have had a different nature.
Who knows, he said. Now put your shoes on, we're going for a walk.
It was warm and getting dark. The city lights were bright, people filled the streets, and small cars raced by noisily. Finally, they reached a square with smooth stones worn by the feet of many years. Rainer led her into a restaurant.
Do you want to eat outside? He asked.
I don't mind, said Justine. Just feed me.
Can I choose your food?
Justine looked tired but lively.
I don't like when men try to control everything. How do you know what I want?
He smiled gently. Then tell me what you enjoy, fish or meat?
Both, she said. I want pâté, scampi, saltimbocca, cassata for dessert, and a cappuccino. Try to change that if you can.
He laughed. I should be cross with you, he said kindly. Then he repeated her order quickly in Italian. You said we don't look alike, he asked. Am I not like Dane in any way at all?
She spoke softly while drinking her coffee. She was hungry and didn't want to waste time talking before eating. He lit her cigarette, then his own, and looked at her quietly. He began to think about when he had first met the boy months earlier. The boy had looked very much like Cardinal de Bricassart many years younger. Later, he found out the boy and girl were the Cardinal's nephew and niece. The children's mother was the Cardinal's sister.
There is a small likeness, he said. Not exactly the face, but the way you move your eyes and mouth. You look a bit like the Cardinal.
Uncle the Cardinal? She asked in surprise.
Cardinal de Bricassart. I thought he was your uncle.
That old man? No, he's not related to us. He used to be our parish priest long ago, before I was born.
She was very smart but also very tired. She seemed like a little girl, younger than her age. The 10 years between them felt like a huge gap. She would not want to believe anything that could break her world apart. He knew he should speak gently, not make the subject sound big, but not change it too soon either.
That explains it, then, he said kindly.
Explains what? She asked.
Why Dane looks like the cardinal, same height, same color, same build.
Oh, my grandmother told me my father looked like the cardinal, Justine said easily.
Haven't you ever seen your father?
No, not even in a photo. He and Mum split before Dane was born. She called the waiter. I'd like another cappuccino, please.
Justine, you are wild. Let me order for you, he said with a smile.
No, I won't. I can think for myself. I don't need a man to tell me what I want or when I want it.
Dane said you had a rebel heart, he commented.
He's right. I hate it when people treat me like a child. I want to do things by myself and make my own choices.
I can see that, he said. Why are you like this, little one? Did you get it from your family?
I don't know, she answered. There aren't many women in our family. Only one in each generation, Nana, Mum, and me. But there are lots of men.
In your generation there's only Dane, he said.
Yes, because Mum left my father. She never cared for anyone else after that. It's sad. Mum likes home life. She would have liked to have a husband.
Is she like you?
I don't think so.
Do you two get along?
Mum and I. She smiled gently. I'm not sure if we really like each other, but we are connected somehow. Maybe it's just family ties. I always wished she would talk to me the way she talks to Dane and that she and I could be closer. Maybe something is missing in me. Mum is a better person than I am.
I haven't met her, so I can't say. But, Justine, I like you exactly as you are. Even your stubborn side.
That's nice of you, she said, smiling. And after I was rude to you too. I'm not really like Dane, am I?
Dane isn't like anyone else, he said.
You mean because he seems different from this world?
Yes, maybe, he said quietly. He leaned closer to the candlelight. I am Catholic, and my faith has always stayed with me. I have failed it many times, but it has never failed me. I don't like talking about Dane. Some things are better left private. You are not like him about life or about God. Let's stop here, all right?
She looked at him for a moment. All right, Raina. I agree. Whatever we talk about, we won't talk about Dane or religion.
Much had changed for Rainer Morling-Hartheim since he met Ralph de Bricassart in July 1943. 1 week later, his army group was sent to fight in the east, and he stayed there until the war ended. He was very young and had never joined the Hitler Youth, so he felt lost and confused. He fought in deep snow without enough bullets. There were few soldiers left, one man for a long distance along the line. After the war, he remembered two things clearly, the terrible cold and the face of Ralph de Bricassart. He thought of war and beauty, evil and good. Many nights, cold and hungry, he prayed quietly but did not know what he wanted: help, food, safety, peace, or forgiveness. In spring 1945, he and the other soldiers moved back through Poland, trying to reach the part of Germany held by the British or Americans. They knew that if the Russians caught them, they could die. Rainer destroyed his papers, buried his medals, stole clothes, and went to the British on the Danish border. They sent him to a refugee camp in Belgium. He stayed there for a year, living on bread and soup because the tired British soldiers had to feed many refugees. Later, officials offered him a chance to go to Australia. He would get free travel and new papers. He would work for 2 years for the government and then be free. But Rainer said no both times. He hated Hitler, not Germany, and he still loved his home country. He did not want to live far away where people spoke a language he could not understand. In early 1947, he returned to Aachen. He had no money, but he wanted to start a new life. He had survived and was ready to move forward. He was not only hardworking but also a very smart man. He got a job at Grundig and studied electronics, a subject he liked since learning about radar. He had many ideas but did not want to sell them too cheaply to the company. He planned carefully, married a woman whose late husband owned 2 small radio factories, and started his own business. He was only in his 20s, but he thought like an older man. Post-war Germany was in chaos, which gave young people many chances. He had married in a civil ceremony, so later the church allowed him to divorce. In 1951, he paid his wife, Anneliese Hartheim, twice what her husband's factories were worth, and they separated. He did not marry again. The hard times in Russia had changed him. He lost some kindness and softness, but his mind became sharper. He was now full of intelligence, strong will, and ambition. He told himself that a man with nothing to lose can gain everything, and a man without feelings cannot be hurt. In reality, he was much like Ralph de Bricassart. He knew when he did something wrong, but he did it anyway. It caused him pain inside, yet he thought the success was worth it. He dreamed of helping Germany become strong again and wanted to change how people thought. Even though the church sometimes refused him forgiveness because he said he could not stop sinning, he still stayed close to his faith. As his money and power grew, he felt less guilty and was able to ask for forgiveness again. In 1955, a very rich and important man from the new West Germany went back to Rome. He wanted to see Cardinal de Bricassart and show him what had become of his life, after all those prayers. He could not remember what he had expected from the meeting, because all he could feel was that the Cardinal was disappointed in him. He understood why without asking. But he was surprised when the Cardinal said goodbye and told him that he had hoped the young man would do better than he had, and that no good end could excuse wrong actions. The Cardinal said that maybe everyone's failure begins before they are born. Later, in his hotel room, the man cried. Then he calmed down and promised himself that he would try to live as the Cardinal had hoped. Sometimes he succeeded, sometimes he failed. But he kept trying. His friendships with men in the Vatican became the most important part of his life. Rome was where he went when he felt sad and needed peace. Their comfort helped him, not through words or touch, but through their kindness and understanding. That evening, after taking Justine back to her small hotel, he walked alone through the warm Roman night. He felt very thankful to her. When he had watched her handle the difficult meeting that afternoon, he had felt something gentle grow inside him. She had stayed strong and proud. He thought she was amazing. He almost felt the way a father might feel about a daughter, only he had no daughter. He had taken her away from Dane because he wanted to see how she would act afterward, how she faced the serious world around her and the man she hardly knew, the Dane, who could never truly share her life. He thought about his personal idea of God. His God could forgive anything, Justine for not believing, and himself for closing his feelings until he was ready to open them again. For a time, he had been afraid that he could never open his heart again. He smiled and threw away her cigarette. He thought of the word key. Sometimes a key could look very strange. Maybe her red hair was part of the answer, like a special shape that could unlock something inside him. The day had passed quickly. When he looked at his watch, it was still early. He knew that the man with great power, the one whose Holy Father was near death, would still be awake. The old Pope at Castel Gandolfo was very ill. His weak body trembled, his pale face was thin and tired from many years of service under the white crown. He was dying, and he was a great Pope. Rainer did not think it was his place to judge whether the Pope's love for Germans changed anything. But at that moment Rainer needed answers, and they would not come from Castel Gandolfo. He went up the marble stairs to the red and gold room, planning to speak to Vittorio Scarbanza, Cardinal di Continivercis. This man might someday become the next pope. For nearly 3 years, Rainer had watched those kind, wise eyes and always found comfort in them. It was better to ask him than Cardinal de Bricassart.
I never thought I'd say this, but thank God we're leaving for Drogheda, said Justine, as she refused to throw a coin into the Trevi fountain. We were supposed to see France and Spain, but we're still in Rome, and I feel completely useless. Brothers.
Well, said Rainer, so you think navals are useless? Even Socrates thought so, I remember.
Socrates did. I don't remember reading that. I thought I had read most of Plato, she said, turning to look at him. She thought his simple holiday clothes looked much nicer than the serious suits he wore at the Vatican.
Oh yes, said Rainer. He thought navals were not needed. So he took his own off and threw it away.
Justine smiled. And what happened then?
His robe fell off.
She laughed. That's funny. But there's probably a lesson in your story, she said seriously after a moment. Why do you spend time with me, Rain?
Stubborn girl. I told you before, it's pronounced Rainer, not Rainer, he said.
But you don't understand, she answered softly, looking at the bright water and the dirty coins in the fountain. Have you ever been to Australia?
He shook his shoulders and smiled without noise. Twice I almost went, little heart, but I avoided it both times.
Well, if you had gone, you would understand, she said. Your name sounds magical to Australians when it's said my way, Rainer. Rain. It means life in the dry land.
Startled, he dropped his cigarette.
Justine, are you falling in love with me?
Men are so full of themselves. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but no. She smiled and gently took his hand. It's something much better.
What could be better than love?
Almost anything. I don't want to need someone that way, ever.
Maybe you are right. It can be too much, especially when it happens early. So what is this better thing?
Finding a friend. She looked at him. You are my friend, aren't you?
Yes. He smiled and threw a coin into the fountain. There. I've given so much money to this fountain, hoping I will always feel the warm sun of the south. Sometimes I dream that I'm cold again.
You should visit the real south, said Justine. It's very hot there, about 115 degrees in the shade.
No wonder you don't mind the heat. He laughed softly, as he always did. That heat must make you very strong.
Your English sounds American, she said. I thought you learned it in a fancy British school.
No. I learned it from soldiers in Belgium. They spoke with different accents. One said about, another said about, and another said about. It all meant the same thing. When I went back to Germany, I watched many English movies and listened to old American records. I played them again and again until I could understand and speak more English.
Her shoes were off, as usual. He watched in surprise as she walked barefoot on the hot ground and rough stones.
Put your shoes on, you wild girl.
I'm Australian. Our feet are wide and strong. We go barefoot a lot because it's warm. I can walk on sharp grass without feeling much pain, she said proudly. I could even walk on hot coals. Then she suddenly asked, Did you love your wife, Rain?
No.
Did she love you?
Yes. That was why she married me.
Poor woman. You used her and left her.
Does that upset you?
No. Not really. I actually respect you for being honest. But I feel sorry for her, and I'm more sure now that I'll never end up like her.
Respect me? He looked surprised.
Yes. I only like you as a friend. She loved you as a husband. That's very different.
I think, he said sadly, that men with big goals are not often kind to their wives.
That's because they choose soft, quiet women who always say yes to everything. I would have told you to go do something else instead of obeying constantly, but I bet she never did.
He smiled a little. No, poor Annalise. She was gentle. Her way of fighting was not strong or funny like yours. I wish there were Australian movies so I could understand your way of speaking. I know what yes, dear means, but what is hard cheese?
It means bad luck, but said without care. She balanced herself on the fountain wall but kept steady. Well, you were kind in the end. You let her go. She's better off now, even if she doesn't think so. I can keep you as a friend because I'll never let myself fall for you.
You are very tough, Justine. How did you learn those things about me?
I asked Dane. He didn't say much, but I guessed the rest.
From all your past experience, I suppose. What a little trickster you are. People say you're a great actress, but I don't understand how. How do you show feelings you've never had? You're like a child sometimes.
She jumped down, sat on the edge, and started to put her shoes on again, moving her toes slowly.
My feet are sore, she said. She didn't react to his sharp words at all, as if she didn't hear them. He thought she must have heard many harsh things before. It was almost a miracle that she didn't hate Dane. That's a difficult question, she said quietly. I must be able to do it, or I wouldn't be so good, right? But my life feels like waiting. I mean, when I'm not performing on stage. I save my energy. I cannot spend too much of it outside my work. We all have only so much to give. On stage, I stop being myself. Maybe I become many different people instead. I think we all have different sides inside us. Acting, for me, starts with thinking. Feelings come next. The mind helps to open the heart. Acting is not only shouting or crying or laughing. It is more than that. It is wonderful to imagine being another person, someone I could have been if life were different. That is the secret of acting, not to become another person, but to make her part of me, until she feels like me. Then she is me. She stood up, too excited to stay still. Think about it, Rain. In 20 years I can say I have played women who killed, who died by their own hand, who lost their minds, who saved people or destroyed them. The choices are endless.
And all those people will be you, he said softly. He got up, took her hand again. You are right, Justine. You can only give yourself on stage. I would expect others to act differently, but with you, I think it's true.
The people of Drogheda liked to imagine that Rome and London were no further away than Sydney. They thought Dane and Justine were still children at boarding school. They couldn't come home for short holidays anymore, but they did return once a year for about a month, usually in August or September. They looked almost the same, still very young. To the family it didn't matter if they were 15 and 16 or 22 and 23. Everyone lived for that month together, but no one complained about the long time between visits. Still, by July everyone walked faster and smiled more. From kitchen to fields to living room, everyone began to plan surprises and small gifts. Letters came in the meantime. They showed the writers' personalities very clearly. One might think Dane wrote careful, regular letters and Justine sent messy, quick notes. Fee might not write at all. The Cleary men perhaps wrote twice a year. Meggie might write to Dane every day. Mrs. Smith, Minnie, and Kat would send cards for birthdays and Christmas. And Mueller wrote often to Justine but never to Dane. Dane always meant to write regularly, and he did. But he often forgot to mail the letters. So months went by with no word, and then many letters arrived all at once. Justine wrote long, lively letters full of her thoughts and feelings, sometimes shocking but very interesting. Meggie wrote once every 2 weeks, to both of her children. Fee never wrote to Justine, but she sometimes sent letters to Dane. The uncles also wrote to Dane, telling him about the sheep, the land, and everyone's health. They felt it was their duty to keep him informed. They never wrote to Justine, and she would have been surprised if they did. Mrs. Smith, Minnie, Kat, and Mueller wrote as expected. Everyone liked reading letters, but for most of them writing was hard work, except for Justine. She felt annoyed because no one ever sent her the kind of letters she wanted, long, full of words, and very open. Most news about Dane came from Justine's letters, because his were calm and general. Hers were full of life and detail.
She once wrote, "Rain flew to London today. He told me he saw Dane in Rome last week. Rain goes to Rome often and doesn't visit London much. That's why I meet Dane in Rome every year before coming home. Dane enjoys London, but I don't let him visit if Rain is there instead. I'm selfish. Still, I really like Rain. He is one of the few people who can keep up with me. I wish we saw each other more. He is lucky because he meets Dane's friends there. Dane doesn't let me meet them. Maybe he thinks they'll fall for me, or I'll fall for them. They'd only think that if they saw my costume for Charmian. It's amazing, 2 tiny bronze covers, many chains, and a belt that looks impossible to open. It's very modern and eye-catching.
In a long black wig, with brown paint on my skin and a few little pieces of metal, I look great. Where was I? Oh yes, Rain was in Rome last week meeting Dane and his friends. They all went out together. Rain paid for everything so Dane wouldn't feel awkward. It was quite a night. There were no women, but they drank and had fun. Can you picture Dane kneeling in an old Roman bar and trying to say a poem to a vase of flowers? He couldn't get the words right even after 10 minutes. Finally, he stopped and put a flower between his teeth and danced. Can you imagine Dane doing that? Rain says it's all innocent fun, everyone needs a break from work. Since no women were there, Rain said the next best thing was having some drinks. It doesn't happen often, and when it does, Rain looks after them. I laugh thinking of Dane dancing with a flower. It took Dane 8 years in Rome to become a priest. At first, no one thought those years would ever end, but they passed quickly. No one in Drogheda knew what Dane would do after becoming a priest. They thought he would come back to Australia. Only Meggie and Justine guessed he might stay in Italy. Meggie comforted herself by remembering how happy Dane was when he visited home each year. He was Australian, so surely he would want to return. Justine was different. No one expected her to come back for good. She was an actress, and she would not find good work in Australia. Dane's job was different, he could work anywhere. So in the 8th year, instead of planning what the children would do when they came home, the family planned their trip to Rome to see Dane become a priest.
We fizzled out, said Meggie suddenly.
Excuse me, asked Anne.
They were sitting in a warm corner of the porch reading. Meggie had stopped reading and was watching 2 small birds playing on the grass. It had been a wet year with many worms, and the birds were fat and happy. The air was full of bird songs from morning till night.
I said we fizzled out, Meggie repeated. A disappointment. We had so much promise. Who would have thought it back in 1921, when we came to Drogheda?
What do you mean? Asked Anne.
We had 6 sons, plus me. Then 2 more boys later. You'd think we'd have many children and grandchildren by now. But look at us. Hal and Stu are gone. The others don't seem to want to marry. And me, the only one who could not pass on the name, ended up giving Drogheda its heirs. Even that didn't please fate. A son and a daughter. You'd expect at least some grandchildren. But my son became a priest, and my daughter stayed single and focused on work. Drogheda's future stops with them.
I don't think that's strange, said Anne. The men live far away from town, too shy to meet women. And Jims and Patsy went to war. Jims could never marry when he knows Patsy can't. They care too much for each other. The land also takes all their time and strength. They don't have much energy left, if you know what I mean. Haven't you noticed, Meggie? Your family isn't very interested in romance or passion. That includes Dane and Justine. Some people chase love all the time, but not your family. Maybe Justine will marry one day, though. She likes a German man named Rainer very much.
You're right, said Meggie sadly. She seems to like him, yes, but only that. She has known him for 7 years. If she wanted to marry him, she would have done it long ago.
Maybe not, said Anne honestly. I know Justine very well, better than anyone else here. I think she's afraid of the kind of deep love marriage brings. And I admire Rainer. He understands her. I'm not sure if he loves her, but if he does, he's wise enough to wait until she's ready. Anne leaned forward and dropped her book on the floor. Listen to that bird. It sounds even better than a nightingale. Then she finally said what she had wanted to say for weeks.
I will not go to Rome, Meggie said angrily. I will never leave Drogheda again.
Meggie, why don't you go to Rome to see Dane become a priest? Isn't that strange? Meggie, please don't do this. You can't let him down. Go, please. You're the only younger woman on Drogheda who could travel there. If I were healthy enough, I would go myself. Oh, Meggie, why do you stay angry with him, and with your son? You know it's your own fault. Let go of your pride, and go to Rome, please. And what if Dane doesn't come home after he becomes a priest? Did you think about that? He won't have long holidays like before. If he stays in Rome, you might have to go there to see him. So go, Meggie. What could happen? Asked Anne. Anne laughed. You're acting like an old woman, Meggie. Nonsense, you're still strong and full of life, young enough to take that flight.
Go to Rome and look at Ralph de Bricassart smiling? I'd rather die. It's not about pride, said Meggie softly. I'm scared, Anne. Because I don't believe it, I feel something bad. My skin shivers when I think about it. I can't. I'm too scared. It's not pride or anger. I say those things to stop people asking questions. You don't know how much I miss both of them. I would crawl to see them if I thought they wanted me. Oh, Dane would be happy to see me, but Ralph has forgotten me. I'm too afraid, Anne. I feel deep inside that something will happen if I go to Rome. So I won't go. I don't know. If I knew, I could fight it. But it's only a feeling, a warning. It feels like something is waiting. I can't help it. Maybe I am old now, said Meggie. Oh, leave me alone, Meggie said sharply and picked up her book.
Many people came to Rome for one reason. Not for sightseeing or to visit old buildings. They all came happily to see someone they loved become a priest in the world's most famous church. Some stayed in simple hotels, others in fine ones, or with friends and family. They all felt proud, calm, and peaceful. They visited the Vatican Museum, the Sistine Chapel, the Forum, the Colosseum, the Appian Way, the Spanish Steps, and the Trevi Fountain. They waited for the big day. They would meet the Pope, and Rome treated them kindly. This time, Dane did not meet Justine at the train station. He was in retreat. Rainer Morling Hartheim was there instead, walking around the platform like a big animal. He didn't kiss her. He only put his arm around her shoulders and hugged her.
You're like a bear, said Justine. When I first met you, I thought you were more like a gorilla. But now I think you're more like a bear. Are bears nice? Maybe they aren't, but they look softer. You're strong but not scary. She smiled and held his arm as they walked. How is Dane? Did you see him before he started his retreat? I'm angry I couldn't come sooner. You didn't get him into trouble, did you? I behaved well, and I bought clothes from all the shops in London. Do you like my short skirt? People call it a mini. Her silk skirt moved as she turned. It was short, ending above her knees. What do you think, Rain? Is it shocking? I didn't see anyone in Paris wearing skirts this short yet. Then they'll stare at me all day, she said with a laugh. But you know what, Rain? I've never had a priest notice me that way. I've walked through the Vatican many times, but no one ever looked. Maybe this skirt will make one of them smile. Really? Even in orange, she said playfully.
A bear, he asked. Dane is fine, Rain said. Me? Of course not. You look wonderful, little one. Walk in front of me, and I'll tell you, he said. It only shows that with legs like yours, wearing a longer skirt would be the real mistake. I think the men in Rome will agree, he said. You might make me smile, he replied gently. What? He asked.
I thought you didn't like me wearing orange, since my hair is orange too.
It's a strong color, he said. It catches people's eyes.
You're making fun of me, she said, unhappy, as she got into his big Mercedes car. A small German flag waved at the front. When did you get that flag?
When I started my new job in the government, he told her.
No wonder my name was in a newspaper. Did you see it?
I never read those papers, Justine, he said.
Me neither, but someone showed it to me, she said, speaking in an exaggerated, upper-class voice. What famous orange-haired Australian actress is getting very friendly with a German minister?
They don't know how long we've known each other, he said calmly, stretching his legs.
Justine looked at his clothes with approval. He was dressed in a relaxed, European way, wearing one of those thin shirts that showed a bit of chest hair.
You shouldn't wear a suit, she said suddenly.
Why not? He asked.
Clothes like that suit you better. The open shirt, the gold chain, it fits your strong style. In a suit, your waist looks thick, even though it isn't.
He looked surprised, then thoughtful. That's a first, he said.
A first? She asked.
In 7 years, you've never said anything good about the way I look, he said.
Oh dear, haven't I? She said softly, feeling a little shy. I've thought about it often, believe me, and never badly. She added quickly, I mean things like how you look in a suit.
He didn't answer but smiled, clearly pleased.
That ride with Raina was the last quiet moment for days. Soon after they visited Cardinal de Bricassart and Cardinal di Continivercis, Raina's car dropped Justine and her family at their hotel. Justine watched Raina from the side, seeing how he greeted her uncles. She had hoped her mother would come to Rome too. When she realized her mother hadn't come, it hurt deeply. She wasn't sure if it was worse for her or for Dane. Still, her uncles were there, and she needed to look after them. They were shy and looked so much alike she could hardly tell who was who. And in Rome, they looked so different from everyone else, like Australian farmers visiting the city. They wore tan boots, light trousers, heavy wool jackets with leather patches, white shirts, knitted ties, and wide hats. It was normal in Sydney at show time, but in hot Rome it looked strange. Justine was thankful for Raina. He was wonderful with them. She wouldn't have believed anyone could make Uncle Patsy talk so much, but Raina did. They were chatting happily, and Raina had even found Australian beer for them. He liked them, and he was curious, of course. Everything was interesting to a man like him, a German businessman and politician. How did he stay faithful to his religion, being what he was? He was a mystery, Raina Morling-Hartheim, friend of important churchmen and friend of Justine O'Neill. If he weren't so unattractive, she thought, she would kiss him, she was so grateful. She couldn't imagine being in Rome with her uncles and no Raina. He sat back, listening while Bob talked about sheep shearing. Justine watched him, curious. Normally, she noticed everything about people right away, their looks, their movements. But with Raina, she hadn't done that at first. He had quietly found a place in her life, and now she realized how little she had really seen him before. At their first meeting, she had been nervous, surrounded by churchmen. She had only noticed his strong body, his dark hair, his powerful presence. Later, when he took her to dinner, she hadn't studied him properly either, because his words caught her attention more than his face. He was not really ugly, she thought now. His face showed both his good and bad sides. He looked strong and proud, like an old Roman ruler. It was easy to see why he loved the city so much. It felt like his true home. His face was wide, with high cheekbones and a small straight nose. His eyebrows were thick and black, and they went straight across instead of curved. His eyelashes were long and dark, and his eyes were deep and beautiful, though often half closed so people could not see what he was thinking. The nicest thing about his face was his mouth. It was not big or small, not thin or full, but shaped perfectly. He kept it firm, as if relaxing it would show too much of what he really felt inside. It was strange to study a face she had known for years and realize she did not know it at all. When she stopped thinking and looked up, he was watching her stare at him. The way he looked at her made her feel suddenly bare and seen. Their eyes met for a moment. His look was calm but sharp, as if she had caught his attention. Then he turned easily to Bob and asked a simple question about Boggis.
Justine forced herself to stop dreaming. Still, she found it strange to see a longtime friend as someone she might fall in love with. The thought did not bother her at all. She had cared for other men since Arthur Lestrange, and she did not feel sad about that. She told herself she had changed, yet she was not sure she had really grown. It felt good to have a man close, no matter what Dane had said about there being only one man for each woman. She decided she would not fall in love with Rain or sleep with him. That would mix their friendship with things that could hurt it. She needed him too much as a friend. She would keep him, as she kept Dane, as someone safe and untouchable.
The church could hold 20,000 people, so it felt open and free. Nowhere else in the world had people given so much work and love to build a house for God. It made old temples seem small. There was so much beauty: Bramant's church, Michelangelo's dome, Bernini's pillars. It was a gift not only to God but also to humankind. Deep below, St. Peter's body rested. Charlemagne had once been crowned there. The voices of time seemed to whisper in the light, touching the shining metal and stone. Dane was lying on the steps, face down, quiet and still. His mother was not there. Did that make him sad? Cardinal Ralph looked through his tears. He knew Dane felt no pain now. Before and after, yes, but not at this moment. All of Dane's heart and soul were joined to God now. This was his greatest day. Nothing mattered except giving his life to God. Ralph remembered his own ordination. It had been full of wonder, but he knew he had not given everything. Dane was different. Ralph felt that through Dane he was living that holy moment again. He wondered what kind of man Dane truly was, to live among them so kindly for years without ever making enemies. Everyone loved him, and he loved them all. Dane never even thought this was special. When he first came, he doubted himself, but now he was sure. They had helped him find that strength, and that made their lives worthwhile. So many priests had been made in that church. But for Dane, it was not the same as for the others. It was greater. Ralph thought of Meggie and wished she had come. She should have seen the gift her son was giving to God, a gift Ralph could never give, because he had already given himself. Perhaps that was why Dane felt no pain now. Ralph had taken it for him, shared his tears, and carried his sorrow. That was right and good. Later Ralph looked at the group of people from Drogheda sitting together in their dark clothes: Bob, Jack, Hughie, Jims, Patsy. There was an empty seat for Meggie, then Frank, and Justine with her bright hair under a black lace veil, the only woman of the Clearys there. Rayner sat beside her. Many other people were there too, sharing in the holy moment. For Ralph, the day felt special and full. It was as if he had also had a son to give to God. He smiled and breathed deeply. He wondered how Father Vittorio felt as he gave Dane his priesthood that day. Perhaps because he missed his mother very much, Dane spoke first to Justine at the reception that Cardinal Vittorio and Cardinal Ralph held for him. Justine thought he looked wonderful in his black robe and white collar. He did not look like a priest, more like someone acting as one. But when she looked into his eyes, she saw something bright and good inside him that made him special.
Father O'Neill, she said softly.
I still can't believe it, Jess, he answered.
I understand, she said. I felt something very strange in St. Peter's. I can't imagine how it was for you.
Oh, I think you can, he said kindly. You feel things deeply. You just don't think about them until you have to.
They sat together on a small couch in the corner. No one came to interrupt them. After some time, Dane said, "I'm glad Frank came." He looked across the room to where Frank was speaking with Raina. Frank's face looked happier than usual.
There's an old priest from Romania I know, Dane went on. He always says, "Oh, the poor one," so gently. That's how I feel about Frank. But I don't know why.
Justine did not answer that question. She spoke about what was really on her mind.
I'm so angry with Mum, she said quietly. She shouldn't have done this to you.
Oh, Jess, he said. I understand how you feel. Try to understand her too. She did not mean to hurt me. I'll go to Drogheda soon and talk to her. Then I'll know what's wrong.
Maybe daughters aren't as patient with their mothers as sons are, she said with a small smile. It's probably good that I'll never be a mother. I like living alone.
Dane looked at her with warm, gentle eyes. She felt a bit uncomfortable because it seemed he felt sorry for her.
Why don't you marry Raina? He asked suddenly.
Justine looked shocked. He's never asked me, she said.
He hasn't asked because he thinks you would say no, said Dane. It could still happen.
She grabbed his ear as she used to when they were children. Don't you dare say anything, she cried. I don't love Raina. He's my friend. I want it to stay that way. If you try to help him, I'll pretend to put a curse on you, like when we were kids.
Dane laughed aloud. That wouldn't work, Jess. My faith is stronger than your magic now. You don't need to get upset. I was only guessing.
No, there's nothing between me and Raina, she said. After all these years, it's impossible. She stopped, looked at him shyly, and said, Dane, I'm so happy for you. If Mum saw you now, she'd be happy too. She'll understand one day.
He smiled and gently held her face in his hands. She touched his wrists, feeling all the love from him, remembering their childhood closeness. But in his eyes she saw a little worry too. He hoped Mum would understand, but he was still human and unsure.
Jess, will you do something for me? He asked.
Anything, she said.
I have 2 months to think about my future, he explained. I want to ride a horse at Drogheda and think everything through after I talk to Mum. But first, I must find courage to go home. Could you come with me to the Peloponnese for a couple of weeks? You can tease me for being a coward until I get annoyed enough to go. He smiled. And, Jess, I want you to stay close to me. You and Mum are both part of my life.
Oh, Dane, of course I'll come, she said.
Good, he answered. He looked at her with a mischievous grin. I really need you, Jess. Having you complain nearby will be just like when we were kids.
Hey, no rude words, Father O'Neill, she said, laughing.
He leaned back on the couch and looked peaceful. I am a priest now, he said happily. And after I see Mum, I'll be ready to think more about serving God. That's what I truly want, to give my mind and heart to Him.
You ought to have espoused an order, Dane.
I still can, and I probably will. I have my whole life for it. There's no hurry.
Justine left the party with Raina. She spoke about going to Greece with Dane, and he said he had to go to his office in Bonn.
It's about time, she said. You are a cabinet minister, but you don't seem to work much. The newspapers say you are a playboy who likes red-haired Australian actresses. You big old dog, you.
He raised his hand jokingly at her. I pay for my few pleasures in ways you wouldn't guess.
Can we walk, Rain?
No problem, But keep your shoes on.
I always have to now. Short skirts are not easy. Stockings were simple to take off, but now we wear thin tights, and you can't take those off in public. If I try, I'll ruin a good pair. So I must wear my shoes.
Well, at least you teach me about women's clothes, he said.
Don't pretend. I bet you have many girlfriends and see them without their clothes.
Only one, and she waits for me at home.
Really? We've never talked about your love life before. Tell me, what is she like?
She is fair, round, 40 years old, and not very healthy.
She stopped walking. You're joking. I can't imagine you with someone like that.
Why not?
You have good taste.
Everyone likes different things, my dear. I'm not handsome myself. Why do you think I could make a young, beautiful woman love me?
Because you could, she said quickly. Of course you could.
You mean because of my money?
No, not your money. You like to tease me. Rainer Morling Hartheim, you know very well you are attractive. You wear gold chains and fancy shirts. Looks are not everything, but they help.
You care about me, don't you? He said softly.
When I'm with you, I always feel I'm trying to catch up with you, but I never can, she said. She looked unsure. You aren't serious, are you?
Do you think I am?
No. You're not full of pride, but you know people find you very handsome.
That doesn't matter. What matters is that you think I am.
She almost said that she had imagined him as a lover before but decided it would be better to stay friends. If he had let her speak, he might have waited and acted differently. But before she could finish, he pulled her close and kissed her. For a moment she felt breathless. His kiss felt powerful, and she was full of emotion. His hair was thick and soft, and she wanted to touch it. When he stopped, he smiled and said, "I love you."
Her hands grabbed his wrists, but hard, not gentle. Her nails scratched him and made small cuts. She stepped away, breathing fast, afraid and upset. It can't work, she said quickly. It could never work, Rain. She took off her shoes, picked them up, turned, and ran. In a few seconds, she was gone.
He didn't follow her. She probably thought he would. His wrists were bleeding a little and hurt. He used his handkerchief to press on them, then put it away. He stood still for some time, thinking about the pain. Then he took out a cigarette, lit it, and walked slowly. No one passing could see his feelings. He had reached for something he wanted very much, and it was lost again. Foolish girl. When would she stop running away from her own feelings? He told himself he was a gambler. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. He had waited 7 years to try again, thinking the time was right. Maybe it was still too soon. Well, there was always another day. Maybe next year, or the year after. He smiled a little to himself. He remembered the joke about fair, fat, 40 and flatulent. His ex-wife had used that phrase. She had suffered from a stomach illness. Poor Anneliese, she was thin, 50 years old, and always seemed trapped inside herself like a genie in a bottle. Why was he thinking of Anneliese now, he wondered. His long careful plan had failed, and he had lost again.
So, Fräulein Justine O'Neill, he said quietly to himself.
We shall see. There were lights shining in the palace windows. He decided to go there for a short visit and talk with Cardinal Ralph. The cardinal looked old and sick. Maybe he should see a doctor. Rainer felt pain inside him, not because of Justine, she was young and there was still time, but because of Cardinal Ralph, who had watched his own son become a priest without knowing the truth.
It was still early, and the hotel lobby was full of people. Justine put on her shoes and hurried to the stairs. She ran up quickly with her head down. Her hands were shaking as she searched for her room key in her bag. She could not find it and almost went back down to ask at the desk. Then she touched the key at last. She had missed it many times. Inside her room, she walked to the bed and sat down. Slowly, she started to think again. She told herself she was upset, sad, and disappointed. She looked at the soft light coming through the window and wanted to cry. She knew things would never be the same again, and that was painful. She felt she had lost a dear friend. Then she understood why she had been so afraid and had run away from Rain as if he had done something terrible. It was because everything had felt so right with him, too right. It felt like coming home, and she did not want that feeling. Home meant trouble, and love felt the same. She was not sure she could really love anyone. If she could, she thought she would have felt strong emotions for her few lovers. But she always chose men who could not reach her heart. She liked to stay apart from others. It had become normal for her. For the first time in her life, she had no memory to help her, no deep connection with anyone. Even the people from Drogheda could not comfort her because she had never truly opened herself to them. She had to run from Rain. She could not say yes to him and risk him seeing how unsure she was. If he learned what she was truly like, his love might fade. Better to end things herself. That way she could keep her pride.
Rain must never know how uncertain Justine was inside. He loved the strong and lively Justine he saw, not the one full of doubts. Only Dane had known and understood her well. She cried quietly, her head resting on the cool table by the bed. That was why she loved Dane. He knew her real self and loved her anyway. They were family, and they had shared years of memories and feelings. Rain was different, a stranger with no reason to love her.
She wiped her tears and tried to calm herself. She pushed her sadness deep inside, hoping to forget. She knew how to do this. She had practiced it all her life. She only had to stay busy and keep her mind on other things.
She turned on the lamp. On the table lay a letter, light blue, with Queen Elizabeth's picture in the corner. It was from Clyde Daltonham Roberts. He wrote that she should come back to London. There was a part waiting for her in the new theatre season, a wonderful role as Desdemona, with Mark Simpson playing Othello. Rehearsals for the main actors began next week.
Desdemona, in London, and with Mark Simpson. Justine's heart jumped. It was a great chance. Her sadness with Rain suddenly seemed less important. Maybe, if she was careful, she could still keep his love. A famous actress was always busy and had little time for relationships. She thought she could manage it. If Rain came too close, she could step away again. She wanted to keep Rain in her life but also protect herself. She would never show her true self completely. For now, the good news made her smile. She did not want to see Rain yet, but she wanted to share her happiness with someone. It was time to celebrate.
So she put on her shoes and walked down the hall to the Unks' shared living room. Patsy opened the door, and she went in with open arms and a big smile.
"Bring out the beer. I am going to be Desdemona," she said happily.
For a moment nobody spoke.
Then Bob said kindly, "That's nice, Justine."
Her joy only grew stronger. Laughing, she sat down and looked at her uncles. They were such good men. She knew they did not understand what being Desdemona meant. If she had told them she was getting married, they would have answered in the same way. They had always been part of her life, but she never thought much about them. They were just a group of men who moved around the farm, smiled at her, and stayed quiet. It was not because they disliked her, she understood now. They just felt that she was different, and it made them shy. But now, living far from her home, she could see them more clearly. She began to feel warm affection for them. She looked at each face. Bob was the quiet leader of the group and of Drogheda. Jack was always near Bob, maybe because they got along well. Hughie liked to joke more than the others. Jims and Patsy were like two parts of one person, very close and balanced. Frank was the only one who looked worried and afraid. Most of them were old now. Bob and Frank had white hair. Still, they looked much the same as when she was a child.
I'm not sure if I should give you a beer, Bob said, holding a cold bottle.
It's fine, Bob. You never offered me one when Rain was with us, but I'm grown up now. I can drink a little. It's not wrong. She smiled again.
Where is Raina? Jims asked as he gave her a glass.
I had an argument with him, she said. It was my fault. I'll tell him sorry later.
None of the unks smoked. Before, she used to smoke while they talked, but now she felt shy about it. She drank her beer slowly, trying to be polite.
Rain is a good fellow, said Hughie with a laugh.
Yes, he is, she answered quickly. Then she changed the subject. It was a lovely day, wasn't it?
All of them nodded, even Frank, though they seemed too tired to talk. She was glad she had come. It was good practice to feel close to people again. Being alone for a long time makes you forget about others.
Who is Desdemona? Frank asked from his quiet corner.
Justine explained excitedly.
They were shocked when they learned her character would be strangled in the play, and she laughed. After a while, when Patsy yawned, she stood up.
I must go, she said, putting her empty glass down. No one offered her more beer, ladies only had one. Thanks for listening to me talk.
She surprised Bob by kissing him good night. Jack tried to move away, but she caught him easily. Hughie smiled and took it gladly. Jims turned red and said nothing. Patsy got both a hug and a kiss because he seemed a little lonely. She didn't kiss Frank, he looked away, though when she hugged him, she felt something strong and sad inside him. Poor Frank. Why was he like that? Outside the door, she leaned against the wall. Rain loved her. She tried to call his room, but the operator said he had left for Bonn. That was all right. Maybe it was better to wait and see him later in London. A contrite apology by mail, and an invitation to dinner the next time he came to England. Justine still didn't know many things about Rain, but she knew one thing for sure: if she invited him, he would come. He was not the kind of man to hold a grudge. England often appeared in his work because he dealt with foreign matters.
You wait and see, she said to herself in the mirror, looking at Rain's face in her thoughts instead of her own reflection. I'll make England the most important part of your foreign affairs, or my name isn't Justine O'Neill.
She didn't think that maybe her name itself mattered most to Rain. She lived her life in her own way, and marriage was not part of her plan. The idea that Rain might want her to become Justine Hartheim never entered her mind. She could only think of his kiss, and how much she wanted to feel it again. Now she only needed to tell Dane that she could not go to Greece with him. That didn't worry her. Dane always understood. But she would not tell him the real reason she was staying. She loved her brother very much, but she didn't want to hear him lecture her. Dane wanted her to marry Rain, and if she told him her plans, he might take her to Greece by force. Better that Dane didn't know everything. What he didn't hear could not hurt him.
Her note read, Dear Rain, sorry I ran away like a fool the other night. I don't know what happened. It was a busy day, I guess. Please forgive me for being silly. I was ashamed of myself for making a fuss over nothing. You must have had a hard day too. Let's forgive each other and be friends again. I don't like being upset with you. Next time you're in London, come to dinner at my place and we'll make peace. She signed the note simply, Justine.
There were no words of affection. She never used them. Rain looked at her message with a frown, trying to understand what she really meant. It was friendly, yes, but was there something more behind it? He sighed. He knew he had scared her. The fact that she still wanted his friendship showed she cared, but he wasn't sure she understood how she really felt. She knew now that he loved her. If she loved him too, she would have written it clearly. Yet he wondered why she had gone back to London instead of traveling to Greece with Dane. He told himself he shouldn't hope it was because of him, but he couldn't stop that thought. Feeling cheerful, he called his secretary. It was 10 a.m. in London, a good time to reach Justine. Please call Miss O'Neill's flat, he said, waiting tensely.
Rain, said Justine happily when she picked up. Did you get my letter?
I just did, he said.
And will you come to dinner soon? She asked.
I'll be in England this Friday and Saturday. Is that too soon?
No, Saturday is fine. I can't on Friday because I'm rehearsing for Desdemona.
Desdemona, he asked.
Yes. You didn't know. Clyde wrote to me in Rome and offered me the part. Mark Simpson will play Othello, and Clyde is directing himself. Isn't it wonderful? I came back to London on the first plane.
Rain covered his eyes with his hand and was glad his secretary couldn't see his face. That's amazing news, Justine, he said warmly. I was wondering what brought you back to London.
Oh, Dane understood, she said casually. He was almost happy to be alone. He told me he needed me around to remind him to go home, but really, I think he just didn't want me to feel left out now that he's a priest.
Probably, Rain replied politely.
Saturday evening then, she said. Around 6. We'll take our time making peace, maybe with a bottle or two of wine. I'll cook once we agree.
Yes, of course. Goodbye, he said gently. Justine hung up first. Rain sat holding his phone for a moment, then put it down slowly. She was beginning to distract him from his work. And she kept doing so during the following days, though no one seemed to notice. When Saturday evening came, a little after 6, Rain arrived at her apartment without any gift. Justine was not easy to choose presents for. She did not care much for flowers or sweets. If someone gave her something expensive, she would put it aside and forget about it. The only gifts she seemed to value were from Dane.
Champagne before dinner, he asked with surprise.
Yes, I think this is the right time, she said. We had our first fight, and now it is our first time making peace.
She showed him a soft chair and sat down on a furry rug, waiting for what he might say next. Dane stayed quiet, trying to understand how she felt. Before he had kissed her, it was easier for him to stay distant. Now, seeing her again, he knew it would be harder. He thought that even when she was old, she would still seem a little girlish, as if she could never be fully grown. Her calm and logical mind ruled her, yet she always drew him in. He could not imagine wanting another woman. Maybe she was not worth all the struggle, but it did not matter. She was still his goal.
You look very pretty tonight, he said, raising his glass to her.
The fire burned softly in the old fireplace. Justine sat close to it, watching him. Then she put down her glass and leaned forward, resting her arms on her knees.
I don't like to talk around things, she said. Did you mean what you said, Rain?
Mean what? He asked quietly.
In Rome, you said you loved me.
Is that what you want to talk about?
She looked away, then back at him, and nodded.
Of course.
But why bring it up again? He asked. I thought tonight was not about the past.
Oh, Rain, please don't act like I'm being silly. You should understand why I ask.
No, I don't, he said. You made it clear that you didn't want my love. I hoped you would not talk about it anymore.
She had not thought it would be so uncomfortable to meet him again. She expected him to wait for her decision, not to take control. She felt like a student being scolded.
Listen, you changed things, not me. I didn't invite you to ask forgiveness, she said sharply.
Feeling defensive, Justine.
Yes. You always make me feel that way. Why can't I be the one in control just once?
He smiled. If I let you, you would push me away.
I can still do that, she said.
No, you won't. You enjoy keeping me uncertain, and that's why you see me, he replied.
Is that why you said you loved me? She asked sadly. Just to keep me guessing.
What do you think?
I think you're awful, she said angrily. She moved closer to him, staring at his face. Say you love me again and see what happens.
He looked upset. No, I won't say it again. That's not why you asked me to come. You don't care about my feelings. You just want to test your own, without thinking if it's fair to me.
He reached forward and gently held her by the arms. She stopped being angry and looked up at him, waiting. He did not kiss her. Instead, he turned off the lamp, leaned back, and closed his eyes. The room was lit only by the soft fire. She didn't know if he wanted to begin loving her or simply hide his face. Feeling unsure and afraid of being rejected, she sat still, waiting. She should have known earlier that Rain was not someone she could easily play with. She felt that nothing could defeat them. She wanted to rest her head on his lap and say, "Rain, please love me. I need you so much, and I'm sorry." She thought that if he showed his love, maybe something inside her would change, and her feelings would flow out. He stayed quiet and distant while she removed his jacket and tie. When she started to open his shirt, she understood it was not going to work. She didn't know how to make a moment feel natural or loving. This was so important to her, but she was ruining it. Her hands shook. Her lips trembled. Then she began to cry.
Rain pulled her close and pressed her head against his shoulder. His arms went around her. "Don't cry," he said softly. "I didn't mean to hurt you."
She sobbed. "Now you see. I'm a failure. I told you this wouldn't work. Rain, I wanted so much to stay with you, but I knew it couldn't work if you found out how bad I really am."
He said gently, "No, it wasn't your fault. I wasn't helping you. I wanted to see how far you would go without me giving support. I think I didn't understand what you really wanted." His voice sounded more serious, and a little more German. "If this is what you want, we will do it together," he said.
"Please, Rain, stop. I can't do this. I'll only let you down."
"Oh, yes, you can," he said. "I've seen you perform. You can't doubt yourself when you're with me."
She stopped crying. "Kiss me like you did in Rome," she whispered.
He kissed her, but it was not the same. The other kiss had felt quick and strong, this one was slow and deep. She could feel his warmth and smell him. Her hand moved to his shirt buttons again. His hand went to her dress. When she touched his skin, she felt his body tighten. He kissed her neck, and her body responded without control. She felt dizzy and fell onto the soft rug with Rain above her. His shirt was gone. The light from the fire touched his shoulders and his face. She held his head and kissed him harder.
She felt close to him, as if they had always known each other. The world grew small around the red light of the fire. She gave herself to him and learned that he had imagined being with her many times before. That thought made her trust him. She felt safe. The closeness and gentle emotion surprised her, but she understood they were hers alone to share. At last she held him tightly and asked him to end it. Then they lay together quietly, breathing at the same slow rhythm. His head rested on her shoulder, her leg across him. Her touch became soft and calm. He turned a little, inviting her to come closer. She placed her hand on his side and felt his warm skin. She touched him carefully, curious and open. For a moment it was peaceful, and then she felt desire again.
Rain drew her close. His hands held her head, his arms around her back. She saw how his mouth had changed, just for her.
In that instant she felt a new tenderness and peace in her heart. He looked into her face, his eyes bright, and she kissed him again, gently. Thoughts and feelings became one, but her joy had no sound. She felt so happy and full inside that she forgot everything around her. The world seemed to disappear. Raina had kept the fire burning through the night, because when soft daylight came through the curtains, the room was still warm. When he moved, Justine noticed and held his arm.
"Don't go," she whispered.
"I'm not," he said gently. He found another pillow, leaned back, and brought her close to his side. Are you all right?
Yes.
Are you cold?
No, but if you are, we can go to bed.
After spending hours on this fur rug? That would feel strange, even if your bed has silk sheets.
They're just normal white cotton ones, she said. This rug is nice though, isn't it? Where did it come from? It's made from kangaroo fur, from Drogheda, she told him. It's not very special. I'll order a tiger skin for you from India.
He laughed softly. You sound cheerful again. That's good. You haven't joked in a long while.
She smiled back. I feel calm now. That silly poem came into my head and I couldn't help saying it. I have no secrets left from you, so I don't feel the need to hide behind jokes. She sniffed the air and frowned. The smell of old fish, oh dear, you didn't eat dinner last night, and now it's morning. You can't live only on love.
Not when it's quite so tiring, he smiled. Go on, you liked every minute of it. I did, he said, stretching. Do you know how happy I am?
I think I do, she answered softly.
He looked at her for a moment. Was Desdemona the only reason you came back to London?
She reached for his ear and pulled it gently. Now it's my turn to ask questions. What do you think?
He laughed and freed himself. If you don't answer me, Herzchen, I'll really make you tell me.
I came back to act in Desdemona, yes, but also because of you, she said quietly. My life hasn't felt like my own since you kissed me in Rome. You must know that.
He smiled. I knew I wanted you to be my wife from the first moment I saw you.
She sat up quickly. Your wife?
Yes. If I had wanted you just as my lover, I could have had you long ago. But I wanted something real. You weren't ready then.
I'm not sure I'm ready now, she said slowly.
He stood and helped her up. Start with breakfast. If this was my home, I'd cook for you, but here it's your kitchen.
I don't mind cooking for you today, she said, but promising my whole life? That's too much.
He looked calm and serious. Justine, I'm not joking. We don't need to rush. But in the end, the only way I want this is through marriage. I want to be your husband, not just someone in your life.
I'm not giving up acting, she said strongly.
Did I tell you to? He replied. Don't be silly, Justine. You can still work. We are not poor. You'll have help, maybe servants, maybe nannies. Nothing has to stop.
Children, she said, surprised.
He laughed loudly. Ah, this is what they call the tough morning after. I know it's soon for serious talk, but think about it. While you decide, just remember, if I can't have you as my wife, I don't want you at all.
She held him tightly. Oh, Rain, you make everything so hard.
She cried. Dane was alone as he drove his Lagonda car through Italy. He went past Perugia, Florence, Bologna, Ferrara, and Padua. He did not stop in Venice but spent the night in Trieste. Dane loved this city, so he stayed 2 more days near the Adriatic Sea. Then he drove through the mountain road to Ljubljana and spent another night in Zagreb. He followed the Sava River valley, where the fields were full of blue chicory flowers. Then he reached Belgrade and Latonis, where he stayed 1 more night. He went through Macedonia and arrived in Skopje, which was still damaged after the earthquake 2 years ago. Then he stopped in Tito Vels, a small town with old Turkish-style buildings, mosques, and towers. In Yugoslavia, Dane ate very little. He felt guilty eating rich food when many people around him only had bread. At last, he crossed the Greek border at Evzone and entered Thessaloniki. In Italy, the newspapers had written much about a coming revolution in Greece. From his hotel window, Dane watched thousands of people marching with burning torches through the dark streets. He was thankful that Justine had not come with him. The crowd shouted loudly, repeating their cry again and again until midnight. Dane knew that revolutions happened mainly in cities where many poor people lived close together. The countryside of Thessaly looked peaceful and old, just as it had in ancient times. Shepherds slept under small tents. Storks stood on one leg in their nests on top of white houses. The land was dry and brown under a bright blue sky. It reminded Dane of Australia. He took a deep breath and smiled, happy to think he would soon go home. His mother would understand everything he wanted to say. Near Larissa, he reached the sea and stopped his car. The water near the beach was a clear green blue, and far away it looked deep purple. On the grass below him, a small white round temple stood in the sun. Behind him rose an old fortress on the hill.
Greece, you are so beautiful. You are even more beautiful than Italy. This is where everything began.
Eager to be in Athens, Dane drove faster. He went up and down the mountain turns at Dimachus Pass and then entered Boeotia, where he saw many olive trees, brown hills, and tall mountains. Even though he wanted to hurry, he stopped to look at the stone monument to Leonidas and his soldiers at Thermopylae. It said, "Stranger, tell the Spartans that we lie here, obeying their command." He felt something inside him, like he had heard those words before. He shivered and walked faster. Under the hot sun he stopped for a short time above Camina Vora. He swam in the clear water and looked across the narrow sea to Euboea. He thought about how many ships had once sailed from Aulis to Troy. The water was moving strongly toward the sea, so long ago the sailors did not need to row hard. An old woman in dark clothes at the bathhouse tried to touch him and make soft sounds. He felt very uncomfortable and wanted to leave quickly. People no longer talked to him about how good-looking he was, so he could usually forget it. He bought 2 big cakes with custard inside and went on down the coast of Attica. When he reached Athens, the sun was setting and shining beautifully on the high rock and its old stone pillars. But Athens felt tense and unkind. The women looked at him too openly, and it made him feel awkward. Roman women had been calmer and cleverer. There were angry people in the streets, talking and fighting a little. Many wanted Papandrea to lead them. Athens did not feel right. He chose to leave. He put his car in a garage and took a ferry to Crete. There in Crete, among olive trees, wild thyme bushes, and quiet mountains, he finally felt calm. After a long bus ride full of noise from tied chickens and the strong smell of garlic, he found a small white inn. It had an arch with columns and 3 tables under umbrellas outside. Colorful Greek bags hung like bright lanterns. Around it grew pepper trees and gum trees from Australia. The air was filled with the loud song of cicadas and red dust blowing around. At night he slept in a small simple room with open shutters. Each morning he prayed alone. In the day he walked. Nobody disturbed him, and he did not disturb anyone. The local people looked at him with slow surprise and warm smiles. It was hot, still, and quiet, perfect peace. Each day passed calmly, one after another. When he prayed, his thoughts moved softly and slowly. Lord, I belong to you. Thank you for your many gifts. Thank you for the cardinal, for his help, kindness, and love. Thank you for Rome and the holy places. You are stronger than I am. I want to show you my love. He felt that his life had been too happy. He thought he needed some pain to understand faith better. He asked God to let him suffer in spirit so he could grow. He wanted to feel close to God in every way. You are my joy, he prayed silently. I love you more than all others. Later he came to his favorite little beach. It was shaped like a yellow curve between high cliffs. He looked across the sea toward faraway Libya. Then he walked down the stone steps to the sand, took off his shoes, and carried them to his usual spot. 2 young Englishmen were lying nearby, trying to get a tan, and behind them 2 women were speaking in German. When he came closer, the women stopped talking, sat up, and smiled at him. He adjusted his swimsuit, feeling shy. He greeted the Englishman with a friendly "How goes it?" In his mind he called them pommies, like Australians do. They were often on that beach.
Fine, old boy, one said. Be careful of the water today. The current is strong. There's a storm somewhere out there.
Thanks, he replied. Dane smiled and ran toward the small waves. He jumped into the water like a trained surfer. The sea looked calm, but the current was strong. He felt it pulling at his legs. Dane was a very good swimmer, so he didn't worry. He swam smoothly, enjoying the cool water and the feeling of freedom. When he stopped and looked at the beach, he saw 2 German women putting on their swimming caps and running happily into the waves.
He shouted to them in German to stay close to the shore because the current was dangerous.
They laughed and waved to him. Dane started swimming again but thought he heard someone calling. He swam farther and then stopped to float in a place where the current was weaker. Then he heard real cries and saw the 2 women struggling in the water. One was sinking and raising her hands. On the beach, 2 Englishmen stood up and walked slowly toward the sea, afraid to go in. Dane quickly turned and swam to help. The frightened women grabbed him and pulled him down. He held one woman around the waist and managed to calm her by touching her face lightly. Then he took the other woman by her swimsuit strap and pulled her upward. Coughing because he had swallowed water, he turned on his back and started to pull them toward safety. The 2 Englishmen stood in the water but did not come closer. Dane didn't blame them, the current was strong. He felt his feet touch sand and felt great relief. Tired but determined, he pushed the women to the shore. They soon recovered and began crying again, moving wildly. Dane could only breathe heavily and smile weakly. He had done his part, now others could help. While he rested, the current dragged him back out again. He felt his feet lose the bottom. It had been a close escape. Without him, the women might have died because the Englishmen didn't have the skill to save them. But then a thought came to him, maybe they went into the sea only because they saw him. If that was true, then it was his fault they were in danger.
As he floated, a sharp pain suddenly filled his chest. It hurt very badly. Dane cried out and tried to move his arms, but the pain grew worse. He realized his heart was failing. He thought, I'm dying. Please, God, help me. I don't want to die yet. I have more to do. His body slowly became quiet. He turned on his back, letting his arms float in the water. He looked at the sky above him, full of light. He thought, Lord, this must be the pain I asked to understand. I should not fight it. I must accept your will. You are good to me. He felt weak but peaceful. He thanked God for his life and for the love he had received. The pain did not last long. Soon, he felt his strength leave him completely. His lips moved softly, as if he spoke a name, and then his eyes grew still.
On the beach, the 2 Englishmen helped the crying women and looked out over the sea. The water was quiet and empty now. Dane was gone. Someone ran to the nearby Air Force station to ask for help. About half an hour later, a helicopter went up and searched over the wide ocean. No one expected to find him. Drowned people stayed under the water for days. But after 1 hour, 15 miles from the shore, they saw him floating calmly on the deep blue water, face turned up to the sky, arms open. For a moment, people thought Dane was alive and were happy. But when the helicopter came close and the water started to foam, they saw he was dead. The men in the helicopter gave his location by radio. A boat went out and came back 3 hours later. News had spread quickly. The people of Crete had liked Dane. They enjoyed seeing him pass by and talking with him. They didn't know him well, but they cared for him. Many went to the beach to wait, women wearing black clothes, men with old baggy trousers and white shirts. They stood quietly together. When the boat came, a big soldier jumped onto the sand and helped carry a body covered in a blanket. He walked a few steps up from the water and, with another man, laid the body down. The blanket opened, and the cretins made a soft sound. They moved closer, pressing crosses to their lips. The women started to cry quietly, the sound soft and sad. It was late afternoon, the sun was moving behind the cliffs but still shining on the beach. The people looked at the body lying still on the sand. His skin was golden, his eyes were closed, and he had a small smile. A stretcher came, and both the cretins and the American soldiers carried Dane away. Athens was full of trouble, people were protesting in the streets. Still, the American officer called his superiors on a special radio. He held Dane's passport in his hand. It said he was a student from Australia. Inside the passport, Justine's name and London address were written as his closest relative. He had put her name because London was nearer to Rome than his home in Drogheda. In his small room at the inn, his black case with priest things was still closed. It waited beside his suitcase until someone gave directions about where to send it. At 9 in the morning the phone rang in Justine's flat. She turned over in bed, opened one tired eye, and wanted to ignore it. She wished the phone could be disconnected. Why did people think everyone started their day at 9 in the morning? It kept ringing. Maybe it was Rain calling, thinking that made her get up. She went sleepily to the living room and answered. The television was showing news about the German parliament. She hadn't seen Rain for a week, but maybe he was free now.
Hello, she said.
Miss Justine O'Neill, a man asked.
Yes, speaking.
This is Australia House in Aldwych. Do you have a brother, Mr. Dane O'Neill?
Justine's eyes opened wider. Yes, I do.
Is he in Greece now, Miss O'Neill?
She stood still, holding the phone. Yes, that's right. She did not think to correct the man and say he was a priest, not a mister.
Miss O'Neill, I am very sorry. I have bad news. Bad news? What is it? She asked. I must tell you that your brother, Mr. Dane O'Neill, drowned yesterday in Crete. It happened while he was trying to rescue someone at sea. There is trouble in Greece now, so we don't have full details.
The phone was on the table near the wall. Justine leaned against the wall, and her legs felt weak. She slowly sank to the floor, curled up, and made short, broken sounds, not crying, not laughing, just gasping. Dane drowned. Dane dead. Crete. Dane. Drowned. Dead.
Miss O'Neill? Are you there? Asked the voice again.
Dead. Drowned. My brother.
Miss O'Neill, please answer.
Yes, yes, I'm here, she said.
I understand you are his next of kin. We need your instructions about what to do with the body. Miss O'Neill, are you there?
Yes.
What should we do with the body, Miss O'Neill?
The word body sounded terrible. Dane was not a body, he was her Dane. She whispered, I'm not his next of kin. My mother is. There was silence on the line.
This is very difficult, Miss O'Neill. If you are not the closest family member, we are losing time. The man sounded polite at first, then impatient.
There is a revolution in Greece, and the accident happened in Crete, which is far away and hard to contact. It is almost impossible to talk to people in Athens. We must send the family's wishes about the body right away. Is your mother there? Can I speak to her?
My mother isn't here. She lives in Australia.
Australia? Oh dear, that makes things worse. We will have to send a cable there, and that will take more time. If you are not the next of kin, Miss O'Neill, why did your brother's passport say that you were?
I don't know, Justine said, and she gave a small laugh.
Please give me your mother's address in Australia. We will cable her at once. We need to know what to do with the body. Cables take many hours and it will cause delay. This mix-up makes things even harder.
Then phone her. Don't waste time with cables.
Our office cannot pay for international calls, Miss O'Neill, said the man coldly. Now, please give me your mother's name and address.
Mrs. Meggie O'Neill, Justine said slowly. Drogheda, Gillenbone, New South Wales, Australia. She spelled the words for him.
Once again, Miss O'Neill, my deepest regrets, said the man.
Justine heard the click and the dull sound after the call ended. She sat on the floor, letting the phone fall into her lap. She thought there must be a mistake, that things would be sorted out soon. Dane drowned? But he was such a strong swimmer. It couldn't be true. Yet, deep down, she knew it was. She hadn't gone with him to look after him, and now he was gone. She had always protected him, ever since he was a baby. She should have been there. If she couldn't save him, she should have been with him. And she hadn't gone because she wanted to stay in London with Rain. Everything felt heavy. She couldn't think. Her body felt weak, and she couldn't move. Her mind was full only of Dane. Then she thought about her mother and the people at Drogheda. Oh, God. The news would go to them soon. Her mother hadn't even seen Dane's face in Rome one last time. They would send the message to the Gilly police, and old Sergeant Erne would drive out to Drogheda to tell her mother that her son was dead. He was not the right person to do this. He would say polite and empty words. Mrs. O'Neill, my deepest regrets. No, Justine couldn't let that happen. Not to her mother. Not like that. Not the way she had heard the news herself. She pulled the phone receiver back up and called the operator. International line, please. I need to make an urgent call to Australia, Gillenbone 1212. Please hurry.
Meggie answered the phone herself. It was late, and Fee had already gone to bed. She did not feel like sleeping early anymore. She liked to sit and listen to the night sounds, doze with a book, and remember. Hello?
London calling, Mrs. O'Neill, said Hazel from Gilly.
Hello, Justine, said Meggie calmly. Justine sometimes called to ask how things were.
Mum? Is that you, Mum?
Yes, it's me, Meggie said softly. She could hear the pain in her daughter's voice.
Oh, Mum. Oh, Mum. Justine cried. Her breath broke. Mum, Dane's dead. Dane's dead.
Meggie felt like the world opened under her feet, deep and dark, with no end. She felt herself falling and knew she would never be the same again. What more could life take from her? She thought about all the choices she had made and the things she had hoped for. At last she stood still, knowing it was true, and that it was too late. Justine, my dear, please be calm, said Meggie firmly. Her voice did not shake. Try to calm down and tell me. Are you sure?
Australia House called me. They thought I was his next of kin. A man asked me what I wanted done with the body, Justine said bitterly. He kept calling Dane the body, like he didn't belong to us anymore. Meggie heard her daughter crying on the other end of the line. God. I suppose the poor man hated what he was doing. Oh, Mum, Dane's dead. How, Justine? Where? In Rome. Why didn't Ralph call me? No, not in Rome. The Cardinal doesn't know. It happened in Crete. The man said Dane drowned while swimming. He was on holiday. He asked me to go with him, but I didn't. I wanted to act in the play, I wanted to be with Rain. If I had gone with him, maybe he wouldn't have died. Oh, God, what can I do? Stop, Justine, said Meggie firmly. Don't think like that. Dane wouldn't want you to blame yourself. Sometimes things just happen, we don't know why. What matters now is that you are alive. You are all I have left. Oh, Justy, it's so far away. The world feels too big. Please come home to Drogheda. I don't want you alone. No, I must work. Work is the only thing that can help me now. If I stop, I will lose my mind. I don't want people, I don't want comfort. Oh, Mum, she cried loudly. How will we live without him? How could they live at all? God takes good people first, and leaves the rest behind. No one knows how long they will live, said Meggie gently. Justy, thank you for calling me yourself. I couldn't let a stranger tell you, Mum. Not like that. What will you do now?
Meggie tried to send warmth and comfort through the phone to her broken daughter in London. Her son was gone, but her daughter was still alive. She needed to help her heal. Justine had only truly loved Dane. Dear Justine, don't cry too much. Try not to be sad. Dane wouldn't want that. Come home and rest. We'll bring Dane home to Drogheda too. He belongs here. I'll call the embassy and do everything I can. He must come home. Come with him, Justine.
But Justine sat crying, shaking her head even though her mother could not see. Come home. She could never go home again. If she had gone with Dane, he might still be alive. Come home and see her mother's face every day? She couldn't bear that. No, Mum, she said, tears running down her hot face. I will stay here and work. I'll go home with Dane, but then I'll return to London. I can't live in Drogheda.
For 3 days they waited, Justine in London, the family in Drogheda. The silence made hope grow. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe Dane would walk through the door smiling and laugh at the news. Maybe there was confusion in Greece. He was such a good swimmer, he couldn't have drowned. They waited without believing the truth. On the 4th day, Justine got another call. She picked up the phone, her voice tired. Mum?
Justine. Oh, Mum, they buried him already. We can't bring him home. They said Crete is large, and the village name is unknown. By the time the message came, it was too late. He's in an unmarked grave somewhere. I can't get a visa for Greece, no one helps. Everything is a mess. What can we do? Meet me in Rome, Justine, said Meggie.
Everyone on Drogheda gathered around the phone, still lost in grief. The men looked 20 years older. Fee walked around slowly, pale and frail, repeating, "Why not me? I'm so old. I wouldn't have minded leaving. Why did it have to be him?" Anne had fainted, and Mrs. Smith, Minnie, and Kat cried quietly. Meggie looked at them all and put down the phone. This was what remained of Drogheda, a small group of tired, broken people. "Dane's gone," she said softly. "No one can find him. He was buried somewhere on the island of Crete. It is very far away. How can he rest so far from Drogheda? I am going to Rome to speak to Ralph de Bricassart. If anyone can help, it is him." The secretary came into Cardinal de Bricassart's room.
Your Eminence, I'm sorry to bother you, but a woman wishes to see you. I told her that you are very busy because of the Congress, but she says she will wait in the hall until you can see her.
Is she in trouble, Father?
Yes, Your Eminence, very much so. She asked me to tell you her name is Meggie O'Neill. He pronounced the name like Meggie O'Neill.
The cardinal stood up quickly. His face lost all its color and became very pale.
Your Eminence. Are you feeling sick?
No, Father, I am fine. Cancel all my appointments until I say otherwise. Bring Mrs. O'Neill to me now. Do not let anyone interrupt us unless it is the Holy Father. The priest bowed and left. O'Neill. Of course. That was young Dane's name. He should have remembered. In the cardinal's palace everyone had simply called him Dane. It had been a mistake to make her wait. If Dane was like his dear nephew, then Mrs. O'Neill was like his dear sister. When Meggie entered the room, Cardinal Ralph almost did not recognize her. 13 years had passed since they last met. She was 53 now, and he was 71. They both looked older. Her face had changed, it was stronger and less soft than he remembered. She looked brave and serious, not gentle as before. Her beauty was still clear, and her eyes were a pale grey. But now they seemed harder, and her hair had faded to a dull beige. She looked like Dane, but without his bright life. Most surprising of all, she did not look at him for long, and he felt nervous. He pointed to a chair stiffly. "Please sit down."
"Thank you," she answered in a quiet tone.
He noticed that her feet and ankles were swollen. "Meggie, did you fly all the way from Australia without stopping? What's wrong?"
"Yes, I flew straight here. I sat for 29 hours on planes between Gili and Rome. I had nothing to do but look at clouds and think." Her voice was cold and tired.
"What's wrong?" he asked again, worried. She looked at him directly. There was deep sadness in her eyes, and it made him tremble.
"Dane is dead," said Meggie.
His hand fell on his lap as he sat down. "Dead?" he asked slowly. "Dane dead?"
"Yes. He drowned 6 days ago in Crete while helping some women in the sea."
He bent forward and covered his face with his hands. "Dead? Dane dead? My wonderful boy. He can't be dead. Dane was the perfect priest, everything that I was not. He had what I missed in myself." His voice shook. Everyone knew it. "Oh, dear Lord."
"Don't think about your dear Lord, Ralph," said Meggie calmly. "You need to do something else. I came for your help, not to see your pain. I had many hours on the plane to plan how to tell you this. After sitting so long looking at the clouds and thinking that Dane is dead, your sorrow cannot move me."
But when he lifted his face, her heart still jumped. He looked so much like Dane, but now there was suffering in his eyes. She thought, "Thank God Dane is gone and will never feel this kind of pain." "How can I help you, Meggie?" he asked softly, trying to stay calm and think like her counselor.
"Greece is in chaos. They buried Dane somewhere on Crete, and I cannot find out where or why. Maybe the message to send him home was lost because of the civil war. Crete is hot like Australia. When no one claimed his body, they must have thought he had no family and buried him." She leaned toward him. "I want my son back, Ralph. I want him found and brought home to rest at Drogheda. I promised Jims that Dane would stay there, and I will keep that promise, even if I have to search every grave on Crete."
Meggie looked at Ralph with anger and pain.
"No fancy tomb for him, Ralph," she said. "I'll fight. He must come home."
"No one will stop you, Meggie," Ralph said kindly. "It's holy Catholic ground, and that's all the church needs. I also want to be buried on Drogheda." Meggie shook her head.
"I can't deal with all the rules," she said quickly. "I don't speak Greek. I have no power. I came to ask you to use yours. Please, Ralph, help me bring my son home."
"Don't worry," said Ralph. "We will get him back, but it may take some time. The new Greek leaders don't like the church, but I have friends there. I'll start right away. Don't worry, he was a Catholic priest, we will bring him home." Ralph reached for the bell to call someone, but Meggie's cold eyes stopped him.
"You don't understand, Ralph. I don't want to wait. I want my son now. You can speak Greek. You can get travel papers. I want you to come to Greece with me and help me get him back."
Ralph looked at her with sadness and care, but his face turned calm again, the face of a priest. "Meggie, I love your son as if he was my own, but I cannot leave Rome now. I don't have that freedom. You know that. No matter how I feel, I must stay. I work for the Holy Father." Meggie looked shocked. Then she gave a small, hard smile, as if she didn't believe him. She sat up and spoke in a steady voice.
"Do you really love my son, Ralph? What would you do if he was your son? Would you tell his mother you are too busy? Could you say that to me?"
Ralph looked at her sadly. "I don't have a son," he said. "Your son taught me that my first promise must always be to God."
"Dane was your son too," Meggie said quietly.
Ralph stared. "What did you say?"
"I said Dane was your son. When I left Matlock Island, I was already pregnant. Dane was yours, not Luke's.
That can't be true, he said weakly.
I never planned to tell you, Meggie said. Would I lie to you?
To get Dane back, you might, he said, his voice low. She stood beside him. She took his thin hand, kissed the ring, and whispered, I swear to you, Ralph, Dane was your son. He could not have been Luke's. I swear it by his death. Ralph gave out a deep cry and fell forward, crying on the floor. Meggie watched him quietly.
Yes, cry, she said. Cry for him. It's right that one of his parents should cry. He was your son for 26 years and you never knew. My mother knew when he was born. He looked like you, your hands, your eyes, your face. Only his hair was different. When I sent him to you as a priest, I wrote, what I stole, I give back. We both took what you had already promised to God, and now we both have paid for it.
Meggie sat still and watched him.
I loved you, Ralph, but you were never really mine. I had to take a part of you in secret. Dane was that part. I never wanted you to know, because I feared you would take him away. But then he chose to come to you himself. He admired you. He called you the perfect priest. I laughed when he said that. I never meant to tell you, except now. But maybe it doesn't matter. He is not ours anymore. He belongs to God.
Cardinal de Bricassart took a small plane from Athens. He, Meggie, and Justine brought Dane back to Drogheda. They sat quietly during the flight. Dane lay still on a bed, no longer needing anything from this world. Ralph prepared to say the Mass for his son. My own son, he thought. Yes, Meggie, I believe you now. I would have believed you even without your sad promise. Vittorio knew as soon as he saw the boy, and deep inside, Ralph had known too. The boy's smile came from Meggie, but the eyes were his own. Fee knew. And Mueller knew. But the men did not know. The women kept their secret, as if it gave them strength. Vittorio also knew but said nothing. Ralph told himself to begin the prayer, to lift his hands and bless his son's soul. Dane was his son, and Ralph had loved him more than anything, even more than Meggie. Dane was what Ralph wished to be, pure and good. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. The chapel was full of people. Families from all around had come, the Kings, the O'Rourkes, the Davieses, the Pughs, the McQueens, the Gordons, the Carmichaels, the Hope Tuns. The Cleary family and the people from Drogheda were also there. Their hearts were heavy. At the front stood a large coffin, covered with roses. Father Dane O'Neill rested inside. It was spring, so the roses were in bloom, just as always when he returned home.
Holy, holy, holy.
Ralph felt the weight of the ceremony. My Dane, my fine son, he thought. Maybe it is better this way. You will not live to face the hard things I have faced. I pray for you, though you do not need it. You are always close to God. It is we who are sad. We are the ones left behind. Have mercy on us, and when our time comes, help us. The Mass is ended. May he rest in peace. Out across the grass, past the ghost trees, the roses, and the pepper trees, was the cemetery. Sleep peacefully, Dane, because good people leave this world early. Why do people cry for the dead? Maybe you are lucky because you left this hard life so soon. Maybe living is the real place of suffering. The day went by. The guests left. The people from Drogheda walked quietly around the house and tried not to meet each other's eyes. Cardinal Ralph looked at Meggie once, but then he could not look again. Justine went with Jean and Boy King to take the afternoon flight to Sydney, and then the night flight to London. Ralph could hardly remember her voice or her strange pale eyes. Since the time she met him and Meggie in Athens until now, she had acted like someone hiding behind a mask. Ralph wondered why she did not call Raina Hartheim to be with her. She must have known that he loved her and would want to stay close to her now. But Ralph was too tired to think more about it or to call Raina himself. The Drogheda people were unusual. They did not like company when they were sad, they preferred to be alone with their pain. Only Fee and Meggie stayed with Cardinal Ralph in the sitting room after dinner. They did not eat much. No one spoke. The clock on the marble fireplace sounded very loud, and a portrait on the wall seemed to look sharply at the others. Fee and Meggie sat beside each other on a cream-colored sofa, their shoulders touching. Ralph noticed they had never been so close before. Still, they stayed silent and did not look at him or at each other. Ralph tried to think about his life and what he had done wrong. There were too many things: pride, ambition, not enough honesty. And love for Meggie had grown among all these mistakes. But the full happiness of that love he had never known. Would things have changed if he had known his son was his own child? Could he have loved Dane more? Would he have made different choices? His heart said yes, but his mind said no. He felt angry with himself. He should have known Meggie would not go back to Luke. He should have guessed who Dane's father was. She was so proud of her son. Ralph remembered what she told him in Rome, that Dane was all she could get from him. Yes, she got the best part of him in her son. How could he not see that? When Dane came to him as a grown man, he should have realized it. Meggie had waited for him to understand it, she had hoped he would see it. But he was blind. He did not want to see. Ralph had wanted to be a cardinal more than he had wanted her or their son. The room felt full of small noises and soft whispers. The clock ticked like his heart, and then he felt it was no longer in the same rhythm. Fee and Meggie stood up quickly, their faces frightened, trying to speak to him, but he could not hear their words. He cried out quietly in understanding. He felt almost no pain now. He could only feel Meggie's arms around him and his head resting against her. He turned to see her eyes. He tried to say the words "forgive me," but he saw that she had already forgiven him. She knew she had won the best part of the story. Then he wanted to say something beautiful to make her happy forever, but he understood she did not need it. She was strong. She could face anything. So he closed his eyes and felt peaceful one last time in Meggie's arms. 7. 1965 to 1969 Justine. Rayner sat at his desk in Bonn with a morning cup of coffee. He read the newspaper and learned that Cardinal de Bricassart had died. The political troubles of the past few weeks were finally getting quieter. Rayner had been feeling calm, ready to enjoy his coffee and happy at the thought of seeing Justine soon. Her silence did not worry him, she often needed time before she showed her feelings. But the news about the Cardinal changed everything. Rayner lost all joy at once. 10 minutes later, he was driving his Mercedes onto the highway. He wanted to go quickly to Rome. Poor old Cardinal Vittorio would be lonely now, and he already carried a heavy responsibility. Flying would take too long, so driving was faster. He also liked to keep control over his actions, it made him feel steadier. When he reached the Vatican, Cardinal Vittorio told him the whole story. Rayner was shocked and only later began to wonder why Justine had not contacted him. He came to me and asked if I knew Dane was his son. The gentle voice spoke while soft hands touched Natasha's blue-gray back.
And what did you say? I said that I guessed. I could not tell him more. But his face, it made me cry. It ended his life, I think. The last time I saw him, he looked tired. I told him to see a doctor, but he just laughed.
It was as God wished. Ralph de Bricassart was one of the most troubled men I ever knew. Now he has found peace that he could not find while alive.
The boy, Vittorio, a sad story.
Do you think it was sad? I see it as something beautiful. I believe Dane welcomed death, and maybe God wanted him close as soon as possible. I feel pain not for the boy, but for his mother who must suffer, and his sister, his uncles, and his grandmother. Father O'Neill was pure in heart and mind. For him, death was simply the beginning of a better life. For the rest of us, it is much harder.
From his hotel, Rayner sent a message to London. He did not show his anger or sadness. It only said, "Must return Bonn but will be in London weekend stop why didn't you tell me query all my love Rain." When he arrived at his office in Bonn, he found two things on his desk, a letter from Justine and a packet from Cardinal de Bricassart's lawyers in Rome. He opened the packet first. The cardinals will said that Rayner should lead another company, Mitchell Limited, and also help with Drogheda. Rayner felt both troubled and touched. He understood that this was the cardinal's way of showing trust, that he believed Rayner had done well and his prayers had worked. The cardinal wanted Rayner to care for Meggie O'Neill and her family. The will used formal words, but Rayner still felt the meaning behind them. He put the packet in the basket for normal mail and opened Justine's letter. It started coldly, with no greeting.
She wrote that she was glad they had not met for weeks, because she would not have wanted him near. She said she was thankful he didn't know what had happened. She didn't want him around her. Grief was ugly, she said, and he could not help her. She wrote that this showed she did not really love him. If she did, she would have needed him, not pushed him away. So she wanted to end things forever. She said she had nothing to give him, and wanted nothing from him. Losing someone after 26 years had taught her how much people matter. She never wanted to suffer like that again. He had said it himself, marriage or nothing. She chose nothing. Her mother told her the old cardinal had died soon after she left Drogheda. It was strange, she said, how sad her mother was, though she said little. Justine could not understand why her mother, Dane, and Rayner had liked him so much. She never liked him, and his death did not change her mind. She ended the letter by saying again she wanted nothing from Rayner and told him to take care of himself. She had signed her letter in her strong black handwriting, Justine, using the thick felt-tip pen Rayner had given her.
He did not keep the letter or burn it. As he always did with letters that needed no answer, he shredded it right away. He thought sadly that Dane's death had stopped Justine's emotional growth. He felt bitter and unhappy. It was not fair. He had waited for her for so long. At the weekend, he flew to London, not to meet her, but he saw her anyway, on stage, playing Desdemona, the beloved wife of the Moor. She was powerful. He thought the stage could help her more than he could. "That's my brave girl," he thought. "Let it all go while you act." But she could not let go completely, she was still too young. The stage gave her peace and forgetfulness for a while. She told herself that time would heal her pain, but she didn't believe it. She asked why the sadness continued. When Dane was alive, she didn't think much about him except when they were together. As adults, their lives were different and they saw each other only sometimes. But after he died, the emptiness was so large that she did not think she could ever fill it. Justine often caught herself thinking about Dane. She would begin to tell him something, then stop, remembering he was gone.
That thought always hurt her deeply. Because she felt it so often, her sadness seemed never to end. If his death had not been so terrible, she might have healed faster. But those few tragic days stayed clear in her mind. She missed him so much that she could hardly believe he was really dead. She often thought that she had not helped him enough. Other people said he was perfect, but she knew he had worries. He sometimes felt worthless and did not understand why people liked him. Poor Dane never knew that people loved him because he was kind. It was painful to know she could not help him anymore. She was also sad for her mother. If Dane's death hurt her so badly, what must it have done to Mum? The thought was too hard to bear. She tried not to remember the happy day in Rome when everyone had been so proud of Dane. Now those same people must feel lost and empty. She asked herself if that sadness was really the worst part. No, it wasn't. The hardest thing was thinking about Rain. She felt she had betrayed Dane. She had sent him to Greece alone so she could stay with Rain. If she had gone with him, maybe he would have lived. She told herself that he had died because of her selfishness. Now she could not bring him back, but she could stop seeing Rain and suffer the loneliness as punishment.
Time passed, weeks, months, years. She kept busy with her acting. From the start, she made sure to seem happy and normal. She spoke cheerfully and smiled at people. Inside, she was changed. She was more gentle and felt other people's pain as her own. But mostly, she was the same lively, bold Justine everyone knew. Twice she tried to visit Drogheda, and once she even bought the plane ticket. Each time, something important stopped her, but she knew the truth. She was afraid and felt guilty. She could not face her mother because seeing her would bring back all the sorrow. She wanted her family to think she was fine, that she had recovered. It was easier to stay away. Much easier. Meggie sighed and tried not to show her tiredness. Her joints hurt so much that she could not ride a horse today. Maybe another time. She heard a car stop, then the sound of the brass ram's head knocking on the front door. Voices, her mother's voice, footsteps. It wasn't Justine, so she didn't care much.
Meggie, Fee said from the veranda, we have a visitor. Could you come inside, please?
The visitor was a well-dressed man, middle-aged but perhaps younger than he looked. He had a strong air about him, like Ralph once did, before Ralph became only a memory. Meggie, this is Mr. Rainer Hartheim, said Fee. Meggie was surprised. So this was Rain, the man Justine used to write about.
Oh, she said, then added politely, please sit down, Mr. Hartheim.
He looked at her with shock. You're nothing like Justine.
No, I'm not, Meggie replied, sitting across from him.
I'll leave you with Mr. Hartheim, Fee said. He wants to speak with you alone. Ring when you're ready for tea. Then she left.
You're Justine's German friend, aren't you? Meggie asked, not sure what else to say.
He took out a cigarette case. May I?
Please do.
Would you like one, Mrs. O'Neill?
No, thank you. I don't smoke, she said, smoothing her dress. You're far from home, Mr. Hartheim. Are you here for business in Australia?
He smiled and wondered what she would say if she knew he was really the owner of Drogheda. But he did not plan to tell her. He wanted everyone on Drogheda to think that the place was run by the man he had hired to manage things for him.
Please, Mrs. O'Neill, my name is Rainer, he said, carefully pronouncing it like Justine did. He thought quietly that this woman would not use his name so easily. She was careful with strangers. No, I don't have any business in Australia, but I came for a good reason. I wanted to see you.
To see me? She asked, surprised. Trying to hide her confusion, she quickly changed the topic. My brothers speak about you often. You were very kind to them when they were in Rome for Dane's ordination. She said Dane's name calmly. I hope you can stay a few days to see them.
I can, Mrs. O'Neill, he answered pleasantly.
Meggie felt awkward. He had come from so far just to see her, but she did not understand why. He seemed like a polite man, but he made her a bit nervous. Maybe she had never met someone like him before. Then she thought of Justine and realized her daughter could easily talk to men like Rainer Hartheim. It felt strange to see Justine as a grown woman now. Rainer looked at Meggie and thought she was still beautiful, even with her white hair. He was surprised that she looked nothing like Justine. Dane had looked very much like the Cardinal. She must be very lonely, he thought, but she seemed at peace with herself.
How is Justine? Meggie asked.
He sighed. I don't know. I haven't seen her since before Dane died.
Meggie did not look surprised. I haven't seen her since Dane's funeral, she said sadly. I hoped she would come home, but I think she never will.
He made a quiet, kind sound, but she continued to speak, softly. Drogheda feels like a home for old people now, she said. We need someone young, and Justine is the only young one left. Raina frowned and leaned forward. You talk about her as if she belongs to Drogheda, he said sharply. She does not belong to anyone, Mrs. O'Neill.
What gives you the right to say that? She asked angrily. You said yourself that you haven't seen her for 2 years.
You are right, he said more gently. It has been 2 years. You handle everything very bravely, Mrs. O'Neill.
Do I? She asked, trying to smile. Her eyes stayed fixed on him. He began to understand why the Cardinal had loved her so deeply. There was something special about her. Yes, you do, she repeated softly. She looked uneasy. How do you know about Dane and Ralph? She asked.
I guessed, he said. Don't worry, nobody else knows. I guess because I knew the Cardinal long before I met Dane. In Rome, everyone thought Dane was his nephew, but Justine made me see something different when we first met.
Justine. No, not Justine, Meggie cried.
He quickly reached for her hand. No, Mrs. O'Neill, Justine doesn't know anything about it. She said something by accident. Please believe me.
Are you sure?
Yes, I promise, he said.
Then why doesn't she come home? Why won't she visit me? Why can't she face me? Meggie's voice became full of pain. Raina suddenly cared less about his own reasons for coming. He only wanted to calm her.
For that, I am partly to blame, he said seriously.
You? She asked, confused.
Justine was supposed to go to Greece with Dane. She believes that if she had gone, he would still be alive.
That's nonsense, Meggie said quickly.
Yes, we both know that, he said softly. But Justine doesn't. You have to help her see it.
Me? You don't understand, Meggie said sadly. Justine has never listened to me. I have no power over her anymore. She doesn't even want to see me. Her tone was calm but full of loss. I made the same mistake my mother did, she said slowly. Drogheda became my whole life.
The house and the books gave her comfort. Here she felt useful and needed. There were people who depended on her. She said her children never really had.
That's not true, Mrs. O'Neill, he replied gently. If that were true, Justine could come home without worry. You don't see how deep her love for you is. When I say I am part of her trouble, I mean she stayed in London because of me. But her pain is for you, not for me.
Meggie sat straight. She should not feel pain because of me. If she suffers, it should be for her own reasons, not mine.
Then you believe me when I say she knows nothing about Dane and the Cardinal, he asked. She looked calmer now, remembering there were other things to think about.
Yes, she said. I believe you.
I came here because Justine needs your help, he said. She cannot ask for it herself. You must help her see she needs to live again, not the Drogheda life, but her own life, far from this place. He leaned back, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette. Justine is punishing herself for reasons that are wrong. You can make her see that. But if you do, she will never come home again. If you leave her as she is, she may stay here for good. He looked thoughtful. The stage is not enough for someone like Justine. One day she will know that. Then she must choose, her family and Drogheda, or me. He smiled kindly. But people alone are not enough for her. If she chooses me, she can still have her work on the stage. Drogheda cannot give her that. Then his tone changed. He looked at Meggie seriously. I ask you to help her choose me. It sounds hard, but I need her more than you ever could.
Meggie grew firm again. Drogheda is not a bad choice, she said. You make it sound like her life would end here, but that's not true. She could keep her acting too. This is a real community. If she married Boy King, as his grandfather, and I hope, her children would be cared for while she was away. This is her home. She knows the life here. She would understand what she was choosing. Can you say the same about the life you offer?
No, he said slowly. But Justine likes change. Here she would stop growing.
So you mean she would be unhappy here?
Not exactly. If she came back and married, who is this Boy King?
He is heir to a nearby farm called Bugula and a childhood friend. His grandfather wants the marriage for family reasons. I want it because I think it would be good for Justine.
I see, he said. Well, if she came back and married him, she might learn to be happy. But happiness is not the same for everyone. I think she would find deeper meaning with me. Because she loves me, Mrs. O'Neill, not Boy King.
Meggie gave a small smile and pulled the bell cord for tea. She has a strange way of showing that, she said. And, Mr. Hartheim, I told you before, Justine never listens to me.
You are wise, he answered. You know you could do it if you tried. I only ask that you think about what I said. Take your time. I can wait.
Meggie smiled again. Then you are rare, she said.
They did not speak of it again. During his stay, he acted like any other guest. Meggie felt he wanted her to see what kind of man he was. Her brothers liked him deeply. As soon as they heard he had arrived, they all stayed around until he left for Germany. Fee liked him too. Her eyesight was poor now, so she could not keep the accounts, but her mind was sharp. Mrs. Smith had passed away in her sleep last winter. Fee had not hired a new housekeeper for Minnie and Kat, who were old but healthy. Instead, Fee gave Meggie full care of the books and took Mrs. Smith's place herself. Fee soon understood that Raina was a link to the part of Dane's life no one at Drogheda had shared. So she asked him to tell her about it. He was happy to do so. He saw that everyone liked talking about Dane and found comfort in hearing new stories about him. Meggie listened politely, but inside she kept thinking about what Raina had said. She could not stop wondering about the choice he had given her. She had stopped hoping that Justine would ever come back. Then he almost promised that she would, and said Justine would be happy if she did. Meggie was also very thankful to him for one more thing. He helped her stop worrying that Justine had found out about the connection between Dane and Ralph. About Justine marrying Rain, Meggie did not know what she could do. Justine seemed to have no wish to marry him. Or maybe Meggie did not want to see that truth. Meggie liked Rain very much, but his happiness was not as important to her as her daughter's future and the life of Drogheda and its people. The big question was how important Rain really was to Justine's happiness. Even though Rain said Justine loved him, Meggie could not remember her daughter ever saying anything that showed she felt that way. When Meggie drove Rain to the airport, she said, "You will probably see Justine again sometime. When you do, please don't talk about this visit to Drogheda."
You will probably see Justine again sometime. When you do, please don't talk about this visit to Drogheda.
If that's what you want. I only hope you will think about what I said.
But he felt Meggie had gained more from his visit than he had. 2.5 years after Dane died, it was mid-April. That day, Justine suddenly wanted to see something different from streets and houses. The spring air was soft, and the sun was cool. London looked dull to her, so she took the train to Kew Gardens. She was happy it was Tuesday, not many people would be there. She had no work that night, so she could walk all day without care. Justine knew Kew Gardens well. London was beautiful to someone from Drogheda because of all the flowers, but Kew was even better. In the past, she had gone there often from April to October. Every month showed different flowers. Mid-April was her favorite time, with daffodils, azaleas, and trees full of blossoms. She sat on the damp ground, alone, to look at one of the finest views in the park. She saw a wide area full of bright daffodils. In the middle was a large almond tree covered in white flowers that bent gently with their weight. The scene looked peaceful and lovely. She leaned back to enjoy the beauty. Then she saw someone walking toward her among the daffodils. It was Rainer mauling Hartheim. He wore his long leather coat and the sun shone on his silver hair.
"You'll catch a cold," he said, taking off his coat and putting it on the ground so they could sit on it.
How did you find me? She asked as she moved onto a corner of the coat.
"Mrs. Kelly told me you came to Kew. Then I just walked until I saw you."
Do you think I should be happy to see you?
"Are you?"
The same Rain, always answering with a question. No, I'm not happy. I thought I had got rid of you for good.
"It's not easy to get rid of me. How are you?"
I'm fine. Have you healed your sadness? No.
"That's normal," he said. "But I knew that after you ended things, you would never be the one to come back and ask for peace. I realized it had to be me."
Don't think I will let you come close to me again, she warned him.
"I don't want that anymore," he replied.
His quick answer surprised her, but she smiled a little and said, "Really?"
"If I still wanted that, do you think I could have stayed away for so long? You were a short dream in that way, but I still care for you as a dear friend."
Oh, Rain, I feel the same. So, can I be your friend then? Of course.
He lay back on the coat, smiling lazily. "You're around 30, right? In those messy clothes, you look like a schoolgirl. You need me to tell you how to dress better," he joked.
She laughed.
I admit when I thought you might appear again, I tried to look nicer. I am 30 now, but you are not young either. You must be 40 at least. That is not such a big difference, is it? You look thinner. Are you feeling okay, Rain? I was never fat, only strong. Sitting at a desk all the time has made me smaller, not bigger.
She lay down on her stomach, moved closer to him, and smiled. Oh, Rain, I am happy to see you. No one else makes me feel so alive.
Poor Justine. You have plenty of money now, don't you?
Money? She asked, then nodded. It was strange that the Cardinal left his money to me. Half went to Dane and half to me, but since I was Dane's only heir, I got it all. Her face moved sadly. She looked away and pretended to study one daffodil among many before she could speak calmly again. Rain, I would do anything to know what the Cardinal really was to my family. Was he just a friend? Or something more? I don't understand, but I wish I did.
No, you don't, he said quietly. He stood and offered her his hand. Come, Hürstchen, I will buy you dinner where people can see us and think the actress from Australia and the German cabinet member are friends again. My Playboy image has grown dull since you left me.
You should be careful, she said. People don't call me the carrot-haired Australian actress anymore. Now they call me the beautiful, red-haired British actress, thanks to my role as Cleopatra. Surely you know the critics say I am the most special Cleo in years. She posed like an Egyptian figure.
He smiled. Special, he asked.
Yes, special, she said firmly.
After Cardinal Vittorio died, Rain stopped visiting Rome. He came to London instead. At first Justine was very happy and enjoyed his company. But as months went by, Rain never spoke about their old relationship. Her small annoyance turned into uneasy feelings. She kept telling herself she didn't want that kind of romance again. It was finished. She didn't need it. She didn't even think of Rain's face except sometimes in dreams she didn't wish to have. After Dane died, those first months were terrible. She wanted Rain's comfort and closeness, but she knew it was wrong to bring him into her sadness. His memory was too close to Dane's. It was better to send him away and fight every thought of desire. When he was gone for a long time, her heart grew calm and quiet. Her mind learned to forget. But now Rain was back, and forgetting was harder. She wanted to ask him if he remembered their past. Had he truly forgotten? She told herself she was finished with love, but it would still please her to know that he hadn't. though, she knew it was just a dream. Rain didn't look like a man hurt by love, and he never tried to start that part of their lives again. He was a friend and wanted friendship. Good. That was what she wanted too. Still, could he have forgotten? No, surely not. But she felt angry that he might have. That night, her acting as Lady Macbeth felt different, stronger, sharper, not like before. After the play, she couldn't sleep well. The next morning, a letter came from her mother, and it worried her. Her mother didn't write often anymore, and when she did, the letters usually felt cold and empty. But this one was different. It sounded tired and old, like something was wrong. Justine felt uneasy. Her mother was getting older. What was happening on Drogheda? Was she hiding an illness? Was her grandmother sick? One of her uncles? Or her mother herself? It had been 3 years since Justine saw her family. Many things can change in 3 years, even if her own life felt dull and still. That evening was her night off, with only one more Macbeth show left. The day had moved slowly, and even thinking about having dinner with Rain did not excite her anymore. Their friendship felt useless, she thought as she quickly put on a dress that was the orange color Rain disliked most.
Such an old-fashioned man, she said to herself. If he doesn't like me as I am, that's his problem.
She fixed the small frills on her dress and looked at her reflection. Then she laughed a little sadly. She knew she was behaving like the kind of woman she usually didn't respect. Maybe she was just tired and needed a break. It was a good thing that Lady M was finally over. But what was wrong with her mother? Rain seemed to spend more time in London now. Justine was amazed at how easily he travelled between Bonn and England. Of course, having his own plane helped, but it must have been tiring.
Why do you come to see me so often? She suddenly asked him. People all over Europe talk about it, but sometimes I think you only use me as an excuse to visit London.
Rain smiled calmly. Yes, sometimes I do, he said. People often notice you and talk, but being with you is no problem. I enjoy spending time with you. He looked at her carefully. You're very quiet tonight. Is something wrong?
Not really, she said softly, moving her dessert away. Just something small. Mum and I don't write each other every week now. It's been so long since we've seen one another that there isn't much to say. But today she sent me a strange letter. Not like her at all.
Rain's heart sank. He felt sure this was the beginning of her mother's plan to bring Justine back to Drogheda and keep the family strong. He reached for Justine's hand. She looked lovely, he thought, even in that awful orange dress. Her face showed the start of small lines, giving her more dignity and character. But he wondered if her calmness was real or only on the surface. Your mother is lonely, he said slowly. He felt he could no longer pretend Meggie was wrong. Justine was her daughter, she must know her better than he ever could.
Yes, maybe, Justine said, frowning. But I feel there's something more to it. She's been lonely for years, so why suddenly act like this? I can't explain it, Rain, and that's what troubles me.
She's getting older, he said. You forget that. Things may bother her now that never did before. His eyes looked far away, as if he was thinking about something else. 3 years ago she lost her son. Do you think that pain gets easier? I think it grows heavier. She's lost him, and now she might feel she's lost you too. You haven't even visited her.
Justine closed her eyes. I will, Rain. I promise I will, soon. You're right, as always. I never thought I'd miss Drogheda, but now I do. I almost feel like it's part of me.
Rain checked his watch and smiled sadly. I'm afraid I've used you again tonight. I hate to make you go home alone, but I have to meet some important men in less than an hour. I must go in my own car with Fritz, who has special permission.
Oh, Secret business, she laughed, hiding her hurt. So that's why you always call taxis. You trust me with a cab driver but not with the future of Europe. Well, to show you I don't need your taxi or your Fritz, I'll take the underground home. It's still early. She lifted his hand to her cheek and kissed it. Rain, I don't know what I'd do without you.
He put his hand in his pocket, stood up, and drew her chair back. I'm your friend, he said. Friends are meant to be there for you. After they parted, Justine went home feeling quiet and thoughtful. Soon her thoughts turned sad. Tonight Rain had spoken more personally than ever, and his main message was clear: her mother was lonely and getting older. She should go home. He said visit, but she wondered if he had really meant stay. He seemed to feel nothing for her anymore. Whatever feelings he once had were gone, and he did not want to bring them back. She had never thought before that he might see her as a problem, someone from his past he wished to forget. But maybe that was true. If so, why had he come back into her life 9 months ago? Maybe because he felt sorry for her. Or maybe he thought he owed her something. Or perhaps he wanted to help her get closer to her mother, for Dane's sake. He had cared a lot for Dane, and who could say what they had talked about in Rome when she wasn't there? Perhaps Dane had asked him to look after her, and that was what he was doing. He had waited long enough so she would not turn him away, then come back to keep a promise to Dane. That seemed likely. He no longer loved her. Whatever interest he once had in her was gone. She knew she had treated him badly and blamed herself for it. Thinking of this made her cry. Then she tried to stop and told herself not to be foolish. She turned over in bed, hit her pillow, and tried to sleep, but she couldn't. She finally picked up a script to read, yet the words soon seemed blurred. She tried to push her sadness away, but it became too heavy to bear. When the pale London morning light came through the window, she sat at her desk. She felt cold. She could hear cars far away and smell damp air. The idea of going back to Drogheda suddenly felt wonderful, quiet air and peace. She took a black pen and began a letter to her mother. Her tears stopped as she wrote. She told her mother that she hoped she understood why she hadn't been home since Dane died, but she was going to fix that. She was coming home for good. She said the time had come when she wanted Drogheda again. She had lived her dream life and found it empty. There was nothing for her anymore on the stage. She wanted a safe and lasting life, so she would come home to Drogheda. No more empty wishes. Maybe she would marry Boy King if he still cared for her, and start a family. She was very tired and could not find the right words for her feelings but promised to write more later. Her work on Lady Macbeth was finished, and she had not made new plans, so leaving acting would not hurt anyone. There were many actresses in London. Clyde could find another one easily, but her mother could not find another daughter. She was sorry it took her 31 years to understand that. She wrote that Rain had helped her see this truth. He had never met her mother, but somehow understood her well. He was wise, just like people say, someone watching from outside can see best. She was tired of him always visiting and trying to manage her life. He seemed to think he owed Dane something. But she had now realized that she herself was the problem. When she was back on Drogheda, maybe that promise would end. He wouldn't need to visit anymore. She said she would write again soon to tell when she would arrive, and ended her letter by saying she loved her mother in her own way. She signed the letter simply, not with her usual flourish, then folded it, put it in an envelope, and addressed it. On the way to the theatre for the last performance of Macbeth she mailed the letter. She carried on with her plan to leave England. Clyde was first angry and shouted at her, which left her weak and trembling. But later he suddenly agreed to let her go. It was easy to give up her small house, because many people wanted it. After the news spread, the phone rang constantly until she finally stopped answering. Mrs. Kelly, who had worked for Justine since she first came to London, walked slowly among the mess of boxes and wood pieces. She felt unhappy and wished someone would call to make Justine change her mind. Then the phone did ring, but not for that reason. Rain called. He didn't know Justine was leaving. He only asked her to help him as hostess for a dinner party at his new house on Park Lane.
What do you mean, a house on Park Lane? Justine cried in surprise.
Rain explained that because he spent so much time in England for work, it was easier for him to have a house there. He said he had rented one.
Rain, you secret man, how long have you had it? She asked angrily.
About a month, he replied.
And you let me act silly the other night and didn't say anything. You're awful.
Rain laughed gently and said he had only kept quiet because he liked seeing her believe he was flying over every time.
I could kill you, she said bitterly with tears in her eyes.
He smiled and asked her kindly not to be angry. Come and help me as hostess, then you can look at the house as much as you want.
Oh sure, with 5 million guests watching, don't you trust yourself alone with me? She asked.
You won't be a guest, he said calmly. You will be my hostess. It's different. Will you do it?
She wiped her tears and answered quickly yes.
The evening turned out much better than she expected. Rain's house was beautiful and he was happy and kind. Justine wore a bright pink dress that was a little too much for his taste, but after one quick look he smiled, took her arm and showed her around the house before the guests came. During the party he treated her with warm respect, which made her feel important and comfortable. The guests were well-known political people and Justine felt uneasy thinking about the big choices they had to make. They looked like normal people, which made it strange.
I wouldn't mind so much if one of them had acted like a great leader, she said to Rain after everyone left. You know, someone like Napoleon or Churchill. Do you think of yourself as a great man of destiny?
Rain's face showed discomfort. You should choose your question more carefully when talking to a German, he said. No, I don't think that way. It isn't good for politicians to believe they are special or fated to rule. It causes many problems.
Justine didn't want to argue. She had said it only to start a new topic. The wives were quite different from each other, she said with a smile. I looked better than most of them, even if you don't like my pink dress. One lady almost matched the wallpaper and another was terrible. How can her husband stand her? Men make strange choices in wives.
Justine, you never remember names, Rain said, half amused and half serious. It's lucky you refused me. You wouldn't make a good politician's wife. I heard you humming when you forgot people's names. Many men with difficult wives do fine in life and many with perfect wives fail. It depends on the man himself. Very few marry only for political reasons. His calm words reminded her that he could still make her feel small. She made a playful bow to hide her feelings and sat down on the rug. Get up, Justine, he said softly. But she stayed there, curling her legs under her and leaning near the fireplace to stroke Natasha, Rain's cat. She had learned that after Cardinal Vittorio died, Rain had kept his cat. It was old and a bit grumpy, but he loved it.
I'm going home to Drogheda for good, she said suddenly.
Rain took out a cigarette slowly. His big hand stayed steady. You know you didn't tell me that, he answered. Then I'm telling you now.
When did you decide this?
5 days ago. I'm leaving at the end of this week. I can't wait.
I see.
Is that all you can say?
What else is there to say? I only wish you happiness in whatever you choose.
Thank you, she said lightly. Aren't you glad you won't have to see me much longer?
You don't bother me, Justine, he said.
She turned away, left Natasha, took the poker, and began pushing the old logs in the fireplace. They broke apart, and the fire became smaller.
We always like to poke fires until they die, she said. But it is a beautiful ending, isn't it, Rain?
He didn't answer that. He only asked, so you're leaving by the end of the week? You're quick.
There's no reason to wait.
And your career?
I'm tired of it. After playing Lady Macbeth, what else can I do?
Oh, Justine, stop talking like a child. Why don't you just say you don't find joy in acting anymore, and that you miss home?
All right, fine. Say what you want. I was joking. Sorry if I annoyed you.
She stood up quickly. Where are my shoes? My coat. Fritz came with her things and took her home. Rain didn't go with her, he said he had work to do. But as she left, he just sat by the new fire with Natasha on his lap, looking far from busy.
Well, Meggie said to her mother, I hope we did the right thing.
Fee looked at her and nodded. Yes, I think we did. The problem with Justine is that she can't decide things like this herself, so we must do it for her.
I don't like feeling like we're playing God, Meggie said. I think I know what she really wants, but if I asked her directly, she would not admit it.
The Cleary pride, Fee said with a small smile. It appears in the most surprising people.
Oh, it's not only Cleary pride, Meggie said. There's a little Armstrong pride too.
Fee shook her head. No. When I made my choices, pride wasn't part of it. Getting old helps us understand why we did what we did.
Unless we lose our minds first, Meggie said dryly. Though I doubt that will happen to you. Or to me.
Maybe losing one's mind is sometimes a kindness, Fee said. You're not old enough yet to say you escaped it. Wait another 20 years.
20 years, Meggie said sadly. That sounds so long.
You could make those 20 years less lonely, Fee said, while she kept knitting.
Yes, I could. But it wouldn't have been worth it, Mum. Would it? Meggie touched Justine's letter with her knitting needle, her voice unsure. I have waited too long. Since Rainer came, I've hoped I wouldn't have to act. But he was right. It ended up being my task.
You might admit I helped a little, Fee said, sounding hurt. At least after you set your pride aside and told me everything.
Yes, you helped, Meggie said softly. The clock ticked loudly. Their hands moved quickly over the knitting needles. Mum, Meggie said suddenly. Why did Dane's death break you when Daddy's or Frank's or Stu's didn't?
Break me. Fee stopped knitting. What do you mean?
It seemed to destroy you inside.
They all hurt me, Meggie. But I was younger when the others died, and I could hide it better. I had more strength. Just as you do now. But Ralph knew how I felt when Daddy and Stu died. You were too young to notice. She smiled. I loved Ralph very much. He was special. Very much like Dane.
Yes, he was, Meggie said quietly. I never knew you saw that. You are still a mystery to me, Mum. There are so many things I don't know.
I'm glad of that, said Fee, laughing softly. Her hands stayed still.
Getting back to the original subject, if you can do this now for Justine, Meggie, I'd say you gained more from your troubles than I did from mine. I wasn't willing to do as Ralph asked and watch over you. I wanted to keep my memories, only my memories. But you have no choice. Memories are all you have. They bring comfort when the pain grows weaker. Don't you think so? I had 26 full years with Dane, and I tell myself what happened was for the best. Maybe he was spared some terrible test he couldn't have faced. Like Frank, but not the same. There are things worse than death, we both know that.
Are you not angry at all?
At first I was, but for their sake I learned not to be.
When we are gone, there will be no one. Drogheda will disappear. They might write one line about it in the history books, and some young man will come to Gilly to talk to anyone who still remembers it, for his book about Drogheda. The last of the great New South Wales stations. But his readers will never really know how it was, because they can't. They would have had to live it.
Yes. They would have had to live it.
When she had said goodbye to Rain before, she had done it in a letter. She was full of pain and anger then, and writing that letter had been strangely easy. But now Rain hadn't given her the chance for that. They had to meet for dinner at their favorite restaurant. He hadn't asked her to come to his house in Park Lane, which she had expected but not hoped for. She knew he wanted to keep the meeting peaceful and safe, maybe with Fritz nearby. He was taking no chances. For once she tried to look nice for him. The playful part of her that usually made her dress in bright colors stayed quiet. Rain liked simple clothes, so she wore a long silk dress in dark red with long sleeves and a high neck. She added a flat gold collar with small jewels and matching bracelets. Her hair disappointed her, it never behaved the way he liked. She used more makeup than usual to hide how tired and sad she felt. She looked good enough, perhaps, if he didn't look too hard. He didn't seem to notice. He didn't ask if she was tired or unwell, and he didn't mention her travel plans. That was strange. After a while she started to feel something was wrong. He was different, too quiet, too far away. It felt like he had already said goodbye, and this dinner was just something extra.
Have you had a letter from your mother yet? Would you like Fritz to take you to the airport tomorrow? I have meetings all day, so it won't be a problem. No need to shout, Justine. Whatever you want is fine.
No, I don't expect one. She probably doesn't know what to say. Thanks, I'll take a cab. I don't want you to lose his help. I said I'll take a cab.
He didn't call her by his old loving name anymore. He hadn't used it once that night. The dinner was sad and heavy. She just wanted it to end. She looked at his hands, trying to remember how they used to feel, but she couldn't. Why couldn't life be simple? Why did such painful things happen, like with Dane? Thinking about that made her heart drop, and she couldn't sit still anymore. She touched her chair arms and said, "Do you mind if we go? I have a bad headache." At her street, Rain helped her from the car and asked Fritz to drive around. He gently took her arm as they walked together through the cold, wet London air. The street was quiet except for the sound of their steps. Sad, lonely steps.
So, Justine, we say goodbye. Well, for now I will stay here, she said cheerfully.
But not forever. I will come back sometimes, and I hope you will visit me at Drogheda.
He shook his head. No. This is the end, Justine. I think we have no reason to see each other again.
You mean you don't need me anymore, she said with a small laugh. It's okay, Rain, don't worry. I can handle it.
He took her hand, kissed it gently, looked into her eyes, and walked away. There was a letter from her mother on the floor. Justine bent down to pick it up. She dropped her bag and coat, left her shoes nearby, and went into the living room. She sat heavily on a box and bit her lip. Her eyes stopped for a moment on a photo of Dane from the day he became a priest. She looked at it sadly and felt confused. Then her bare toes touched the rolled-up rug. She made a face and stood up quickly. She needed to walk, so she went to the kitchen. In the kitchen, she opened the fridge and took the cream. She then opened the freezer and took out a can of coffee. She turned on the water and looked around the room, as if it was new to her. She saw the marks on the wallpaper, a plant hanging from the ceiling, and a black cat-shaped clock moving its tail and eyes. On the blackboard were big words, "Pack hairbrush." There was a pencil drawing of Rain on the table and a pack of cigarettes. She took one, lit it, and put the kettle on the stove. Then she looked at her mother's letter still in her hand. She decided to read it while the water heated. She sat at the table and pushed the drawing of Rain to the floor. She rested her feet on it.
Forget you too, Rainer Morling Hartheim, she thought angrily. You don't need me. Well, I don't need you either.
Her mother's letter began.
My dear Justine, I hope this letter reaches you soon. If something in my recent letters made you take this decision, please forgive me. I didn't want to upset you. I was only looking for a little comfort. I forget sometimes that under your strong face, you are soft inside. Yes, I am lonely, very lonely. But you can't fix that by coming home. Think carefully, what can you really do? You cannot bring back what we lost. You cannot pay it back. The loss is not only mine but yours and everyone's. You seem to think you were at fault. This looks like you are trying to make up for something, but that is pride, Justine. Dane was grown up, not a child. I let him live his own life. If I felt like you do now, I would go crazy blaming myself. But I don't. We are not God. I've learned that more than you have. If you come home, you are giving up your life for me. I don't want that, and I never did. You don't belong on Drogheda. You never did. If you still don't know where you belong, it's time to think about it seriously. Rainer is a good man, but no one is as selfless as you think he is. Please, Justine, grow up. Dane's life is gone, and you can't change that. We miss him, but we still live our days with love and hope. Dane's light is gone forever, but the lights for you still shine. Come visit Drogheda, we would love to see you, but not to stay forever. You won't be happy living here. Leaving your career for a long time would hurt your future. Stay where you belong and live your life well.
When Justine finished reading, the pain came back. It felt like the days just after Dane died. The same hopeless, deep pain. The same feeling that nothing could be done. And she knew it was true. There was nothing she could do. No way of making up, no way. The kettle was already whistling.
Be quiet, kettle, please, be quiet for Mum, she said softly.
How does it feel to be the only one, kettle? Asked Justine, she understands. Yes, Justine knows what it means to be the only child. But I am not the one her mother really wants. That poor, tired woman, still back on the farm.
Oh, Mum, she whispered.
If I could give my life for his, I would. It is not fair that Dane was the one who died. She is right. Going back home cannot change what happened. He will never come back. His light is gone, and I cannot bring it back. But I see what she means. My light is still alive in her. Only not back on Drogheda. Fritz opened the door. He was not wearing his driving uniform today, but a smart morning suit. He bowed politely and gave a small smile. Justine wondered if he did more than serve his boss.
Fritz, are you really Mr. Hartheim's helper, or are you his guard? She asked while giving him her coat.
Mr. Hartheim is in his study, Miss O'Neill, he said.
Rain was sitting near the fire, looking at the flames. The dog, Natasha, was asleep by his feet. When Justine entered, he looked up but said nothing. He did not look happy to see her. So Justine went to him, knelt down, and put her head on his knee.
Rain, I am sorry for all the lost years. I cannot make it right, she whispered.
It's a miracle, he said quietly.
She smiled.
You never stopped loving me, did you?
No, Holmes Chen, never.
I must have hurt you very much.
Not the way you think. I knew you loved me, and I was willing to wait. I always believed that a patient man wins in the end.
So you let me find my own way. You weren't worried when I said I was going home to Drogheda?
Oh yes, I was. If it had been another man, I would not have cared. But Drogheda? That place was strong. Yes, it worried me.
You knew I was leaving before I told you, didn't you?
Yes. Clyde called me to ask if I could stop you. I told him to let you go for a while, and I would see what could be done. Not for him, Holmes Chen, for me.
That's just like Mum said. But this house, did you have it a month ago?
No. It's not mine yet. But if you are staying in London for your work, we will need a house. I will try to buy it if you like it. You can even choose the decoration, but please don't make it pink and orange.
You are very clever, she said softly. Why didn't you just tell me you still loved me? I wanted you to.
No. You had to see it by yourself. I showed it in my actions.
I think I didn't see at all. My mother helped me open my eyes. I got a letter from her tonight, telling me not to come home.
She is a wonderful woman, he said. I know you met her, Rain. When? About a year ago. The place is beautiful, but it's not you, host Chen. I wanted her to see that. I'm so glad she finally understands, though I don't think my visit helped much.
She touched his lips gently. I have always doubted myself, Rain. Maybe I always will.
Oh, host Chen, don't think that way. For me there is no one else. Only you. Everyone has known it for years. But love should be shown, not shouted. I could have said it every day, but that would not have changed your doubts. So I didn't say it, I lived it. He sighed. Well, maybe it's best that your mother's words helped you, not mine.
Please don't say it like that. I have made you wait too long. Don't feel hurt that the truth came from her. It doesn't matter now, I have knelt to ask your forgiveness.
Thank goodness that won't last, he said kindly. Tomorrow you'll be strong again.
She started to relax, the sadness was leaving her.
What I love most about you is that you never make things easy. You always make me think.
He laughed. Then think about the future, host Chen. Living here with me may help you learn how love really works.
He kissed her forehead, her cheeks, and her eyelids.
I want you just as you are, Justine. Every part of you.
She put her arms around his neck and touched his hair. Oh, Rain, you don't know how long I've waited for this moment, she said.
I've never been able to forget. The message said that Justine had just married Rainer Morling-Hartheim in a small private ceremony at the Vatican. They received blessings from the Pope, and it was clear they were now really married. They would go on a late honeymoon soon, and Europe would be their new home. It ended with love to everyone from Justine and Rainer. Meggie put the paper on the table and looked through the window. She saw the garden full of autumn roses. The air smelled sweet, and bees moved from flower to flower. She saw hibiscus and bottlebrush, tall white gum trees, bougainvillea growing high, and gentle pepper trees. The garden looked beautiful and full of life. She thought about how plants and flowers grew, changed, and died, then grew again. Life always moved in a circle. Meggie thought it was time for Drogheda to rest and begin again with new people. Everything that happened there, she had brought on herself. There was no one else to blame. She did not regret any part of it. She remembered how birds sometimes hurt themselves when they sing, still following nature's rule. They do not know they will die, they just sing until the end. People, she thought, do the same. We know when we hurt ourselves, but we still go on. We still do it.